a third person. Yet again, they will throw the book at him.
He'll probably get the electric chair, Malak.
Right. He'll get charged. He'll get charged for killing the people, and he'll get charged for having a gun. Because in the state of Wisconsin, I forget which state Kyle Rittenhouse was from, but whatever state he's from, you have to be 18 to own an AR-15. And this dude was 17.
He was
And the
from
whole time,
Slocky, my bad. He was
I'm
from
thinking like, the whole time I'm thinking, at least they gonna get him for the gun. I said they not gonna let him off completely. They either gonna get him. He either gonna catch the bodies or they gonna get him for the gun. But it's gonna be something. And look what happened. You get to carry an assault rifle. No, we are not all equal, Samario, because no 17-year-old black boy is going to be able to illegally own an assault rifle and use it to shoot 3 people, killing 2 of them. If you a black boy in America and you get caught with a slingshot, that's your ass, let alone an AR-15.
If you're a black man in America and get caught with a hoodie on, you're
Trayvon Martin.
gonna be Swiss cheese.
Right, Trayvon Martin, a hoodie, some Skittles, a hoodie, Arizona, and a bag of Skittles. And this dude George Zimmerman Swiss cheesed him. And Trayvon Martin, how do you perceive somebody as a threat when they're trying to get away from you? Oh, let's not forget about the brother William Scott. I think that was somewhere in the South that was running away from the cops and caught 4 slugs in his back.
Khan, this is Zechariah 11:5 all day, King.
Khan. And I don't know what's wrong with this dude, Samario. Clearly, he isn't paying attention.
He's paying attention. He's paying attention. He just chooses conformity.
You just don't listen.
Samario, if you know what, if Samario chooses conformity, let me say this: conformity is not the way to go either, because you can be a black conformist. You can be a black person that goes to church faithfully every Sunday. But that doesn't stop some white boy from coming up in your church and shooting and killing 9 of your fellow church members.
Precisely, Malak.
Wait. So what I want to ask is,
Hey,
Salaki, right quick, yo. I like that verbiage Sabal just used. He is a conformist. That's his label right there. The super coon, ultra coon, omega coon conformist, Tamario.
But again, Shawapar, as I said, being a conformist doesn't guarantee you have it better in America either. Emmanuel AME Zion Church, North Charleston, South Carolina. Because if you were conformist, I mean, hell, going to church every Sunday is the ultimate form of conformity. But what happened to those Negroes? Some white boy ran up in that church, pulled out a gun, shot and killed 9 of the people in church. And then the cops took him to Burger King on the way to jail.
It's like they congratulated him.
Right. So you can shoot and kill. And I mean, really, these are black people in church. How much of a threat could they possibly pose to anybody? So that means you can be a 17-year-old white boy. You can shoot and kill 9 people. And on the way to jail, the cops will take you to go get a Whopper.
Probably telling him it was a whopper of a job.
Right. So no, we are not
a double whopper with Biggie fries and a milkshake.
All right, can I speak now?
Yo, Akim, let him say what he has to say. Go ahead.
All right.
Tamario, go
So
ahead.
right. So to correct these issues, like this type of rhetoric and leadership, which again I've been hearing it my entire life. It would be different if we had, I'm going to say, Israelites here as um, district attorneys. That's a elected post.
Salakia, Tamario,
Elected post
Tamario, what,
judges,
Tamario,
policing our
what is your
own
school of thought?
neighborhoods.
What is your school of thought, Tamario?
Right. This system that we live in, we have elected officials. Like we don't have to. Like I don't have to say somebody
No,
else's.
no, 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 Tamario. I'm asking you, like, what is your what is your doctrine? Like, what is your belief? Like, what is your
Stupidity.
school of thought?
Stupidity. Stupidity.
No, 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 no. Akim, no, no. Tamario did make a good point a few seconds ago. One of the ways that we could eliminate a lot of this is by policing our own. I don't know where any of you live, but I'm in Brooklyn, where these Khazars have 4 different neighborhoods on lockdown. The NYPD doesn't even go into their neighborhoods. They have their own patrol called the Shomrim. They have these neighborhoods on lock. The NYPD doesn't bother them at all, and they police the neighborhood themselves. So that is one good point that the brother made, or this individual Tamario made. One point that the man did make: if we policed ourselves, that would prevent a lot of this.
Right.
But
And
did
we
hold on, Sabal. But did the Amalekites that got they? Because I've been to those neighborhoods where they got their own police station, they got their own fire department, they got their own ambulance. Did they have to conform and join unto the other Edomites to get that?
No, they didn't.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to make it clear, right quick. They were. It's a lot for the noise in the background. They were complete separatists, right? No,
That's what we
nobody
need.
ever gets on TV and talk about, oh, the Jewish vote. They talk about the black vote and the Hispanic vote to wrap you niggas into the system. But not one time do they get on TV and talk about, oh, we're targeting the Jewish vote or the Asian vote. And these people got whole towns because they're
Every major,
separatists.
you're right, Shawapar. Every major city in America, for a natural fact, DC has a Chinatown, Philly has a Chinatown, New York has 3 of them. And at no point in time do any of these politicians talk about, oh, we have to secure the Asian vote, or we have to secure the Jewish vote. And Shawapar makes a good point. We in the Israelite community, we have to be complete separatists, separate from everybody else. And that's something I've been thinking about lately. Like, we should be separated. We need communities where we live only amongst our own and each other. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people, when they first come into Israel and they learn the truth, one complaint they have is that their natural family doesn't respect the truth. Something like, yeah, I don't like taking my kids to spend time with my sister because I'm afraid that she's going to be taking them to church on Sunday, feeding them pork, and putting them in Halloween costumes and buying them Easter baskets. So if we live only amongst ourselves and each other, that ain't nothing we got to worry about.
Yeah, but check this out. All that policing, the NFAC tried it. Look what they got done. You see what I'm saying? So it sounds good about policing your neighborhoods, but you start patrolling your neighborhoods with guns and strapped, looking like the police and walking around, you're gonna get harassed. So that's that. Even that has limitations to it. You
Okay,
understand? So
right.
just keep that in mind. The man. Right now, Grandmaster Jay, they got him in there saying he pointed a gun at a officer, a federal officer on a roof. This is how quick they can jam you up. You're walking around, your gun is on your arm, it's on your shoulder, it's standing up, your gun is up, you're marching, boom, you're pointing it at somebody. This is how easily this serpent can trap you.
Right.
Because they
Now,
made these rules. These rules are for them. These rules are not for us. So you might think you can police your neighborhood, and you might be able to do it to a certain degree, but that full extent, like the so-called Jew does, ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right, and I yield.
Hey,
okay.
Salaki, and you know how much of a slight mistake that is for you to be marching with your people, and then you see a sniper on the roof, and you be like, "Eyes on the roof, eyes on the roof. Who's that? Who's that? That ain't one of ours." But you point your gun towards the roof instead of your finger. You know what kind of slight mistake is that? And they wrapped them up for that.
Yo, and it's like I tried to explain to some rib on a Facebook site. He's like, "Oh, you black men, you know," because one thing they love to say, one thing that these women like to say on Facebook, you black men are conquered. You black men, yeah, y'all dominated. The white men and conquered y'all. Why don't y'all stand up and fight? And I tried to explain to the woman. I said, "Listen, this is not just some random nation of people that happens not to like us. These people have think tanks where they stay awake for 3 and 4 days at a time, thinking about ways to oppress our people. This is Satan incarnate we dealing with. So just grabbing guns and fighting the white man because we conquered, what a lot of these women don't understand is it's not that simple. But they the ones like to run around talking about the black man is conquered. And I've told them, you know what? If the black man is conquered, that means that by extension, you are too.
Khan, that's Micah 2:1, Malak.
Micah 2:1, and then it goes all the way down, all the way to, and they're gonna get the wrath of Micah 2:7.
Khan. I just roughly paraphrase Micah 2:1 because they do devise iniquity on their beds. They you know they're constantly thinking of ways to keep us oppressed.
Yeah, and that like I said, a lot of these women, that's something they don't understand. It's like, yo, this is the type of devil we dealing with the devil in the flesh. So it's a lot more complicated than just go pick up a gun and go fight our way out of oppression. It's
Not, it's not
it's
about picking up a gun though. Like y'all keep us in a defensive posture. Always playing defense. Oh, somebody's doing something to us, or what they gonna let me do? Like is we. It don't even have to be like that. Like so that's and we've been under that type of rhetoric or bad leadership since I've been here, and that's a problem. That's that's counterproductive. It just doesn't work that way. Like while we're playing defense, like we're not like we're slowly coming into commerce and being merchants like now. But my
Mario,
40.
Mario, what wins championships?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You looking at what's flashy, what's exciting to the crowd.
But in the game of life, I can't play defense all the time in the game of life, bro.
Not all the time, not all the time. But yeah, we're perfecting our defense because we're constantly under attack.
right.
We just can't let our guards down, Tamario. You want to let your guards down. You
Oh
can't
hell no,
you can't let your guards down when you've been
not
under
ever.
attack for hundreds of years. So of course you're gonna master the defense. Of course, yeah, we're gonna get some offense in too. But if you're under a damn melee, a damn a blitz, if you're under a damn attack, of course your defense got to get up there, Tamario.
Like yeah, if they like yeah, if you if you on the court getting double teamed, You gotta, you gotta. If you on the court getting double teamed, you either gotta pass or you gotta shoot. You gotta do something,
Hands down, man down.
right?
Hands
And
down,
we,
man down.
you know
Tomorrow,
what? I'll say something else. We as a people, we are capable of having our own whatever, even in America. Case in point, Weeksville, up here in Bed-Stuy, which was before Black Wall Street, and Seneca Village, and Black Wall Street as well. But you know what? That was the one area where we messed up at with that stuff. We had no way to defend or protect it. That was the one thing that brothers back then wasn't thinking about. How do we protect this? Because had we had ways to protect Seneca Village, there would be no such thing as Central Park.
Khan, bring that out.
We had Black Wall Street was thriving, but we didn't have a way to. And again, another point that I tried to make to the you need the why you women you like you another point to these women. You need the white man to tell you what to do, and you providing you need the white man to provide for you. I'm like, listen, we had our own shit at different points in time. Let's not forget about the MOVE program back in Philly. That wasn't ancient history. That was 1985, where the Philadelphia PD bombed all the houses out and then started shooting at people as they were running out of the houses. Let's not forget the Panthers, who J. Edgar Hoover COINTELPRO'd right out of existence. So Tamario, yeah, when we try to do for ourselves, we got to be on the defensive because the damn devil that we dealing with is going to come up with some way to try to, if they can't infiltrate it, they want to destroy it. And history proves that time and time again. So whenever we create something, one of the first things we got to think of is how to protect and defend it.
And most of the time, it's our own people they use to do it.
Ita Itazawam, that's very, very true. Right. That's the unfortunate part. A lot of times they use our own people to try to destroy it. And that's what they did with part of COINTELPRO was using black FBI agents. Because Huey and Eldridge and Bobby Seale, they wasn't letting Edomites join the Black Panther Party, so they used coon FBI agents to infiltrate. They show you that in the movie Panther and in the movie Judas and the Black Messiah.
Khan, I was gonna mention that. You beat me to it.
All right. So if I could just introduce some rhetoric here, in regards to the black America. Number one, uh, these wicked brothers and sisters out here need to be exiled immediately. Like they're not fit to be in our community.
Like you need to be exiled, nigga.
Yeah. Also,
Ariala, please let him speak.
also, the reason why we need to be participants, actually lawmakers, y'all would call it conforming or assimilating to these elected posts, so that we could write and amend laws because unjust brothers and sisters that are locked up, like we can amend these laws and get them out. But also so that there's not an age limit on learning trades, and not learning trade that you're going to do that your entire life. I think there should be a uniform code that when a black man in particular at age 14 every summer, obviously throughout the school year you're going to hit the books, but every summer black men should learn some type of trade: carpenter one summer, electrician work the next summer, roof, like basically getting you into the concept of actually building things so that we could build these communities. But we have to get all this trash out. These people that think that life is just about bags and hoes and all of this old bullshit that don't mean nothing. Like a lot of this stuff, we do it
Tamario,
to ourselves, and people don't want to look at that. Like a lot of the stuff, a lot of our issues is in house. A good 80% of it is in house, and nobody wants to have that conversation.
Tamario, no.
Um,
Tamario, let's have that conversation right now. Right? Well, let's have that conversation right now. Are you speaking about literally building the black community?
I'm just saying, just learning how to build in general, just to be a resourceful
Okay,
human
but
being, just being a
okay, but
resourceful
but
human
but
being.
brother, you mentioned carpentry one summer, electrician worked another summer. And what I'm saying is if we were to take 14-year-old brothers and teach them these trades, these young brothers could learn these trades to literally build up the black community. But
This
you
is
know
a
what?
fact. This is a
The
fact, bro.
re- the reason the reason why these other races can be so separatist is because that's what they have. Like these fake white Jews. The reason they can be so separatist is because they have it where whenever Moshe or Shamuel goes to college at Yeshiva University and goes to law school, whenever the tuitions due, the whole family or the whole hood kicks in to pay the college tuition, to pay for the LSATs,
Right,
and to pay the law school tuition.
right, and
And then
we have
once
this same
Shamuel
freedom, bro.
or
That's my
Moshe,
whole.
once Shamuel or Moshe graduates from law school and passes the bar and all of that, now you got a lawyer in the family.
Right. So Sabal, and so what I'm bringing out is, I'm 42 years old.
Okay.
Those options were available for us. We just, like, people look at that type of stuff as, "Nah, I'm not gonna be doing that," and it's not even about doing it. It's it's just no, you'll never
You know
go
what messed a
hungry.
lot of us up? You know what messed a lot of us up? We're just now starting to realize that not every young brother is gonna rap or play ball.
Right, or go to college. And I'm a big champion for college. I don't want to get that twisted. But you're 100% right. And my whole point is, like, we can do all of these things in this. Like, we can just do it. And when we start actually grooming young Israelites to be judges
So
and
Mario,
house
you want
representatives
to
and governors,
you want to hear something,
uh,
Mario? Right, we're already doing it, right? Because
okay,
because
there
because
we go.
because what we're doing, we're bringing people back to the laws, statutes, and commandments, right? Because one thing you're not saying about the Jewish people that help each other out is that they go by a certain code. They go by a
True.
certain way of life, and they have a certain moral. They have a certain moral code where they only look out for each other, and they see you and other people as goyim, right? But
Right.
nobody
Goyim or Gowarium.
a goyim, right? Right? They're not being called racist. They don't have like, and they're in their synagogues right now. They don't have another Jewish person that's telling them, "Oh, we have to be friends with these other nations," like how you're doing right now, right? They don't have that. If they did have that, he'll be called a fool and get shunned, right? Because in their mind and in their philosophy, they're for each other and each other's success, and that's it, to Mario. So if you
And
so if you want us to play that game of train these children up to be carpenters, to build in their own communities, and be a lawyer that look out for their own communities, then you have to have the same rhetoric as the Torah, to Mario. Do you understand that?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. Because
What
because
about
when we
that
talk,
you agree with?
Tamario, that's Tamario. That is exactly where you going wrong. Listen, and that's the black man's problem. We get out here in these hoods and we fight and kill each other all day, but we go up to the Arab man store, Aki, my man, what's going on? Or you in the hood and the white boy, niggas are fighting each other all day, but the white boy is cool. Or you going up into China like, yo, what's up, my man? Let me get a beef fried rice and 4 wings. We all friendly with the nations, but we fighting and killing each other. The only time, and the bad part about it is that in order for us to see that these heathens aren't our people, we got to get disrespected by one of them. Instead of being proactive, we tend to get reactive. The only time you see Jake step into these heathens is when the heathen gets disrespectful. And actually, you notice one thing, that when you see these Jewish women out here, the only men you see them with are Jewish men. And that's another thing too. We gotta lock our women the hell down. And we gotta that's one standard that we have to enforce, is like, yo, we can't have these damn towel head Arabs trying to holler at our young girls when they go into these stores.
Well, it's these wicked brothers out here that's misleading our women, to put it like that, to make them just ignorant. To be honest, I
Is
can't
it
say this stuff
Tamario?
nicely, man. We have to call things what they are.
Is it Tamario? Is it the brothers that's misleading these women?
Absolutely. And
How?
and and when we talk about
Explain to me how, Tamario.
like the stuff that okay, you think about a dude robbing somebody from money. He's doing it for some woman. Like, some woman is comforting this wicked individual. Like think about any crime. Somebody's probably doing it for a woman, and they are like women think that, like, these, I need a thug nigga, I need a real nigga, like this bullshit. Like, that is
Well, why
BS.
women think like that? I need a thug nigga. I need a real nigga.
Because these dudes are popular. Like, this is
What
this
what
is
makes
glorified
they
in our community. We
what make
elevate these type
what
of things.
what makes them popular and glorified, Tamario?
I mean, because I guess they have money.
What what
Like,
what
people,
gives them the access to money, Tamario?
what gives them access to money?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, they're, I, I don't understand the question, brother.
right. Because if let's not get this twisted. The white man has the FBI, the CIA, right, and other operations that he uses to shut things down if he really wanted to. Why is it that our people have a culture where these type of things are glorified? Like, a dude that's robbing people is glorified, and selling drugs is glorified. The movies, the music. Who's behind that, Tamario?
An interesting fact about that, and we talked about this before. I brought out the C. Dolores Tucker. There was a black offensive to say,
Yeah.
tell these labels, hey, y'all can't put this out.
Who's running the labels,
And
Tamario?
we protested
No,
the
but
right to
who's
to sell our people with this ignorance, bro. Like, that was,
who's running? Who's
we said you can't
Tamario?
suppress our freedom of
Tamario?
speech and expression.
Tamario, who is running these labels, Tamario?
Yeah, but we have to deal with what I said before that. Before that
Yeah,
kind of
we,
music start coming
we'll
out, though.
we'll
Like, there
deal
was,
we will deal with what you said. Our people already was brain polluted, because I ain't gonna say brainwashed because it wasn't clean. Our people was already brain polluted, thinking that this was a way
Brain
of life,
stain.
right? Brain stained, right? It thinking that that was a cool way of life, and they protested against Cedar Lawrence Tucker. She was a bit of a coon, but she was definitely right about the music. I could agree with her option on the music, and a lot of revolutionary men and wise men would agree with that. But the majority of our people are already brain manipulated and brain polluted, right? Thinking that that music is cool. But who is the influence behind the record labels that push that kind of music for that financial gain.
All right, let me tell you why I don't like that question. Because these people that you're talking about, they're not writing the lyrics. Who's patronizing the
They're not
product?
right. They're not writing the lyrics, but they can say go and change those lyrics. Those lyrics are crazy. Do not put that out. We're not putting that out under this label. We're not doing that. That is not what this label is about. They are
Okay, so Mario, let me break it down for you. Why is it that the average person, right? Why is it that you've heard of 21 Savage or Young or Little Dirk or NBA Young Boy, but you've
a,
never heard
a
of
little
Immortal
baby,
Technique?
like little baby, right? He says his favorite rapper now is Little Baby. That still rhymes about guns, drugs, and you know turning out women, right, Tamario? Tamario. I know he just got a phone call. Probably they hit him up at the office tomorrow. Not doing a good job at calling out. Abort, abort.
I'm
He
convinced
like he's
Tamario's a
like,
tear.
Oh no, my bad. Give me a minute or two.
Kai, go ahead, Tamario. Go back to the drawing board.
Oh no, I'm here. I just need a second. Give
he
me
got
give
to
me a second.
he got to
I know
regroup.
you definitely got to.
Oh no, it ain't that. It ain't that.
All right. Once again, this is your kosher breakfast. Hot to skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. They turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're gonna bring it out. Right? If you haven't already, go to the top of your screen and click the little green house. Make sure you follow in this platform and all the platforms attached, right? Because we're building a major platform where the word of the Lord is coming out 24/7, 365, pushing the gospel through your Wi Fi, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes, to your Hawashai crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. And today's subject is you're weird and your doctrine trash. That's definitely Tamario. He's getting crumbled up like a paper ball right now. And
Con.
I'm about to fade away, jump shot him right in the trash, looking like LeBron.
Do the
Kobe.
James Harden, the step back three.
Nah. James Harden doesn't get mentioned on this platform ever again. What he did to Brooklyn is uncalled for, and he doesn't get mentioned on the
Yes,
culture.
you
You
did.
know what, Chief?
Wow.
My bad. My apologies. Okay.
We treating that man like a heathen. I'm gonna snatch his beard when I see him.
He get the
Last time I
same.
checked, he got traded.
He get the same from Houston.
Oh, Camille, you from Houston, Ock?
Con.
Oh, damn. He got his H Town pass revoked too.
Yeah, wow, damn.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Y'all know Philly happy though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
For
not a
how
Philly
long? For
fan.
how
I'm a
long?
Laker fan, just for the record.
Say what?
I'm a Laker fan, just for the record, so I can
Oh
carry.
well. All right.
Yeah, it's a wrap, Ariala. LeBron can't do it by himself. He got to average 50 in the playoffs to do it.
Bro, it's yeah. I'm like, bro, I haven't been watching. Like,
LeBron's coming to Brooklyn next year.
no,
LeBron is coming to Brooklyn, Chief.
Yep, next year we're gonna have Ben Simmons. We're gonna trade him for Ben Simmons. Watch.
Ben Simmons can't even play. Ben Simmons' mental health is in question.
Oh, word.
Yeah, that nigga is healthy. That nigga just don't want to play because he's a pussy.
Okay.
See, this is what Philly fans are mad at. You see what I'm saying? He didn't want to play for them. He
He
don't want
ain't
to play
playing for
for
Brooklyn
them.
either.
Yeah, he's coming off that bench though soon. You're gonna see it right before the season start. That's when we take the chip.
Hey, yo, Chief, you're saying that as if I'm a Philly fan. I'm not, but I could care less about the Sixers. However, Ben Simmons is terrible, man.
You ate too many Philly cheesesteaks. You
Nah.
stuck down there now. That's it as a wrap.
Yo, Chief, too many trips to Geno's?
Too many Genos and
Eat
Maxes.
at Gino. Only tourists eat at Geno's.
Real Philadelphians don't eat at that Joan Ock?
Hell no. Even though I'm not a Philadelphian, I just happen to live here.
Oh, you're from Jersey, right?
Hell no, I'm from Brooklyn.
Oh, you be BK all day. Okay. Oh, you from the Star, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Damn, Sabal, you just disrespected me. Jersey?
I'm sorry, Ariala. I'm sorry.
No, I got you.
I thought about. I say, oh nah, wait a minute. Yeah, Ariala's from Brooklyn.
I forgive you.
Oh, okay. Remember, we gotta, we remember we can't, we brother, we in the brotherhood. Slight offenses can't turn into grudges. Brother, misses mistake, apologize. Like, okay, I forgive you. We move on. That's how we got to deal. And
Con.
while we on the subject of grudges and things in that nature, Passover is only a month away. So, you know, men got to purge out that old leaven because you can't. Because remember, we can't sit down to the Sadar meal and got beef with brothers.
I officially, you know, forgive all brothers, but I don't rock with LaRon no more. Neither faithful to Satan and neither kind of whack. But I forgive all brothers. I have no malice against any brother.
You said what? What was the last one?
Kind of whack.
Also known as C Nice.
Also known as C Vice.
Oh,
That man got, he came to his vices.
oh, damn. Yo, that we treat word has it or WhatsApp has it that man is getting treated like dude off for 300.
Right. Bow to the heathen. We ain't with that. Hey, but yeah, listen, if y'all ain't clicked the link yet on top, click the link. We got the Hebrew Hip Hop Show with a live performances and live wrestling match. You get a ticket. That ticket comes with free drink, free food, right? I said a free drink, probably two, right? And free food, right? And live performances and a live wrestling match, man. Y'all hit the link. Y'all join us if you're in town. If you out of town, not that far, like Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, come around. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a great event. Who says the Hebrews don't have fun, man?
Right. Yo, while we on the subject of Hebrew traveling, how did the Big Easy turn out?
Oh, it
You missed
went.
the bus, boy. You missed the bus.
You missed the bus and the pull up boy van.
Akim, I know brothers went to New Orleans, but like, yo, what was it? How did the trip go?
It was great in the NOLA.
Oh, okay, cool.
You missed the bus, son. You missed the bus.
No, I didn't. I know brothers went to New Orleans. I wish I could have been there. Trust me, I know about the Bourbon Street Bullies.
Good.
Okay, as long as you know, Sabah, as long as you know.
I would still love to know how Zabak got to the top of that fan. No.
He Judah, you know Judah got hops, huh? You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Y'all starting to realize light skinned Judites could jump like Zach Levine, huh? You know what I'm saying?
Cause that was the one. That was the first question I had when I saw that picture. I was like, Yo, how did he get up there?
Khan, the leaping lion, Malak.
God. The Bourbon Street Bullies are in the building. Yo, while we on the subject of Bourbon Street Bullies, how did Esau get his knot rocked when y'all was teaching that night?
Brother, as cold as the streets is, we ain't seen nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
When police reports
Okay.
are filed and IDs are taken and pictures are taken, we don't know what happened, brother. You was there,
Okay.
you seen what happened. If you wasn't, you missed the bus, son.
Hey, that just let. Hey, I missed that bus. Just let it go. Okay, cool.
Listen, we blame everything on Irie, man.
Oh, yo, I
Yeah,
missed
I
I missed that bus. I'm just out of luck on that one.
Irie had the scribe work on him, man. He put the mark of the beast on his forehead. uh, I'm just playing. Irie wasn't doing nothing but recording, man. Irie, you did act? I think he moving around. Yeah, but you'll see, Most High willing, the videos will be out. Yeah, the Bourbon Street Bullies, though, you know what I'm saying? Brothers come,
But
the brothers.
yo, HOI is doing big things. Got the land out there in Georgia. Got the pull up boys van. HOI is making moves. It's not. It's like we trying to. It's like we be trying to tell people, man. This is bigger than just what we do in the street. It's bigger than that.
Khan, we waiting for the chariot to arrive, Malak.
Kind. And the street is that's the bedrock. That's the foundation. That's where it starts. It starts in the street. But as you can see, it goes deeper than that. And while we on the subject of in the street, I be on the gram and on other social media. It seems like it's Israelite camps popping up. I think the one section of the country that doesn't have a large presence is probably the Great Plains. And that would be Montana, Idaho, the Dakotas, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, and Idaho.
You're right about that. We need to see what's going on over there too. But I think that's just like Crackerland. That's why.
There is a whole lot of Gad out there.
Right. Yeah, we gotta see what's up out there too. There's a lot of gat. There was a lot of gat out there in New Orleans too. Surprisingly.
Oh, right. Okay. No, Creoles. Creoles are any combination of Judah, Levi, Gad, and French Esau. But yeah, the great at this point, the Great Plains is the one section of the country that doesn't have a strong presence for the truth. And the reason being, one, there's really that it is a lot of Edomites, and two, is really not much out there. But the East, it's a wrap for the East Coast. Like, yeah, once you get below Massachusetts, that's it. The South, brothers are all through the South. I wanted to say the Southwest as well, but I think Sakari has a camp in Phoenix. But yeah, the only section of the country where you don't see a lot of brothers popping up is the Great Plains. But everywhere else in America, it's a wrap. It's a done deal.
Khan, the exceedingly great army is increasing, Malak.
Just look up one day and see HOI South Dakota.
Cuz.
Brothers, brothers teaching, brothers teaching in front of brothers teaching somewhere by Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, because definitely we want to get to God though. I mean, I always say it, man. Brothers don't go hard enough for God, and a lot of Israelite congregations don't travel enough in South America. So we gonna get it right. HUI about to do that, man. We about to drive the pull up boy van across the border. We
Into
gonna
Mexico?
kid
Yo, trying to bring in Issachar like that?
probably come back with a van full.
Yo, be careful, man. For them Texas Edomites think you trying to smuggle them across.
And Esau ain't got a damn thing to say.
Right. But you know what city's really starting to have a heavy presence with the truth? Philly.
Yeah, I mean historically Philly would be one of the top cities with the truth. I'll say that. Historically, brothers been in New York, New Jersey, Philly, Florida, California, Atlanta. Brothers been there in Atlanta a while too. Atlanta really exploded, and I say Philly's really exploding now. To
Yeah, Atlanta has been a stronghold for the truth, and you're right. Philly is really starting to blow up. I remember when I went out for the wedding. Let me see. On that day, who was out there? We were out there. HOI Philly. There was Apostles of New Jerusalem. HOI Philly. Apostles of New Jerusalem. GMS. Sakari and Wi-Fi were all out there on the same day. So yeah, Philly is really starting to explode with the truth. And the truth is starting to creep up into New England as well. Like Boston and now, believe it or not, the truth is starting to creep up, but not on a high level. There's still room for HOI to establish a presence up there if we want to. We could go to Boston, or we could go to Hartford or Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Con. Definitely that arm gonna stretch over there to Boston and Connecticut too. We already got a lot of camps in the Northeast. But it's a ball, man.
Yeah,
We gonna need you to save up some chips, man. Like around the end of May, beginning of June, we probably head back out to the New Orleans, man. Need you to come out there, King.
I would love to. Oh, you say the end of May, so kill that so-called Memorial Day spirit. Okay, let me not be too quick to jump on that, because that was actually invented by our people, but still.
Con. Anything we invent, they try to take. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we got Priest Danya Allah in the building. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, Ak.
Shalom to all the brethren. Hey, it's the ball. Long time no see out of one. What's going on? Shalom to everybody. Most high bless everybody.
Yo, Shalom, Ak. Anyata Wab.
Khan, Khan, all praises. He said, I'm okay. For those that don't know, I'm good. All praises.
Yeah, so Priest Danya Allah. How was your visit to the South, man?
It was cool, King, but y'all wasn't there, man. I can't come see my brothers, man. But it was good, man. It was great to see all the camps. The power camp at CNL was awesome, of course. And Sakari's Passover was beautiful. Brothers did a great job. So it was great, man. All praises to the Most High. How was New Orleans?
Oh, New Orleans was absolutely a great experience, man. New Orleans remind me of NYC, man. Getting gentrified, you know.
Damn, that thing is nationwide.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. People was talking and they had tears in their eyes because they had family houses they had for generations, but then after Katrina, washed them up out of there, and then the FEMA checks took long. It seemed like the Caucasians were getting their FEMA checks first, and then people from out of town was going out there and just buying property from banks, and yeah, they would probably give you 20,000 for how much the property was worth at that time. But now, years later, after Katrina, the same properties that they basically stole from these people are worth like half a million. You know what I'm saying? Quarter million, and they probably got like 20,000 for it. You understand? So
Damn.
it's just crazy.
I was I remember when I used to do market research. Actually, as a matter of fact, me and Danya Allah, we were working for the same company, and I spoke to an Edomite that lived in New Orleans. Now, mind you, the the fifth ward or the ninth ward, whatever ward that is, where Wayne and them are from, the ninth ward got completely flooded out.
We was
But
the ninth ward.
the Edomite rib was like, while the ninth ward got flooded out, the French Quarter looked like nothing happened.
Yeah, and the French Quarter isn't that far from ninth ward at all. I think it was like what uh a a 20 or 30 minute drive, Chief.
Nah, it's less than that. But they said they broke the levees. They broke the levees in the ninth ward, so the French quarters wouldn't get flooded because the French quarters is the money of the city.
Right. That's where the New Orleans Edomites get their money from.
So
Yeah, they
that's
didn't want to f up the tourist money.
right. So that's the reason why they said they blew up the levee in the ninth ward, and then at the same time by blowing them up, that's how they kicked Jake out the ninth ward. Even though it was a lot of, it was a lot of Jake. They kicked Jake out the ninth ward, and the ninth ward is like literally 10 minutes, about 10 minutes from the French Quarter. So the way they maneuvered it, you know what I'm saying? They gentrified it now with Esau. They gentrified it now with Esau, and they saved Bourbon Street. They saved the French Quarters. So this is what we dealing with, man. Esau
You
does
got
what he wants to our people, man.
you got crackers. You got crackers from damn Iowa and Minnesota and damn Indiana living in the Calliope projects and the Magnolia.
Right, right. And the ninth ward is completely gentrified, boy. I was
Yo,
surprised. Like that did not look like the Little Wayne videos I remember.
God,
Or
it's
the
a lot.
juvenile
That ninth
this don't
ward,
look like the juvenile videos I remember.
the ninth ward looks like Soho.
Are you serious, Chief?
Yep.
This man said the ninth ward looks like Soho. Damn.
He's right. He's completely right. Camille, you were saying something?
Nah, King.
Oh yeah, you just on the mic by mistake there. Yeah, it looked like Soho. Like the gentrification of the ninth ward is crazy. Like they really flooded Jake out, sold property from up underneath them, took long on their FEMA checks on purpose, and like Esau came swooping in like the eagle, man.
Damn. And I got one question. Where's Master P?
Where's Master P? Where's Little Wayne? You know what I'm saying? Where all these people that represent the NOLA, where they at? Why they ain't get that property back for their people? Why they ain't even say nothing about the gentrification?
Right. And the reason that I get slightly upset is like, yo, Master P has the resources to be able to stop that from happening. But he's somewhere trying to sell some damn pancake mix
And noodles.
and noodles.
Yeah,
Like
kind of. And you could tell our people are oppressed because when we was doing that camp on Bourbon Street, you know what I'm saying? I like to say that HOI was the first camp to do a camp right there on Bourbon Street. Everybody said it, even the dude that was walking around with the super speaker boombox. He said, "Man, I got tired of seeing Christians out here. I'm glad y'all out here."
oh word, okay, so I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, so we was the first camp to really bring it out like that on Bourbon Street. You know what I'm saying? That's why we hashtag the name Bourbon Street Bullies. And you could tell by the people's reactions. You could tell by Esau reaction that they never seen that in their life. Like our people just
Like
super
who the
oppressed.
hell are like
Yeah,
who are these Negroes?
who are these Negroes talking like that? You know what I'm saying? So they was not used to that at all. So definitely, we gonna really put our stamp on that. 10 toes down, right there on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, word, man. And if you keep this New Orleans thing, if you keep this New Orleans thing going strong, you might be able to reach out to the brothers in Angola.
We reaching out to you, Sabal, man. I'll tell you, like probably like around the end of the May, beginning of June, depends on how the schedule looking. We still got other HOI places to pull up on. We got HOI Alabama, HOI North Carolina. We got
Alabama. Now, I'm not trying to throw no salt in the game, shower par, but Esau keeps it gangster with their racism in Alabama.
we about to be them Bama Brews, huh? The old Bama Brews, huh?
Dixie. Like they not like the New York Edomites. Like, you guys can go to hell, and they just march off. They just march off up or down Broadway and keep it pushing.
In the South, man, you see that old slave money. You see that old slave money. That sucker's old slave money. They ain't even start touching their new money.
Yeah, they still they still got that plantation money. But I mean, hey, if I ever get the chance, believe it or not, I'll go. But Shawapar, I seriously will think about this whole New Orleans thing.
You just can't go down there and get distracted. They be really off, man. They showing they tatas for the beads.
Oh, I thought that was only a Mardi Gras thing.
Nah,
Yeah. Now we there once a month. We gonna build up our camp that's out there. We got a nice sized congregation. Mostly the people that's over there is not gonna be really street teachers. There's a huge portion coming from Christianity, so they're gonna be more in tune with the feast days and the Sabbath services,
Oh,
stuff
right, right,
like that.
right.
So
Yeah,
that's
if they just coming out the slave master Christianity, yeah, you can't put them in the street just yet.
nah, they won't be in the street. Period. You can see where the spirit lies, and everybody has their office. Everybody don't need to be in the street. All right, those are
True,
civilians of the body of HOI. But we will be
true.
there out there once a month, most high willing. So we'll be announcing it when we pulling up. So stay tuned. HOI
Oh,
NOLA.
okay. But yeah, but you know what, Chief, that is true. Every man ain't meant for the street. Cause I seen it. You know, some of these brothers get down, and that's the first thing they want to do. And then you look, and it's kind of like, no, we got to find something else for you to do. Cause nah, you ain't got the spirit to teach in the street.
Now, welcome to the stage, brother Hakim.
Hashem,
Hasim,
I
nah,
seen.
man, it's Hashem. I just want to
Hasim,
speak
Yes.
my
on.
bad.
I had wanted to speak on the New Orleans thing because I'm from there, and to what y'all said about the French Quarter when they built the city up, they built this French Quarter up on the highest part of the downtown area. That's why it floods, but it just don't get flooded out like the rest of the city. When Katrina French Quarter flooded about 3 times.
You are in the Matrix.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Louder, a little bit louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excuse the noise, man. I'm at work. Yeah, I lived down. I left about 2 months after Katrina uh, because I lost my house, and
Sorry to hear that.
I rented a house. I didn't own it, but a lot of my coworkers owned their houses. I worked at the port, and there's a lot of ways they got over on people. Was like this. In the ninth ward, majority of the houses was owned, and most of them was paid for. But the people lost their houses because of the insurance companies. The insurance companies was getting over on people. One of my coworkers, he had a condo downtown, but he had 3 houses in the ninth ward. And when the insurance company came out to do his estimate, for one of the houses, they cut him a check for $1,800, right? And when they look at the house, the whole roof is sitting on the ground. The rest of the house is gone. The insurance adjuster told him, he said, this is $1,800 for the damage that's done to the roof. He said, we can't pay you for the house because there's no house to judge how much damage was done to it, right? So he said, so what am I supposed to do about my house? He said, well, you have to rebuild on your own. He said, you have flood insurance, but your flood insurance doesn't cover if the levees break. So your flood insurance only covers, if there's water pipe bust in your house or something like that. So with that, they was able to get over on a whole lot of people. I had an uncle work for NASA down there. He had to get lawyers on his insurance company to get his house fixed. So, I mean, that's how they got over on a lot of people. People couldn't afford to fix them, so they just, took what they can for the property and got out of there.
Yo, that is foul.
That's wicked as hell.
Like my house sat flat on the ground, and it was a 3 bedroom house. And when FEMA came through, they told me they couldn't even get to my property because it was underwater. I left a car in my driveway. And when my people passed my house in the boat, they say they could see like the top of the car, they couldn't see nothing else. So when FEMA came back again, they went in the house and checked it out. They said, okay, you didn't lose nothing, so we're not gonna pay you for nothing. They had gave us like $2,000 and told us we was on our own from there.
Damn.
And after that, I'm in Oklahoma now. I'm in Tulsa. I came up here after that because didn't know what else to do.
Yo, they gave you $2,000 for a whole house.
Well, they gave us $2,000 to get like stuff we need, toiletries and stuff like that, because we were staying in the shelter. uh, and some people was getting like $10,000, $15,000 to help replace some of the content and stuff in their houses, and that was coming from FEMA. But when I went to my house, the water line was like at the 5 foot mark, but you could tell the sheetrock had done mudded up all the way up to the ceiling. Everything in there was molded, green and black. Couldn't take nothing. I couldn't take nothing out of my house.
And then when brothers say the white man is the devil, the Bible speaks of, people get mad.
Man, the white man is the devil, Doc. The white man is the devil.
But again, Hasem, I was telling these other brothers that I used to do market research, and
Yeah,
I was on the phone with an Edomite woman that lived in New Orleans, and the Edomite woman told me straight up, the French Quarter looked like nothing happened in the French Quarter.
yeah. Well, the water came to my ex coworkers who lived down there. When they went downstairs that morning, he said they was like, man, we survived. They were like, they was unhappy. And then before you know it, water started coming down the street. Now this was in the French Quarter. Water started coming down the street. And y'all was like, man, where this water coming from? And he said the water started getting higher and higher. It wasn't going away, like it wasn't draining or nothing. He said it got up to about to his knees, and that was it. Because he had this box Chevy. He had just pulled it out. And that water started coming down the street. He put it right back in the upstairs parking lot. So he didn't lose it. But yeah, it did get about a foot and a half or 2 foot in some parts of the French Quarter. But in the ninth ward, if y'all went down one of the main streets to get there, on one side they had already started gentrifying one side of that area before Katrina, and I mean after Katrina just made it easy for them to get all of it. Like a lot of those little shotgun doubles, you could have got one for 60,000, 80,000, 70,000. Now you can't get one for less than 299,000. Little shotgun doubles. And
Yeah. So
they do have camps down. They do have ISUPK have a school down there, and IUIC both have schools down there.
it seems like those two camps.
Salakia. They might have schools down there, but we the only ones teaching on Bourbon Street. Let's make that make that clear.
Oh
Okay.
look, the band that came in front of y'all and played. I watched y'all live. I seen y'all live. The band that came in front of y'all and played. That's a second line band. That's happening almost every weekend throughout the city. Like anytime somebody have a party, somebody dies, somebody have a wedding, the second line band comes out and play, and the people just march down the street with it.
But yeah, like UPK and Israel United, they trying to have a presence all over America. But again, Shawapar said they wasn't none of them on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, they used to speak on the main street on Canal Street. ISUPK did for a while. IUIC speak on the other side of the French Quarter, like in the business district is the other side of that main street. They speak back in that area sometimes, but
Mm,
not like in the neighborhoods where y'all was at. It was very much needed because it's a lot of stuff going on right in that area.
mm. Now, one thing about HOI, New York, New Jersey, and I can say this myself, when it comes to New Jersey, Newark, and Shawapar, I don't know if you know this or Chief, but when it comes to Jersey, Newark is prime real estate for the truth. Everybody want to teach in Newark, but HOI, we done been to East Orange, Paterson, Jersey City, and Camden. Now you know about Chief, you know about Camden. You were there. Damn land of the walking dead.
Sabar, man, you turn this into a HOI breakfast, brother. Let's get back on topic, guy. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
This whole thing, you done shifted the whole program, brother.
I
Let's get
didn't mean
back.
to. All
Yeah,
right,
let's
let's
get
get
back
back.
on topic, please, please.
All
Shout
right.
out, reset the room, Bible for sure.
This your kosher breakfast house. The skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring them swords out, let you know what the law about, and turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're gonna bring it out. If you haven't already, click that little greenhouse you see on top of your screen. Make sure you follow everybody on your screen with a green bean. Make sure you sharing the room, right? Tagging people in here for this discussion, which is needed because we're building a platform where this word is coming out 24/7, 365. Pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes. See how we shall crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. And today's subject is you're weird and your doctrine trash. Right? I was inspired by a foolish room that was talking about Deuteronomy 28 doesn't connect our people to the scriptures, and that was foolish, and the doctrine was trash. It was filled with lies. So I just made this room, just to show our people the truth and compare the righteous doctrine of the Bible to false doctrines being pushed. Kwame Yasharala. We got Macabre in the building. Shalom.
Shalom.
Hey,
God.
y'all could drop me back down to the audience.
Kai, got you. I said, man, hey, next time we go out to the Nola, man, you need to see if you can come out there with us, man, and show us around.
I try to get down. I don't even go down there that much no more, man, like I used to, because it's so crazy, man. Most of my family done moved to Texas, so I don't really go down there that much.
It is like that, man. They done scattered out people abroad again.
Yeah. Yeah, you could drop me back down.
Con King.
Uh,
The water for your input and your your testimony. Shalom. Yeah, move that eye back to the audience. Hey yo, Macabre, what do you think is the worst doctrine you heard on this clubhouse, man? That you could
Oh,
just throw into the trash.
oh my God. I have no idea. There is so much going on this damn map. It's there's a new doctrine every day. But I will just say, on a whole and Christianity, period, man, their doctrine. Uh, the reason I say them is because it has the biggest hold on our people. The fact that they don't want to see who we are. They think that Christ is God. Everything that I had come out of, man. It seems like that is the biggest stronghold on our people. They read the Bible. You could tell them this. You could show them this scripture, and they're just in that delusion, man. But I've heard so many doctrines on here. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but when it boils down to it, Christianity as a doctrine as a whole seems to have the strongest hold on our people, and it's terrible.
Yeah, that Christian doctrine is pretty trash, and
Con.
it's really misleading our people and putting them in the wrong predicaments, man.
Uh, but probably the one that pisses me off is the Christian doctrine, but it's the the Hebrew Christian doctrine. Them boys really piss me off because they know they Hebrews, and they sit up here and try to fight us every step of the way, like the one that came on the stage last night that Joel had to get, pissed off and kick him off. Jack, or so-called Benaiah, who that pisses me off the worst because this dude is actually using one of our warriors. You understand? Who protected Israel. You understand? One of our strongest warriors, Gadite brother, who used to be, who I consider the first Navy SEAL. And you want to sit up there and come against us with that man's name? He really pisses me off, man.
Christianity is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. Definitely is worse than crack was, worse than anything, man. Like I said, this dude comes up here and wants to fight us every step of the way with his little Voltron suit on. You know what I'm saying? Talking about he's a Hebrew Israelite, but he can save everybody. When you look at the Israelites, man, when they cursed the nations, boy, when they said prayers against the nations, cursed them, it wasn't talking about saving them. It wasn't talking about the Most
Mhm.
High God saving them. By no stretch of the imagination, man. This guy really pisses me off.
And yo, our people are gone, man, gone off that Christianity. And we get out there week in, week out for years. And my thing is like, yo, Christianity is the doctrine that got beat. That's the doctrine that got beat into you on the plantation. So these damn slave owners didn't have to worry about you killing them while y'all slept. And you ain't even on the plantation no more, and you still want to follow it.
God,
It's called Stockholm Syndrome, Doc.
Hun.
Hey, the craziest doctrine I ever heard, and I've been in this walk for a while, Isaiah 28, where they try to disarm us from not using the precepts, and that's a curse that was put upon the northern kingdom. You know, when you read out the whole Isaiah
mm,
28, said we don't supposed to use precept upon precept, where the Bible is clear, through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way. That's the weirdest doctrine I heard on this clubhouse. I'm like,
God.
these brothers done fell off the boat.
Yeah, that is a crazy doctrine as well. But there it is. It's some of them Christians. You know what I'm saying? It all comes under that umbrella. You know what I'm saying? I've seen them bring it out and actually sit up here and try to debate us. On that. Talking about we're misinterpreting it. You know what I'm saying? Say that if we do that, like you said, it's a curse. These guys are ridiculous, man. It's this app really exposes how sick our people really are, and brings that scripture to mind. The whole head is sick.
God, the whole head is sick, man. Right? Um, who else is on the queue? Brother Dawada. Did you name what was the worst doctrine you heard?
So I get that. Them how many Jesus is on here? Ain't there like 2, 3 Jesus Christ on Clubhouse?
Hey,
God,
God.
hey,
So they over there battling. They battling for the throne that don't belong to none of them.
hey,
These cats is
I got
crazy.
it on tape. I got
And
it
his
on tape.
disciples.
Yeah, I got it on tape. Who was it? Yazoo and Joseph. They was out. They had a little battle. I got it on videotape, like we're on a wolf, baby. It is hilarious, though. I call it the Battle of the Christ.
The battle of the crisis.
God.
I see what you did there.
Yo, it's hilarious, man. And he had his minions with him, and they was both sicking on each other, man. It was crazy. And they had a showdown before that, so it's not even new to them.
They should see who could walk on the water in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I would like to see that one.
Ah,
Go in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Don't go off the beach. Go to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and just tell the boat to leave you. That you good. You're gonna walk back to shore.
God,
Chief, you something else, man.
yo, this app is amazing. It really shows you things that we don't even see at camp, man. Damn, I'm glad they don't have the guts to come before us in camp. Some of these bug outs, man. The hell wants to deal with that?
Nobody.
Con. Anybody else in the audience, man? If y'all want to come up, please raise your hand. Are you the weird one? And is your doctrine trash? Or what is the worst weird individual you have heard and doctrine you have heard from that individual? Y'all can come up and elaborate. Just raise your hands. You'll be called up to the stage if y'all want to participate in the conversation. Come on, Big Israel, welcome to the stage. No, he didn't come on. Uh, servant, servant was here first. Servant, if you
Shalom.
want,
Yeah, go ahead.
shalom.
Oh, I'm
Y'all
sorry.
about
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Shimmy Awashai Brakatah.
yeah, but some Shabbat.
Good
Yeah,
morning. Good
servant,
morning.
you can. Good morning. Hold on. Servant, you was there first. You revolutionary warfare, and then Big Israel. Servant, you got the stage.
Yeah, like I said, Isaiah 28, the precept doctrine, they trying to take that away from us. There's a doctrine out there saying we're supposed to use a precept, and the Holy Spirit is a woman. That's the craziest I ever heard so far. Have any of you brothers ever heard that doctrine?
Con.
Definitely,
Yeah. So
definitely.
I mean, the one that the Holy Spirit is a woman. You know that. I mean, once you start removing the words of the Most High out of the book, you open to everything. But that didn't last too long. But now this new one is we don't supposed to use precepts, and I don't see how they get that. But it is what it is. Your faith's gonna be moved with all these winds of doctrine. So you got to be solid in your faith and believe what the books say. And that's I'm gonna die believing that. Not saying that I can't be moved for its understanding, but when you just coming up when it's clearly say through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way. And then you're gonna tell me, oh, you don't supposed to use precepts? You done lost your mind.
God,
With that, brother, I yield.
wow. Okay. Hey, Chief, did you bring up the Joseph one?
Nah, I was waiting to see if anybody else was going to bring that up. That doctrine ain't far fetched. They kind of understood. Hey, hold on, JoJo, say shalom here. Say shalom. Yeah, y'all can hear. He don't want to say
Hey,
shalom.
you got your boy with you. All praises.
God, man, all praises, man. The Most High blessed me uh, with a 2 bedroom apartment. So
You got it?
all praise.
Is that the same one you was talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the family's back intact. You know, got both my families 15 minutes away from each other. So you know,
You
it's
Lord.
yeah,
You Lord.
the Most High is great, man. The Most High is great. But yeah, Revolutionary Warfare. You're next. I want to save to see if they bring it up. I ain't bring up the Joseph joint, but damn right, Joseph is the head tribe. We got the birthright.
Yeah, you got spirits on you.
This man got clubhouse spirits.
Clubhouse
Stop
spirit.
it, Chief. Stop it.
Going on with that one, Chief.
Yeah, I know we got the birthright though. Y'all didn't know Joseph got the birthright. You
Like
want to
how?
go there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
according to the book.
Well, he didn't get the birthright according to the book.
He
Yeah,
got the birthright. That he got the birthright. That's why he split into Manasseh and Ephraim. Man,
he
that was that mighty tribe that split into two.
he still no. We got blessed from the rip. We got blessed from the rip. That's two tribes. So don't bring that doctrine up. That's a doctrine.
Yeah, that's the birthright. Huh?
No, that ain't the birthright. Birthright was taken from Reuben. All right, because Reuben want to sleep with our father's wife. All right, that's that Reuben spirit. No shots of y'all Reubenites, but your daddy was off. But revolutionary warfare, you got it up. You got the mic.
Shalom, Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Shalom, Yabashir.
Khan. I guess I started off with couple of precepts pertaining to two different doctrines. I would say is the weirdest or the most going off. First would probably be the Christian apologists, the likes Brother Mike and Vocab and all of those wild, you know, crazy dudes that just be talking a lot of nonsense and always trying to come at the truth so hard. So I think Matthew 15:9 would say, uh, Matthew chapter 15 and verse 9, but in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. So, I think that's what the Christian apologists do. They teach more commandments of men, and they don't focus on the commandments of the Most High. Thus saith the Lord, as it's written in the Holy Bible. So that is definitely one of the weird ones to me. And then the second would be being from New York. You always see like everybody out. The whole Sarnetta Studios and the House of Kemet, House of Consciousness, I should say. And that would probably be the second most, if not one of the weirdest. You got Polite came out of that. That's a weird brother out there, doing kind of crazy stuff he done got caught up with. And then you had the other dude, the bald head dude with the ponytail, Amos or whatever the heck his name is. He used to dress up, come out looking like he was the pharaoh and that. So, that was another weird one that you would see if you ever go uptown. My sister live uptown, so like right around the corner from Sylvia. So you go out there and you'll catch them dudes out there looking crazy too. And I think a precept that would fit that would be Jeremiah 10 and Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 8. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanities. And so, that's kind of how I always saw Kemet, the Garfield dude, and those crazy cats out there that just be going off, talking all kind of wild, crazy stuff. And they all actually getting caught up in they own net and they own web that they spun. So that's all praise to the Most High to see that. And the best doctrine or the best the good news is coming from the house of Israel and the fellow camps that's out there preaching the doctrine and sincerity and in truth. And a proverb that would fit with that, I think, or a precept would be Proverbs 4:2. If I give you good doctrine and forsake ye not my law. And that's what the chief teaches us. That's what Brother Shawapar and Sabal and, Priest Dan Yayala, all the elders, and, definitely Priest Zabak and all the elders. That's what they teach us. They teach us to forsake not the law of the Most High. So, they're giving us good doctrine. And that's how I was able to, recognize it through the Most High opening my eyes and my ears, was to see that, what doctrine we as Hebrew Israelites are bringing out to the world is so changing the world as it is so, because we bringing out good doctrine and we teaching the brothers and the sisters of Israel to not forsake the Lord the Most High. And with that, I'll yield.
Shalom, Akims. Yeah, it was two doctrines. I mean, the Joseph doctrine, they tried to say that Joseph was Shiloh and, you know what I mean, take over from Yahweh Shai and, you know what I mean, Judah. Basically, they was, bringing that tribalist, trying to say that Joseph was going to be the head and rule and Judah wasn't. And that's not what the scriptures say. And then definitely when they tried to say Shiloh as Joseph, that was off. So they was trying to divide and bring, put them as the head, which is not what the scriptures say. It's not going to depart from Judah, the lawgiver. So that was one of the things that was off. Another cat well, simple cats tried to bring up that what was it? Lot tried to give his daughters to. Just tried to was basically trying to let his daughters get raped by the men. You know what I mean? When the Sodomites was coming after the angels, and Lot was offering his daughters, and he's trying to say Lot was like basically forcing his daughters to be raped. That was an off doctrine. So there's a lot of weird, crazy doctrines here, from Clubhouse, from what I see, man. It's just madness a lot of times. And that comes from a lot of brothers, really not knowing, you know, and locking into the scriptures and not knowing teachers, who they real teachers are. Just trying to come up and do their things. I'm not saying everybody gonna go, gonna know me, Sabak, Shawapar, Ephraim, Macab. Sabal, and brothers that's been out there for years. You know what I mean? Um, but it should have a foundation, man. Everybody shouldn't just try to be a teacher now. It's a competition thing where everybody will be a teacher. Everybody wants to come and be an elder. You know what I mean? That's another thing. Like, since I've been on Clubhouse, like, everybody's an elder. I mean, come on. You in this 4 or 5 years and you're an elder. You know what I mean? You in this 6 years and you're an elder. You know, you in this 8, 9 years and you're considered an elder. That's not really, that wasn't really heard of back in the day. So there's just a lot of crazy doctrines out here, man. And it just shows you a lot of men that's just trying to exalt themselves. And that's one thing Yahweh Shah told you not to do. Said he that exalts himself shall be abased. He that humbles himself shall be exalted. People need to really understand and stick to that scripture, man, because that's what it is. It's a time when the Most High gonna put you on that level, but don't exalt yourself before that time. The scriptures tell you when you come into the room, sit at the lowest seat until a man brings you up. And that's the thing, man. Like back in the days, like me and Sabak, we really had to go through a lot of things before we was even able to teach and do things like that, man. And this clubhouse is just showing you the egotistic of a lot of men that just want to become teachers, and don't want to go through the what you call the protocol that they have to go through. That I yield.
Khan. Camille, you was about to give a testimony. What's the worst doctrine you heard?
I can't even. Man, nah.
Where's Ron Dalton? He was just in here. He came in and left.
I
I'd
didn't
have
He,
to
even
think on
recognize.
that one.
he's still in the room
I'm not sure. I'll take a look.
because he got a funny doctrine himself. He telling everybody they got to go back to Africa, but he live in Detroit. Bring that nigga back in the room.
Yeah, he gone.
Yeah, nigga crazy.
Hey, did y'all? Hey, Elder Terah, remember the doctrine that I think you were in the room with the one sister, and she went against polygamy, and she said why? Because um, uh, he didn't want He initially wanted Rachel and not Leah, and it was forced on him. Remember that doctrine? So polygamy is not right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, yeah. But he had four. He had four. So I mean, all the women was forced on him. Yeah, and people just make up things as they go to justify they, not wanting to do something. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, I remember that doctrine.
That was hilarious. She said my man was forced into polygamy. Yo, that was hilarious, man. So what about Solomon? So what about the rest of them?
Yeah, what
Well,
about David?
yeah. What about David?
Many
What about the
kings.
Most High saying I would have gave you more wives?
The
And the Most
7-year-old king that took two wives. Chronicles 24. As soon as he got there, he took two wives. And yeah, man, it's crazy.
Yo,
About to change my shalom, brother. Shalom.
High, hey, Shalom, Shalom, king.
Yeah, good morning, family. I'm about to I'm gonna have to change my profile picture. I want to show y'all what group I've been in last night. I was trying to understand what they was talking about and try to look up, the word. And it's I'm not saying there were Israelite women were teaching that, but I heard this a year ago about some women now they feel like a man can have multiple wives, they can have multiple husbands. But I'm not saying that there were Israelite women in that in that group pushing that. But I just that's another another new doctrine trying to be create now we got other doctrines like Yah Jew and he's the we got people claiming that they're the Messiah. The Messiah's already here. He's not in the sky. He's not in the book. I mean, all type of dummy doctrines. That's like every day doctrine being created. I've been on Clubhouse for a couple months now, man. It's getting worse every day. Every day is getting worse, man. And it's like it's pushing a lot of people away, But I encourage brothers and sisters, man, stay strong in the Torah, man. Constantly continue on study and be around people that that's on one accord with.
Khan, you want your
Shalom.
spirit to resonate well with like-minded and like-spirited people, man. I mean, the Abba has increased the level of delusion among the non-believers to a exceedingly high level, and that's just an understatement.
Con.
Yeah, Shalom. Y'all see my picture? Huh? You hear
Con.
me?
Yeah, confessions of the poly ugly truth. These worldly women, they want to compete with men of the Abba so badly, man.
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
it's just a ridiculous proportion, man.
Yeah, that's the group I've been in last night. I just want to know what the hell the women was talking about. So I went in the group like some of y'all do. I probably y'all go in these different groups just to see what people talking about. And she called me up on the stage. I ain't actually come up on the stage, so I came up on the stage. I was trying to say let me. I said, what we all talking about? One sister, she's married, but she want an open relationship. She want to experiment with different other men. I said, man, y'all sick, man. Y'all nasty, man. That's abomination, man. I was asking all y'all Christians because if I wanted, I'm trying to see if they were Christians pushing. I'm like, the sister over talking me, talking loud. Who is you? Like, you called me up on the stage, So, man, it's crazy, man.
Why would they want to receive all those DNA deposits from other men? It's no surprise that the majority of these women who are in stark contrast to law, statutes, and commandments that their medicine cabinets are filled with psych meds, Malak. taking on all
Con.
it's all them spirits, man, jumping from rod to rod, man. And don't they know that they're defiling their bodies when they do that? And if we were to accurately inform them of this by imparting the wisdom that was imparted to us by our Abba and our Messiah, they would still look for an excuse to resist it.
It seemed like they open up a lot of portals, man, for spirits, man. I was like, man, I just make you want to puke and throw up. It disgusts me, man. You know. But all the daughters I ain't pushing that, man. Then we good.
They resist.
I have a question. Somebody study on the Old Testament. I have a question.
Hey, Salakia. Yeah, sister. Yasmin, you have a question? What's your question?
Well, I have two questions. The first question was during the Old Testament, when did the disciples, well, I know that the disciples had got their name transitioned into Christians, right? During the New Testament, correct? Like that was their new given name, Christians.
Yeah, they were called Christians, right? The
And
disciples of Christ were called Christians because they follow after Christ. So it wasn't like a good thing being called a Christian. They was mocking them and making fun of them.
wrong.
That's not wrong. Prove me wrong. Pull the scripture. Book chapter verse.
Who said wrong? Who said that?
Somebody in her background. But he got to pull the book chapter verse.
Oh, I see. I see. So yeah, go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Go ahead, sister. Yasmin. Go ahead. Sister Yasmin. Sister?
Before they was called disciples.
Hold on, bro. We was dealing with the sister Yasmin first. Hold on. The brother Shaw
so
Paul
from
was
what
dealing
I
with it.
keep getting yelled at about is that they were called Christians first before they were called disciples because of this one verse in Acts chapter 11 verse 26. If somebody wants to read it for me and break it down to someone who's next to me because
They can't
I
break
don't.
down nothing. Is that the verse where it says, and the disciples were called Christian? The disciples were called Christian first in Antioch? Is that the verse you're talking about? It clearly says the disciples were called. That means they were already called disciples.
They was already known as disciples, and then they started
What the-
called Christians in Antioch. That's just reading comprehension. They were first called
I,
Christians in Antioch.
I knew
That's
that when I was a Christian.
They were first called Christians in Antioch. That means they were already known as disciples all through the book of Acts. All through the book of Acts, they was already known as disciples until you reach chapter 11, where they were first called Christians in Antioch. Does the person that was trying to yell at you understand that? Does he comprehend that? Like reading comprehension is important when you're going through the scriptures.
Sister Yasmin, is he on the phone? Put him on the phone so we can deal with him direct. If he's the one that's asking, I mean, I know you came up and asked a question, but is he asking it? Put him on the phone so we can deal with him direct there.
Con, yeah,
Shalom, shalom.
but
Shalom,
I
shalom.
understand. So
Yeshaya with the fire, Shalom. Sister,
Yeah, what's up,
if
Shabbat?
Shabbat, y'all was- but listen, sister, if the a brother would deal, if you want to deal gentleman like and just go over the Bible verses, we could do that.
I do you want to? go over this with them? Because if not,
I
then
don't want to go over nothing with them. I'm just going to tell them.
No, let him, baby girl. You don't have to mute up. This ain't got no reflection on you. That man speaks how he speaks. You know what I'm saying? He want to say
Hold
something
on, man.
and then
Let
hide
him
behind
I
man
it.
up.
don't think
Come
he
on.
doesn't want to hear, so we just gonna leave it at that. Cause
What's
yeah,
so? Why he
I
came with the sisters? Yeah, we'll
because I
talk
guess he
later,
just
man.
wanted to just change, go off his own perspective, and I was trying to tell him like you can't even do that. Go off your own
You
perspective.
trying to tell me that Christians is not right? Like,
I never said
yes,
Christians
you
weren't
did
right.
too.
What I said
When you
was
talk,
that they
why you tell me
weren't.
why you changed over?
Why did I change over to
Yeah,
be an Israelite?
yeah. What
Because
you tell
that's
me?
my true roots. I'm not.
That's not what you. Now you're making stuff up.
So what did
That's
I
not what
say?
you
Hold on, hold,
Because I
said.
did say that. I told you
hold on,
that I.
hold on, sister, sister, put him on the phone. Let
Yeah,
me
put
talk
him
to him.
on the phone. Hey, listen, brother. You know what I mean? Just deal as men, man. What? Why is you yelling? Just come on as a man and let's deal. Let's deal. It ain't no big issue because obviously you the one that got the question for the sister. So now come on and deal as men.
That's what
If you're
Christianity
confident, if
does.
you're confident in your doctrine, if you're confident in what you believe and you think you're right, so let's go over it and let's deal.
Okay, so can we pull up a scripture that tells who the true um Israelites are, the true Christians are? Because I
No,
can't.
tell them exactly what you just told me. That Christians do not teach the truth.
These Christians don't teach the truth. If you
They
go in these
don't.
churches,
Uh,
they
uh,
don't teach the correct doctrine or none of that. They don't do the works of the Lord. They
What
don't
are you
even
talking
follow.
about?
Because if you're gonna talk, you need.
No, no.
I ask him where in the Bible it teaches Christians to celebrate Christmas.
And that's what they do.
So,
Excuse me, I'm gonna yell, but
so y'all teach that Christianity is wrong.
Modern day Christianity is wrong. Yes, it is. Modern.
How? How is it wrong?
It says things that's not in the Bible, like Christmas and Thanksgiving and Halloween, things that Christians
Easter.
celebrate. And these are all pagan. You know what I'm saying? These are all pagan. They also teach that the laws are done away with. The laws are not done away with. Right? It also
Who
teaches.
teaches? Christian does not teach that about celebrating Halloween and Christmas and all that.
Every Christian church I ever went to celebrated Christmas.
What's this guy think we weren't Christians first? What are you talking about? I was a Christian for almost 40
What
years.
I'm
It's
talking
terrible.
about is all y'all is retarded.
yo, and that's where you
Uh,
cross
All
the
You
y'all
line.
is
mad
Salakia, I'm sorry.
retarded.
You could just
Hey,
drop
when
me
we come
down
out to
now.
Atlantic City,
It,
come out to the
it,
boardwalk and tell us that.
it's cool. It's cool, sis. You see, this is
Hold
what
on, he
Christian.
can
This
say
hold
whatever
on,
he wants.
hold on.
Yeah, go
This
ahead. G.
this is what Christianity produces. It produces beta males like that. You see, that's a beta male. So that's what people do when they don't have answers, right? They don't have the answers, and they run behind women because they don't have the cojones enough. Because that's what Christianity does. It produces men in dresses like Tyler Perry. That's what Christianity produces, right? A bunch of feminine men that can't stand up and speak like men. So they lowball brothers with a corny ass rhetoric talking about you guys are retarded. You sound so feminine with a bunch of bass in your voice. You understand? So you gonna get this work if you come at Israelites, because everything we teach comes out the Bible, and everything you teach comes out your ass, little nigga. And I've just got to tell you like that. You know what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with the sister. This is straight up. You talk out your ass just like every Christian. All right, and you're gonna get this work
Salakia.
if you come up on this microphone, you come up on this stage, you're gonna get this work. Let's reason together like men and not like females. And if you have scriptures, put them on the table. If you don't, shut your mouth, sit down, eat your slice of kosher pizza, and be quiet.
God.
Con, con.
Con,
Can we see the scripture
y'all
about?
some bitches.
You see, that's what I'm saying. Chief just said it. Chief just said it, but
You know
you
what I'm
you
saying?
you can't even sit. Hold on 1 second, huh? You can't even sit and have a dialogue, man. You running behind the system, man. Why can't we
He
talk
talking.
about this? because he's scared. So
Hey,
he got.
Hold
all
on.
he
Hey,
got to
wait,
do is
hold on now, hold on,
come out and
wait,
ask the question.
hold on 1 second now, hold on 1 second. Right? Why can't he just ask a question? And the sister got to watch being around these type of individuals, man. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted to tell the sister. You got to watch
Yeah,
being around
yeah.
these
Watch,
type of individuals, right?
because if we
You
was
know.
them type of dudes, if we was them type of dudes, right, and he behind a woman talking all that crap, right? We would try to go through the woman to get to you. Why would he even endanger her with his effeminate ways and talking crazy to men that he don't even know? Like we be on the boardwalk in Atlantic City, you know what I'm saying? And he know that if he would talk crazy to a group of regular niggas and he hide behind a woman, that woman could get shot because of his effeminate mouth. You know, so sisters, please stay away from dudes like that. Very
Hey,
effeminate.
Salakia, real quick. Um, you remember Breonna Taylor, right? Right, Sean Paul?
Right.
Right. Who was she messing with? What did she get caught up in that caused her own death? Right? Dealing with niggas like that. Right? Our sisters gotta know. I don't care if they're your brother. I don't care if they're your husband, your freaking boyfriend, or whatever you want to call them. Right? Stay the hell away from niggas like that, man. Right? That's what caused Breonna Taylor's death. She was caught up with a damn drug dealer, a damn nigga, right? And she got caught up in the mix of that. Man, our sisters gotta wake up, man. You gotta wake up. You shouldn't even be a man around a man that even talk like that. If you say you in the truth, you've been listening to this word, you need to. That's the first thing you should do. Sever yourself from wicked ass people. That's the very first thing you can do. It's madness, man.
It reminds me of Eve. The devil deceived Eve. That's what this brother's trying to do. He going through Eve to come at us. You know what I'm saying? He ain't man enough to stand up to the plate. Stand your own square,
Absolutely.
brother. That's what
What
I
kind?
heard this brother talking.
Hey,
I was like, this like the devil went to Eve and Eve went to Adam. You ain't gonna deceive nothing over here, brother.
cause a lot and 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 what kind of Christian calls uh people bitches? Calls men bitches? What part of Christianity is that? Where's walking like Christ at? Where's your Christ-like spirit, nigga? Where's your Christ-like spirit? Niggas is crazy. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, Christianity produces beta males. They push their woman on the forefront. If you see them in the Christian church, the women got the loudest mouth in the church. The niggas are sitting back there quiet as hell. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want to be there. They're going there because she's there. Because she says she feels the Holy Ghost in there. So that's why they're there. You know what I'm saying? And Christianity doesn't produce nothing. You see, these are the
Christian
fruits. This is the fruits of Christianity. Beta males and aggressive women. You see what I'm saying? Aggressive women. And it is what it is, man. Yes, Christianity teaches madness. It teaches you how to get further away from the Lord, rather than closer. And that's what we teach. We teach to get how to get close to the Lord, how to know the Lord, how to love the Lord. Okay? That's what Israelites teach. And not only how to love the Lord, but to actually love your brother as much as you love the Lord. You
Hey, brother
understand? As
Chief,
much as you
that's
love yourself.
brother Chief. That's
Hey,
Uh,
Christian sanity, not
Salakia.
Christianity. That's Christian sanity.
Hey, did she say who that is to her? Did the sister say who that was to her?
nah,
Nah,
he,
She
nah.
ain't
nah.
say. She
But
ain't.
if you notice, niggas like that, they try to bully the sister into seeing it a different way. They don't have no scriptures like the brother. He didn't have no scriptures to bring out to try to defend whatever he believed. He just tried to bully her and yell at her and say, "That's stupid. Y'all stupid," or just yell insults. And this is the shit that our people got to go through when they first wake up and come into this truth. It could have been a father, it could have been a brother, it could have been a dude that she dealing with. We don't know, but what happens is the
Yeah,
people
it's
that
like
don't.
King. It's 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time. That was either a family member or a dude she dealing with. Plain and simple.
Right, right.
That had to be
Or uncle
family
or
members.
something. Uncle.
Yeah, that's one of her family members. That's one of our young sisters out there in Atlantic City. She like 17, 18, came to the truth. And she go back and forth with her family. I see people in the chat talking about we broke up happy homes and all that. You don't know what you're talking about. You understand? The sister came to the stage. We dealt with the man outrightly. Period.
Hey,
God.
listen. That listen. Let me say something. And our people, we get this twisted, and that's a problem that we really need to get away from. Right? We think that everybody's our family. We think that because we come from the same line of people that they are family. Right? Listen. If they don't love God, they are not your family. They are the damn devil. I'm gonna make it clear right now. If they sit there and always want to fight against the Bible, they don't have any scripture to back up anything they're saying. They are the freaking devil. We need to get out of this mindset where we think everybody's our family. We gotta love everybody, or love your mom, even if she's a wicked ass woman, right? Love your dad. You know, yes, you can respect them, but you could do that from far. All right. Your salvation is more important than you dealing with a wicked ass family member. All right. We got to get out of that mindset, man, because that's what's going to cause your destruction and your death. You keep dealing with them because you think you can change them. Some people, the Most High don't want to change. You got to get that in your thick skull. The Most High don't want. Some people, the Most High don't want to deal with. He chose only you out of your whole family. We got to get out of that stupid mindset and thinking that everybody's our damn family, man. You go against the Most High God, you are my enemy. Point blank, period. I don't care who you are. My family are those that keeps the laws and commandments of God and loves Christ and have faith in him. That's my family. Not these damn devils. You try to talk to them, try to deal with them, reason with them, and all they want to do is keep you sinning. They want you to go back to the wickedness that you were in, right? And the Most High said, you know what? I'm going to sever you from them because I love you and I'm going to choose you out of them. But you want to run back and keep kissing their ass and trying to force them into the truth. Leave these devils alone. Point blank, period. Leave them alone.
Khan, Salakia. Bring out a quick precept. I'm not sure if sister's still in the room, but
I mean to cut you off. You they trying to. You got a lot of people out here do put their family above the creator, above above Yahweh. Matthew, I got a precept. I'm out right now. Somebody can read it. Matthew 10 verse. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna cut you off. Matthew 10. Hold on real quick.
Khan,
Matthew 10:34 through 38, Malak.
Oh yeah.
10:34.
Thank you, family.
I'll read it for you if you want to read it. What was it? Matthew 10, and then which verse?
34 through 38.
34 through 38. Khan. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34. Do not think that I have come to bring peace upon the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to part asunder a man from his father, and a daughter from her mother, and a newly married wife from her mother-in-law. A man's foes will be they of his own household. And he who loves, excuse me, I was reading out the Amplified. And he that loveth his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 34 through 38.
Khan, that was beautiful, cut and clear.
Khan, Khan. Quick precept for the sis. And, as Elder McCall brought out, that she is in the truth, all praise to the Most High. But she's dealing with, some family members that's trying to lead her astray. So I would just encourage her to always check out 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 6. in the King James Version, where it says, "For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins and led astray with diverse lusts." So she may not necessarily be in that part of the equation, but don't let anybody come into your house and lead you astray and lead you back into captivity. And with that, I yield.
I dealt with that, man, almost 8 years, man. I've been in the truth for almost 9 years. I dealt with that, living with family members that's not in the truth, not keeping no laws and no commandments, eating unclean food. It's hard, man, to live under the roof with other family members, man. Especially
Con,
your blood kin, your auntie, your mama, your daddy. I mean, my parents deceased, but live with my auntie and cousins and stuff like that, man. It's like you the
con,
black sheep of the family.
con,
You
con,
know,
con, con. Yo,
I
give
feel
me.
that, man.
Yeah, you finished, brother? Somebody give me St. John 16:2 real quick, man. Because, yeah, we got to understand. And it can become dangerous. It can become dangerous dealing among certain people, especially these Christians. You see how he just, now he's supposed to be a Christian, but you seen how he just flipped and called us bitches because he couldn't confound us, and because we the sisters waking up. You see that hatred. Read St. John 16:2 real quick, guys.
This is the book of St. John, chapter 16, verse 2. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea,
Come on.
the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doth God service.
See that? Whosoever kills you will think they doing God's service. These Christians really believe in their mind. They really believe that we're wicked and that we're evil. He really believes in his mind, in his crazy mind, that we turn that sister into going, and she's back. Oh, praise it. We
I
turn
wanted
that
to,
sister.
Salakia, can
One
I just
second, sis. What,
apologize?
sis?
Oh,
I
Salakia.
got you. I got you. One second. Really believe that we turned this sister out into some wickedness. They really believe, and they're gonna come at us. You're gonna see these Christians, and of course all people, but you're gonna see them really coming at us, thinking they doing a righteous thing. And that's the craziness about it. Read on, huh?
And these things will they do unto you.
See that? So you got to remember, man. People have been deceived by the scriptures. They actually believe that they're doing the right thing, man. It's gonna come a time where they're gonna come at the men of the Lord and try to kill the men of the Lord in their ignorance, believing that they're doing a righteous act. And that's the craziness about this, man. When you really get into the scriptures. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. You wanted to say something?
Con, I just wanted to apologize for that wicked nonsense. Like, I thought, the person was willing to, hear this truth, but obviously that wasn't their intention. So I just apologize for the disrespect that just took place, because that I didn't know that he was gonna come towards like that to y'all. And I told him, like, Christ, like, you can't be disrespecting the most high servants like that. Like, you don't know who you talking to, dealing with, like. And I had to tell him, like, don't be surprised if something happened to you, like, which I don't don't ain't trying to say, well, but I'm pretty sure, like, the way how you just came, like, the most high gonna do something about that. Like, you can't be out here disrespecting these folks. You don't even know who they are. You don't research. You never study. You never listen to their full doctrine. Nothing,
Hey,
like. And it was just crazy. Like, it was very
sis,
weird. And
sis,
I
one
told
second,
him
real
that.
quick,
So
sis. Who is he to you?
he's just a friend.
He's just a friend, not
Yeah.
anybody you're seeing or anything, right?
No.
Okay, con. Okay, go ahead, sis. So like,
Con. So, like I said, I apologize for that. And yeah, I'm glad that you guys was bringing out that scripture, because it just seemed like his spirit was just getting irritated the more y'all was trying to talk and talk over him and tell him the truth. And I didn't like that. Like, if you coming to me saying you wanted to listen, don't just be getting on here trying to debate and go back and forth with your Christian whitewash doctrine, because it's just going to get shut down. So it was definitely annoying, and I had to like kick him out because I didn't like that spirit. It just was too much. So I apologize again, brothers, and Salaki, and I yield with that.
Hey, Salakia, sister. First and foremost, man, we still got number love for you. We know that wasn't you. You was trying to enlighten somebody, but just know that this truth isn't for everybody, right? Yahweh Shai said, "I've chosen you. You have not chosen me." So know that this is not for everybody, right? And second of all, what's very important, I think, for you to know is people like that have no decorum, that have no integrity, that have no self control or composure like that, they could put you in a predicament. They could put you in a predicament where you could get hurt. Because if we were some wrong type of dudes, we would try to use you to get to him, and not even care if you get hurt along the process. Like, say, if you and him are out somewhere and someone does something to piss him off, and he doesn't have the composure to realize there's 20 guys against him and you, and he start flying off the mouth and calling dudes bitches and this, that, and the third, and niggas decide to jump him and jump you too, or shoot him and shoot you too. Let me read this. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 6, right? A fool's lips enter into contention, and his mouth call for strokes. So it shows you that a dude talking foolishly and talking out the side of his neck can put him in danger. And you, as a female, if you're around a person like that, they could put you in danger too. So just keep that in mind.
And also, sister, the
Con,
scriptures tell us don't keep company like that. What do the light have to do with the darkness? And you just coming into this truth, what I'm saying? You need to cast that brother to the side. I'm gonna say it like this: if you're gonna change your life, you have to, you have to change your playground. You shouldn't even be dealing with a brother like that because it's a spiritual warfare, and he came at the brothers like that, and he's coming at you in a different way, trying to change your mind, like the brother brought out the scripture earlier. They creep into silly women's homes and try to change you. So you got to protect yourself and stick with people. Don't stick with non-believers. Keep company with those that believe the same thing you believe. So if you're gonna change your life, change your playground, sis.
Salakia
yeah, I
brother
don't
Star Paul.
really associate with him like that. It was just, I guess he can see because we are like friends on the media, just like a lot that's been changed, and he reached out and he just made it seem like he was interested in and wanted to learn. And it's like the moment when it came down to that, it's just like everything switched. Like it was just weird. Like he just started being very highly disrespectful, and it was just like I was muting myself because I was telling him like and I didn't want to step out of line just from just talking to a man in general. So I'm just like, you have to be respectful. Like these brothers are on here trying to talk to you and trying to give you some knowledge. Like don't be going on there. And every time I said it to him, he was like, okay. And then like I was very hesitant because I just had a feeling like he's lying. Like don't believe him. Like because his whole demeanor changed the moment when I sat down and was on the clubhouse listening to y'all talk and stuff. So it was very strange, and like I just felt like that was just again just
Hey,
Satan
sis,
definitely trying.
let me give you this jewel real quick. Now that you're just coming into this truth, when people
uh,
come and ask you questions, the best thing you can do is refer them to the page. Refer them to a YouTube page. You know what I'm saying? Say, listen to this lesson. If they really want to know, they'll listen. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to teach them because you're just learning. And there's a lot of snares out there, which is traps. Just refer them to the HOI. Just give them a video because it got subjects on every matter. Whatever subject he bring up, just say, hey, look, you know what? I was researching this on YouTube. They spoke of this. Listen to this video and go from there.
Con, brother, and I did that. I was sending him, the live videos off of Facebook. So this is before, he came here and was like fake pretending to want to know because, he told me before like he was a Christian, and I was just like, I converted to like I'm an Israelite now. I'm into my truth and stuff, and I was sending him like the videos, and then today he was like, oh yeah, let's talk more about it. I want to hear more and listen and stuff. I'm thinking he's being genuine and, really trying to get into this truth. And like I said, I was clearly, like, I was fooled because when he got here, that was not his true intentions. And again, I kicked him straight out. Like, it was no hesitation. Like, you're not about to disrespect my brothers and Christ servants who's out here doing the works of the Lord and think you about to sit up in my face and keep talking all that wickedness. Like, so I definitely booted him out, and that's just the end of that. But I just want to apologize for that behavior. Like, I didn't mean it to happen on, our culture, on our breakfast this morning. So I apologize again. So.
All right, stay strong, sis.
Khan, and the brother probably had, of course, ulterior motives. He probably wanted something outside of you, and he also probably took the opportunity when you unmiked to try to say something disrespectful to disconnect you from us. This is why I'm saying, like, we still got mad love for you, sis, and you still a daughter of Zion. HOI to the chariots fly. Most High will to see you in Atlantic City.
Kind.
Plus that was easy work. He came with the wrong scripture to be trying to be proving that. You know damn well we don't have no problem with you, baby sis. We got you.
Kind, yeah.
Kamel, you said you wanted to bring out verse 7 and 8 to that scripture. Bring it out.
Con, this is basically what you was also talking about when you brought up Proverbs 18 and 6. But Proverbs 18 and 7, a fool's mouth is his destruction, and his lips are the snare of his soul. The words of a talebearer are as wounds, and they go down into the innermost parts of the belly.
Right. Those scriptures do show you that what a person that run his mouth, man, is a danger to everybody, including himself. Right. So definitely you want to be around the right person that know how to control themselves, discipline themselves. And that's what the Bible brings, especially the first 5 books of Moses, the Torah. It gives you that Holy Spirit of discipline, right? So definitely that was a good find on those scriptures, King. That was the other one I pulled.
Khan, Salaki, I got a quick precept for the sis, uh, if you don't mind, Elder Shalpar.
Khan, go ahead, King.
It would be Proverbs chapter 1, verses 4 and 5. And sis, you definitely just got wise counsel from the elders, and hold tight to the wise counsel. Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 4: to give subtly to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase in learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. So you just got the wise counsel, and as you said, sis, if he really wanted to hear, he would have heard, he would have stopped, he would have opened his ears and listened. He wouldn't have been speaking foul language to the elders. I hate when I hear that myself as well. So, he would have increased in his learning by being able to sit and listen. But and the young man will receive knowledge and discretion. But he didn't use discretion. He didn't give out anything that he know in terms of a Bible verse or anything like that. He didn't give book, chapter, and verse. So, just keep attaining to the wise counsel of the elders of the house of Israel, and keep following the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, our Father. And with that, I yield.
Hey,
God, sis,
Salakia.
and I'm gonna say this real quick, sis. You know what I mean? And I know that this the things men do, man, because we men. I know you said he's a friend. I don't know. I'm just saying I'm gonna go by experience. You know what I mean? Like you may see him as a friend, but sometimes I'm gonna go by experience. These dudes be wanting to, you know what I mean, get with sisters, and because he was very angry. Seemed like he was over angry. You know what I mean? And it seems like he's on some, ah man, these dumb Israelites. These dudes done messed my chance up by flipping the sister into them doctrines. I'm just saying in some cases, I ain't 100%, but sometimes, men be on the sidelines and you see them as a friend, and they have other intentions sometimes. But reason why I said that, because a regular dude, he ain't gonna get so damn angry. It's like he's upset at us because we brought you into the knowledge. Like he's over upset by calling us bitches. Like these damn bitches
Right.
that messed up my chance. You know, sometimes. I'm just saying,
Right.
sis. Sometimes I'm observing a lot of different things. Yeah, go ahead, Sean,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
whoever.
No, I'm just saying. I was just agreeing with you. I was just agreeing with you because you said exactly what I was thinking, and that when we first come into this truth, there's a little gray area that we pretty much dwell in where where we're trying to we're genuine and we're trying to bring other people in, but there's a little gray area where we really lack certain discernment on like how people or how things can really get and how fast they can escalate. Because just like the scripture that the elder brought up earlier, that these same people would, they would, if they get offended, they could kill you and think that they're doing the right thing. They could totally flip out, and the thing could turn into something else. So there's a little gray area where we did. Well, sometimes when we first come into truth, we try to deal with people, and we don't see where the hostility came from or where it's coming from. But like brothers that are experienced now, like us on the outside looking in to your situation, can see that that it could be dangerous for you to to try to bring information to a Christian or a non-believer, bring this truth to a non-believer without you know some type of videos to back it up or people to back you up, because like the elder saying, the dude got real angry real quick, and from experience in the world, let's just keep it real. Like you said, he was deceptive. Like you sent him videos, and he acted like he was listening and receptive, but he took the opportunity to try to speak out. And when you unmuted, and that just indicates that the guy was, maybe he had other intentions. Maybe he thought he was gonna come there and change the way you think, and then we were a hindrance to whatever. And maybe he had other ideas too that he was gonna try
Probably
to do, and
six.
maybe we blocked all of that. So that's why the anger was so. You know what I'm saying? That's why it was so much of it, because I was like, damn, I can't do what I was trying to do now. You know what I'm saying? So we know as men that, especially if a man is dealing with that much deception, if he's dealing and that level of the deception, saying that, oh yeah, he understands it, or if he's faking like he understands it just to get around you, that's what Christians do, and that's what non-believers do, and those people can be very dangerous on different levels. But with that, I yield.
How
Salakia,
old?
real quick.
Go ahead, go ahead, go
Hold
ahead.
on, real quick, Deacon. Just to add on to what the brothers are already bringing out, right? This is why sisters, right? Especially sisters that come from single mother homes, right? Where they didn't have any example of a righteous man in their home, right? This is why you need counseling. This is why you need brothers to be vetted, even as friends. Okay, they don't have to be your. You don't have to be courting them or anything, just for you to even be around them as brothers. All right, because like the elder brought out, a lot of times. Okay, let's not get it twisted. If a guy's talking about he want to be your friend, especially if he's in the world, he has a lot of times has automotives behind it, right? So you got to keep that in mind when you're dealing with brothers. And this is why there's so many factors, all right, when you're trying to bring someone in the truth. All right. If you're a sister, like the brother brought out earlier, the brother servant said, listen, refer him to certain videos, right? Let him go watch certain videos. All right. Don't try to teach him anything. Don't try to win him over. That's not your job, right? When it's brothers, it's different because we can see right through them, right? With sisters, sometimes our sisters are kind of like naive and stuff, right? They think that certain brothers are coming with the right intentions, but behind the scene, they're evil as hell. And they have only want one thing out of the whole situation. This is why it's not your job, sisters, because it's different for you. As much as we don't want to think that way, it's completely different for you, sisters, when you're dealing with brothers, especially, right? You got to be careful who you have around you. All right. I want to just bring out a couple of scriptures real quick. In Ecclesiasticus 37 and 12, it says, be continually with a godly man He says, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments. All right. I understand you want to bring him to the truth. You want him to listen to what the brothers are saying. But for him to spew his mouth like that, that's off as hell. Those are not the type of brothers you want to be around. You want to stay far away from those type of men. Can somebody give me Psalms 101 and 3?
Psalms
Psalms
101 and 3.
101 and 3. Yeah, we're going to read on down a little bit.
Psalms 101 and 3. This is
Slack
the
for the
book of
background noise. I'm out and about. But go ahead.
this is the book of Psalms, chapter 101 and 3. I will set no wicked thing before my eyes.
I will what?
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
Read on.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me.
Right. I hate the work of them, right, that turn aside. When you talking about what we teaching is wicked, right? You calling us bitches and all that, right? When all we doing is just teaching you to keep God's laws and love God again, which is what the Christian church never taught our people. They all they did was deceive our people, collect money from us, and you calling us wicked, right? Those are the people you do not want to cleave to. All right, read on.
A froward heart shall depart from me.
Or what?
I will a forward heart shall depart from me.
Read on.
I will not know a wicked person.
That's exactly what he is. All right. If you saying all we talking about is nonsense because we're just teaching you to come back to who you truly are and how you're supposed to serve your power, right? Those are the people you do not want around you, right? You don't want to know them. Again, like I said, I don't care who you are. All right. Read on.
Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor,
Whoso what?
him, whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
That's right. Him will I cut off. You run your mouth and accuse us of things that we don't do, right? You say that we're wicked, we're bitches, we're this, or what we call us all sorts of names. Guess what? I will cut you off, right? Because that's slandering. All right, read on.
Him that have an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer.
Right. A lot of these Christians are proud as hell. They think they know everything, right? Very, very proud demons, man. Right? All right. This is crazy. What just happened? And for our sisters and brothers, we got to reframe and stay away from those types of people. Sisters, you got to move with caution when you're dealing with men. You got to move with caution, man, because some of these brothers are still wicked. They still have that spirit of deception. They still want, something other than, teaching you who you are, right? So we got to pay attention to that and be very careful. Refer them to the videos, refer them to the brothers, let them deal with the brothers, right? Don't even be on the phone with them and they talking behind you and all that. That's nonsense. Let them call and get on here and deal with us by themselves. If he really loves to learn, that's what he would have done. Not use you as a back shield and say, well, let me just stay behind her and I can just talk over her. With that, I yield.
Hey, can I say something real quick? And I understand most people been in this truth for years. When you first come into this truth, you got a zeal. The Bible tells you got a zeal, but not according to knowledge. There's steps to this. This is why the Bible give us elders and teachers. Can somebody pull 2 Timothy 2 and 15 for me real quick, please?
Second Timothy 2 and 15.
Con.
This is the book of Second Timothy, chapter 2, verse 15. That's what you want to, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Study to show thyself approved unto God,
Right. So
a
the first thing
workman.
we what let me hold on. The first thing we must do, because we got a zeal, but not according to knowledge. The scriptures tell us to study to show ourselves approved unto God. Go ahead.
A workman that needeth not to be ashamed,
Because if you ain't studying and you ain't putting in the work, you're gonna be made ashamed because you're just going on your zeal. Go ahead.
rightly dividing the word of truth.
That's the key word. It's rightly dividing. This is what these Christian sanities do not do. They don't rightly divide the word of the Most High. They just going off their feelings. Go ahead, Doc.
But shun profane and vain babblings,
And that's what that brother was doing. And I'm glad you threw his ass out your house. Go ahead.
for they will increase unto more ungodliness.
And that's what he was. That's what he came on here doing. Not studying, not knowing nothing. All right, finish that off.
And their word will eat as doth a canker.
That's all I want on that right there, brother. Right, at the water for that. But yeah, this to anybody that's coming to this truth. That's why the Most High give us elders and teachers. But the first thing you got to do, you got to study to show yourself approved to God. A workman that need not to be made ashamed of. In other words, you stand in your own square once you study, because the Most High is not going to send His servants out there just bobbling out of the side of their neck. You're going to stand firm in this truth. So when someone come up to you with this foolishness and these weird doctrines, you're going to be like, nah, bro, that's not what the words say. Miss me with that. I studied up. And with that, I yield. The water.
Hey,
Um,
Salakia,
eh,
and to the sister, we not getting on you. We getting on the dude. You know what I'm saying? We not getting on you. We know that you had the good intentions. We just critiquing it, saying that you got to watch who you be around, because certain people you shouldn't even be around. And we're just we're getting on people like dude. You know what I'm saying? That came out the side of his neck. So don't think that we're getting at you at all. We're not getting at you. We're just critiquing you for other people to learn who not to be around. You yourself learn not to be around the other people in the audience. Learning not to be around, especially in the summertime. You know what I'm saying? You from New Jersey, so you know that summertime come with a lot of gunfire, a lot of drama. You want to stay away from people that's gonna attract drama to you. You know what I'm saying? Especially in these last days, especially the summertime coming, you want to stay away from people that was gonna bring drama to you, negative people, people that's not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. You want to keep those type of people away from you. Just know that we're not really getting on you, right? We're sharpening your iron, sister, and making you more sharp in the way you move. And we're getting on dudes like Homeboy that was just coming out the side of his neck and calling grown men bitches, and you know what I'm saying, just being over emotional because he got cut on a scripture that he pulled. He pulled a scripture trying to say disciples was always called Christians or something like that. And then in the and the scripture actually said the opposite of what he wanted to say. You know what I'm saying? He cut himself. We didn't even have to cut him. He cut himself with the scripture he pulled. That's how simple this dude is. So
Con.
so don't even, take it no type of way. We're not getting on you, sister. Just that type of dude that he is. That's what we getting on. All
Con.
right, go ahead.
Salakia, real quick, Shaw Paul. With that said, though, right, sister, moving forward, and you sisters down here in the audience, this should be a lesson for you. All right, this should be a big lesson for you that you should not be dealing with any man like that, right? And I understand what Shaw Paul is saying, but sister, you got to sever yourself from men like that. You have to. You got to stay away from those damn demons. You're still new in the truth. You're still trying to build yourself in the scriptures and build yourself. So you need to stay away from those type of people because they're gonna throw you off if you're not careful. All right.
I just
Con.
want to, I just want to say one thing. How old is this brother?
Con. He's 26.
And how old are you?
Con, I'm 18.
18. Where you met him at? You met him offline or the chat line or?
Uh, we met. We knew each other for a couple years now. I forgot. We
Uh,
met at the walk out here, I believe. That was like 2 years back though. So
oh, okay. If he ain't trying to come in the truth, he ain't trying to come around the brothers. Just stay away from him. If he ain't trying to learn this truth, on your own time, you got to have a spirit of discernment. On your own time, let's read 1 John 4 1 through I think 1 through 5. You can write this precept down. 1 John verse. Let me see. Hold on, real quick. Sorry about all that noise in the background. Let me hold on real quick, sister. I'll hold everybody up. Hold on. Okay. First John 4:1 through 5. It talks about testing the spirit and dealing with having the spirit of discernment. You know, you got it.
Khan, I got it.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay. Con says, yeah. This be careful, sis. Please, just
Khan,
please be
yeah,
careful.
definitely a well needed lesson. Like again, I didn't take no feelings towards what you guys were saying. What you guys were saying
Mhm.
it was a lesson that I needed to hear. All sisters, like
hey,
you guys said. So, and I'm just glad, like the truth was right in my face, and I didn't, I can see how strong I have gotten since I got into the truth, and so it wasn't that hard for me to say, all right, get out now, because that's wicked, and you lie, you're a very deceitful person. So, but I definitely appreciate the lessons and precepts, of course.
hey, Salakia.
Right, sister. You got him, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I
Shit, a
just
lot of.
wanted to,
Oh, my bad, my bad.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Wanted to say that you got Yaakov out there. You understand? Run things through him. You understand? You got brothers for a reason. You understand what I'm saying? So you need to use that because we here to protect you, and that's it. Go ahead, Elder.
Yeah, like you say, Yaakov, yeah, you check with him and check, who's your surroundings. So, I was just gonna say, as an individual like that, he seems like he doesn't control his emotions. He lets his emotions run wild. I mean, you don't win an argument that you call the men bitches. Like you got to look at that, sis, with everything. You know what I mean? How aggressive he can be when he doesn't get his ways, and that's something that you got to examine being around an individual because not just the Bible. He'll fly off with any little argument because the man seems like he gets upset when he can't win an argument. It results to name calling, and that's a feminine. That is a feminine vibe. Just I'm gonna tell you straight up.
Kanye, I definitely felt that, when he was like started, calling you guys out your name, like it definitely gave me a weird feeling towards him, like, because I didn't think he was going to, behave like that. Like I was expecting, to just, if you want to hear this truth, hear this truth. I didn't know, he was going to start acting like a woman. Because that's what I said. So you acted like a female. Like it's weird. Like he was just very, making me very uncomfortable. And like I said, I feel like the Most High definitely, needed me to see who he was because, like you guys said, his intentions probably were something different. But me being, naive and stuff, and I should have really took heed to warning signs probably before all of this. But again, the Most High always gonna, show what it is on His timing. So, and I just, again, I appreciate what you guys said and stuff like that, of course. But I definitely will take heed and stay away from them stay away from him, because it really doesn't matter how long I knew someone. Like now that I'm in this truth, it's different. So, and I definitely needed to see that this morning. So, definitely.
Yeah, you seeing that his intentions more than likely was different. He got mad. He got mad because, and then you know what I mean. Why is she into these men? And that's that. Now the anger is coming out. These bitches is messing me up. You know what I mean? That's really more than likely. That's really maybe his intentions, and now he's angry because you come into men and seeing men. You know what I mean? That can deal right. And this dude, if he got intentions, if he likes you, he doesn't want to see that because you may meet a brother in the truth. So this is shutting his whole thing down, and this is the selfishness of a lot of individuals. It's not about you coming to the knowledge and learning who you are. You know what I mean? It's about his intentions a lot of time. And he ultimately hoping that he could, probably get with you. I'm just saying, I see a lot of things like that, being in this truth for years. I see a lot of things like that when sometimes the sisters come over to the truth and the men don't. And the men get upset. You know what I mean? They get upset. And then women, it's vice versa. But I see that a lot. I see that a lot. It's something that I'm kind of used to seeing in this truth.
Yeah, and also this is for everybody. Everybody that's new into this truth, it's not studied up. And can somebody pull First John chapter 2, start at 4 through 6, and you hold
First John
everybody.
chapter 2.
Yeah, First John chapter 2, 4 through 6. You hold everybody to this here. Everybody. That way you can see it right. This is a red flag. If they deny this here. Go ahead, brother.
This is the book of First John, chapter 2, verse 4. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar,
There it is there. So the person that say he know Christ and don't keep the commandments is a liar. Go ahead.
and the truth is not in him.
That's right. That'll cut anybody. That's the first. That's to me. That's why I judge everybody on. Hey, what day you go to church on? Oh, Sunday. What you eat? Pork, crab, lobster, shrimp. I'm like, okay, the truth is not in this sister or this brother. Go ahead, brother.
But whoso keepeth his word, in him verily is the love of God
And
perfected.
that's how. And that's how you know who to hang around with. That you hang around the people in the light, the people that keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. Go ahead.
Hereby know we that we are in him.
This how we know that we're in Christ. Go ahead.
He that saith he abideth in him ought himself also to walk, even as he walked.
If you say you abide with the Most High, you're supposed to walk even as Christ walked. What did Christ do? Christ said in John 14 and 15, if you love me, keep my commandments. Go ahead. Was that it on that?
You,
Only down to
yeah, that
verse
was it for
6.
that verse. Yeah,
Hey, the
that was
water.
the end of verse 6.
The water,
Con,
brother.
no problem.
So hold on to that scripture. That's First John chapter 2, 4 through 6. And you look at anybody, just ask them questions. They not keeping the commandments. Hey, get up out of there. Hang around people that walk even as he walked. With that, I yield. The water again.
Con, Salakia, see, our sisters, they have that nurturing spirit, and niggas try to play on that.
Khan, bring out a precept. If you can read it for me, brother. Proverbs 12 and verse 15 for the sister.
Con. Verse 15, correct?
Yes, Proverbs 12 and 15, brother.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 15. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he that hearken unto counsel is wise.
So just give you an encouragement, sis, what you're doing now, and also the way that you received the counsel just now is very wise. So you're actually the one being wise, and the brother that you had known for the last couple of years, he's a fool. He thinks that what he knows is right and what he knows is above what thus saith the Lord, because you're a member of the House of Israel, New Jersey, and you know that what we always have been taught to teach, and what's taught by the elders, Elder Torah, and the elders that are in command out in New York and New Jersey. They teach thus saith the Lord and thus saith the Holy Bible. So don't let a fool creep in and start teaching or trying to tell you that his own ways is right, because that's all he thinks he's right in his own eyes, because he's a fool, as the scriptures say. But you did the best thing, and came to your elders, and even brought him to your elders. That's why, like Elder Shawapar said, we're not getting on you and nothing like that. You did the best thing that you could do with the with the time that you had, and you brought him to here, and you're taking the counsel, like a champion. So and a virtuous woman indeed. So build up your house. A wise woman buildeth up a house, and like it just said there in Proverbs, don't let somebody who thinks they right in their own eyes creep in, and just you be wise and get the counsel from your elders, Elder McCobb and Elder Yaakov out in Jersey, and keep them Lord statutes and commandments, and doing what does say of the Lord. And with that, I yield, and the water, brother, for reading.
Khan. Thank you.
All right, Khan, y'all. Just to reset the room. This your kosher breakfast, going into your kosher brunch. Better than lunch, for some precepts for you to munch. And if you get a chance, make sure you following this room, this platform, Crown of Thorns. You know what's going on. We were bringing out the word of the Lord from the early morn. All right, today's subject matter is you're weird and your doctrine trash. right? That's the subject matter for today. And then yeah, there's a lot of weirdos out here with a lot of trash doctrines. But I think, brothers that do try to come at our integrity and bravery, by trying to call us cowards or bitches or this, that, and the third, man. Listen, you would never go into the hoods we go into. You would never go to the white man and call him the devil to his face. You would never go to Washington, D.C. and rebuke the White House. You would never go into the late nights of Paterson, New Jersey and break out a Bible and recall yourself, reading Bible verses to people and walking up to gangsters and greeting them. You would never, ever, ever in your life do any of the things that we do because you're a coward, because you're a bitch. You know what I'm saying? The men of the Lord, you know what I'm saying, is never, ever, ever, ever scared. Someone give me Joshua, the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 8 and 9.
Con,
Matter of fact, you can start at verse 7.
Con. Joshua 1 and 7.
Kind.
This is the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous.
Only be strong and very courageous, man. Let me tell you something right now. When I was in the world and I was doing my dirt, when I went to court, I was nervous, man. When I was in the truth and I went to court over that BS with the Brooklyn Tabernacles, I was falling asleep during the trial. I was making mockery of the process. I went on the stand and made the prosecutor look like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And after all that, we left the courtroom. And every time we left the courtroom on a court date, we rebuked the whole courthouse right in front of it. Opened up camp right in front of the courthouse, rebuking the
Con,
cop, rebuking the judge, rebuking the whole damn system. People leaving central bookings looking at us like we crazy. Like, yo, why is these niggas barking on police in front of the courthouse? That's how brave we are.
con.
Barking at
And then,
police, district attorneys, and lawyers and judges right in front of the courthouse.
and then go eat pizza with the blood.
Right? Okay, then go eat pizza with the Bloods, right? So
The
we
blood was actually pulling out chairs for us. Remember that?
gone, gone. So we them type of brothers, you know what I'm saying? So that whole narrative of Israelites are cowards and they don't really stand against nobody and they're bitches and man, brothers really got to chill with that because we do things that you'd be definitely scared to do. Read on that.
That thou mayest observe to do according to all the law
And the law makes us brave, man. People don't know that the Torah makes us brave, right? Read on.
which Moses my servant commanded thee.
Right? And who was brave like Moses? He went against the whole Egyptian government, which was the strongest government in that known time. Read on.
Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left,
Right? And we don't want you to turn away from this law neither. Don't turn from it from the right hand or to the left. Read on.
that thou mayest prosper whatsoever thou goest.
And that's very important. We want you to prosper wherever you go. We want to prosper wherever we go. We want our nation to prosper. And bringing them back to the law, statutes, and commandments, which is the real G code, that helps them prosper. Read on.
This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth,
This book of the law should not depart from your mouth. Come on.
but thou shalt meditate therein day and night,
And this is why you got the kosher breakfast in the day. You got other rooms open in the night because you're supposed to meditate in this word, man, and make sure we critique our people and mold our people according to thus saith the Lord. Read on.
that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein.
And we gotta consider all that is written therein, man. Not try to just pull one verse and confound brothers. Well, actually, you confound yourself because
all you was looking at was that one verse and not the entire verse of it either. Read on.
For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous.
And that's how you make your way prosperous, man. Is that it on that?
Nah.
I read on.
And then thou shalt have good success.
Shall have what?
Good success.
Now, what's really success? What is the definition of success? The definition of success, right? My beautiful young sister, is not a Birkin bag. It's not a Birkin bag, red bottoms, and a made bag. That's not the definition of success. The definition of success is living a law according to the laws of living a life according to the laws of God. Being a successful sister, wife, mother, role model, example. That is success, right? Which a lot of people don't achieve in this life. A lot of people can't be looked at as great role models. Cardi B has a bunch of money, but when her song WAP comes on, she turns it off because she don't want her daughter to look at that as being a good role model. So Cardi B can't even be a good role model to her daughter. What kind of success does she really have? Kim Kardashian can't go and tell her daughter, I got famous from a sex tape with Ray J. She's gonna be like, who's Ray J? That's not even my father. Right? That's not success. What success is having a good reputation, being a modest woman, following the laws of God, and building up strong households. Right? So let's get this started amongst our people, man. And I yield.
Perfect scripture. Yeah, and just with what you were saying, I just wanna just bring up another point. Like all the brothers here, understand that we know men, and it's vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Because I know there was times where I would bring a female home, and my mother saw right through a woman. So, I want the young lady to understand that just like she can see through women, we can see through men. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, it's good to use your brothers, because we want the best for you. And we're gonna definitely vet these cats and see through them and protect you. That's what we do. I remember times bringing home a girl. My mother said she ain't no good, but my nose being wide open. You know what I'm saying? Get out there and mess with her and get my heart broken. You know what I'm saying? Is what it is. But she saw that from the rip, because she knew women. So it goes both ways. So yeah, use your brothers. You got brothers out there. You got a very good brother, Yaakov. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure he would have ran him a long time ago. So definitely use your brothers.
Khan. So who's next in the queue?
I think it's probably done with, man. I think everybody spoke. You see if anybody else wants to come up and speak on it. You set the room.
Khan. Just a quick reset for the room. The title of this is called "You're Weird and Your Doctrine Trash." I was inspired yesterday because I seen a trash doctrine, right? That was trying to backbite and go against other Israelites by saying Deuteronomy 28 is not about us at all. They still running with that trash doctrine, but these people are weird. They wake up in the morning and they just obsessed with quote unquote debunking Israelites. They don't even worry about other things when it comes to the Bible. They ain't worried about their people. They ain't worried about nothing else but proving brothers wrong. So these guys are weird and they come out with the most trash doctrines because they're weird and obsessed. So if anybody want to talk on that, they can. Kwame Ashrala.
Shabala.
Go on, Mr.
Shalom to the panel. Big up on yourself. You don't know. Can I be heard?
Shalom, shalom, sis.
Oh, bless, bless, bless. I'm not gonna stay long, you know. Just a thief for local call. Sharper, I thank you for all it done for me last night. You know, the man that was just making my spirit. I couldn't go to my bed. The man that was just pissing me off, Rasta. You know, Satan man, the Satan man.
Yeah, you
No,
know,
no,
say
warm
thank
to
God,
the man there,
slither.
no.
Walk, walk.
Yeah, rude boy, big up. The man that
Benji in
pissed
the
me off
building.
real bad, dog. You know what I mean? A time for them really put that to bed and just relax themselves. You know what I mean? And just stop look at tension, brother. You know what I mean? Cause they now come in them room, you come talk there, you know. Then up on a stage where they know say them control everything. You know what I mean? So I really, really appreciate it, King. I could have got my bed. You know what I mean? I really, really hold it down. I love that. I love when that man of a fight for righteousness. You know what I mean? If anybody can remember that scripture, I would say, I think it's in the Psalms where it's who will fight for the Lord and last day, something like that. I really love that scripture there. You know what I
Psalms
mean?
94:16. 94:16.
Less, less somebody can
Yeah.
bring that out and can drop me down, me go and listen to the convo. Hey, priest, Dan, big up yourself. You don't know.
Yeah, man.
Freeze Daniel all in the matrix right now.
My dodge bullet.
Ha! Benji King this. Peace, Daniela.
But yeah, man, bring that scripture there for my kings, and me just drop my dog, me go and enjoy the bill. Big up on yourself, you don't know all the mighty elders inside here. You know what I
Big
mean?
up.
And pray everybody go and take down this precept them and go and learn one too. Shalom.
Yeah, man. Man saying he couldn't even catch him bed last night. Yo, LeBron moved like 1-2 duppy for real, for real. Yeah, but someone bring out the scripture. Psalms 94:16. Let's get that.
Psalms 94:16. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 94, verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
You see that? Right? That's what we got to do, man. That's the pull up boy slogan, right? Who's gonna rise up and stand up for the word of the Lord, man, and for the Lord's people against these evildoers, man. They was doing much evil last night, trying to destroy the word of the Lord, trying to say Deuteronomy 28 is not talking about the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. That's much evil, man. So yeah, I definitely had to press upon that subject and destroy it, and had them look wicked with the next room I opened up and made them look like liars because they are liars. So that was all through the power of Yahweh by Shimei. I was shot. Kwame Ashala.
Khan, sisters in the chat saying they still got that room open. I did notice that earlier, but they're saying they got some fake Jews in there arguing back and forth now. I would love for a so-called Jew to come up and show us where those curses fit him, because if I remember correctly, even they women is shaving their heads and putting on wigs just to fit the curses. God damn, that's terrible.
They are doing that just to try to fit the curses. The women are cutting their hair and putting on stupid wigs.
When our
Stupid.
sisters, God, when our sisters fund, $4 billion a year, these goddamn Koreans making them rich on fake hair. And you mean to tell me they don't fit the curses, but you do? I want to see them show me. Just please show me where them white folks fit the curses, and I want you to show me where them bastards can build pyramids when they burning up from skin cancer right now. I want y'all to show me that, please.
Right? Feel like the Jay-Z song. Show me what you got.
God. You got a brother that just came up on the stage, Kishima. Am I saying that right?
Shalom, shalom to the room. I'm the sister.
Right. Shalakia says,
So I just wanted to add, if
Sister
I may,
Kishma, that's how you say it, Kishma.
Khan, you can call me Kishma, you can call me Kay.
All right, Khan.
All right, so the topic, you're weird and your doctrine is trash. So I want to talk about two things that I saw in Christianity and I still see today. And it's kind of twofold. They want to say things like, I heard from God, and then the next thing coming out of their mouth is against what the scripture actually lays out clear. Like, God told me to divorce my wife, or God told me that you're my husband. And even when I was in Christianity, that always seemed strange to me because a lot of the times, the brothers would testify, like the men would say, this woman scared me. Like she said that she was supposed to be my wife and I don't know her. But then the second part to that is it'll be something in the Bible. And then the Christian or whoever, because, they have different denominations, they'll literally be something in the Bible and they'll say, I don't feel led to do that. I don't feel the spirit is leading me. And that's one of the things that I feel is very weird. They'll say, God is leading me to do this, or they'll say the spirit isn't leading me, and then the text says something completely different.
Khan, because you gotta see what kind of spirit is on them. Right? There are many spirits. Right? The spirit that could be leading them, the spirit that could be talking to them, is the spirit of the Antichrist. A brother said, for the other sister to write down the scripture, but brothers could bring it out just for this subject matter. First John chapter 4 verses 1 through 5.
First John chapter 4, verses 1 through 5. 1 through 5, correct?
Khan King.
This is the book of First John, chapter 4, 1 through 5. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God.
Right, you gotta try the spirits to see these little spirits are of God. Not every spirit is of the Most High God. Certain spirits are contrary. Certain spirits were made to be contrary to the Most High God. So you got to try certain spirits, whether they are people in your face or quote unquote spirits and feelings that you're having in your head. Read on.
Because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
And that's because many false prophets are gone out into the world, right? Read on.
Hereby know ye the Spirit of God.
This how you know if the spirit that's talking to or the spirit that someone says is on them, right, is of the Most High God. This is how you know, right? Read on.
Every spirit that confesseth that Hamashiach is come in the flesh is of God.
Every spirit that confess that Hamashiach Yahushai has come in the flesh is of the Spirit of God. Now we know that if he came in the flesh and it was a mortal flesh, what color was it? Right? What did his flesh come from? What was the seed line? What
So,
people was his? These things really matter. If they can't break down, right, that Christ came in the flesh and he died for his people, who he was born from, Israelites, and how the Israelites look, what kind of flesh was on them, then you can't trust that spirit. Right? Read on.
and every spirit that confesseth not that Hamashiach is come in the flesh is not of God.
Right? And if they give you some excuse like, well, he was a spirit, he wasn't a person, or nobody knows how he looks, or he's all colors, he's everybody, and you know what I'm saying, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These people are not of God. Read on.
And this is that spirit of Antichrist,
And that's the spirit the Christian church has, man. Whether it's a white picture of Jesus that goes with that God loves everybody a philosophy, or they saying it doesn't matter how he looks, or he could have been Middle Eastern or olive complexion, or he was a spirit. It doesn't like he doesn't have any look. Those are all spirits of Antichrist. All spirits of Antichrist. Right? Read on.
whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world.
And even now already is it in the world. So even back then, that type of spirit of Antichrist was in the world. And most likely even multiply now. So you gotta understand, sister, when these people come with, God said I should marry you, and you gotta ask them who's their God, who he's the God of. Does he have an only begotten son? Does the son come in the flesh? What nation was the son born of? What tribe? What people did he come to save? How did he look? If they can't answer those things, then definitely they ain't getting no message from the Heavenly Father. They talking to Hashatan in them. And I yield.
Hey,
Con.
let me come back behind you with a precept on that. We read First John chapter 2, 4-6 earlier. Let's go to First John chapter 14, verse 15. It's talking about the spirit. This how you and this concur with what the brother was saying. Can somebody read John 14 and 15? Start right there.
John 14 and 15.
And 16.
So John chapter 14, verse 15.
Correct.
God. This is the book of John, chapter 14, verse 15. If ye love me, keep my commandments,
Now this is Christ speaking. He say, if you love me, keep my commandments. Now watch this here. Read verse 16.
and I will pray the Father, and
Stop
he
right
shall
there.
give.
Stop right there. He say this condition right here. He say, if you love me, keep my commandments, and that's a condition. If you keep those commandments, he say, and I will pray to the Father. Go ahead.
And he shall give you another comforter,
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
that he may abide with you forever,
Read verse 17.
even the Spirit of truth,
Go ahead.
whom the world cannot receive,
Uh-huh. That's the spirit of truth, the comforter spirit. Go ahead.
because it seeth him not,
Uh-huh.
neither knoweth him. But
Go
ye
ahead.
know him, for he dwelleth with you and shall be in you.
Now jump down to verse 26 and let's find out who this comforter is. Because all these churches saying they got a spirit. They do have a spirit on them, but it's not the Holy Spirit. They got a spirit on them. Believe that. And like I say, read verse 26 and then I'll talk.
Verse 26. But the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost,
Right, that's the Holy Spirit right there. A ghost is a spirit. So it's just comfortable. Remember, Christ said, if you love me, keep my commandments. And there's a condition. If you do this, he'll give you the comforter, which is this Holy Spirit. Go ahead.
whom the Father will send in my name.
Uh-huh.
He shall teach you all things,
Right. Well, he's going to teach you all things. Why? Because you're keeping the commandments. Go ahead.
and bring all things to your remembrance,
Uh-huh.
whatsoever I have said unto you.
Exactly. So the Holy Spirit, which is the comforter, that's going to bring you the true spirit. That's going to bring you the knowledge, the wisdom, and understanding of what the brother just brought out in the scripture just before me. He's gonna bring you that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Gonna put your remembrance whatsoever the scripture's talking about. Christ is a black man, and so on and so forth. Don't eat crab, lobster, strip, and pork. These same people that saying that you my wife, they lying like a rug. Because first of all, they not keeping the commandments. That's how you can tell what spirit is working with them. If they're not keeping the commandments, they're not working with the comforter. They're not working with the Holy Spirit. They working with a spirit, but not the Holy Spirit. We work with the Holy Spirit, like John, 1 John 2:4 said. Hereby we know that we know him. We walk even as he walked. And he that say he know him and keep not his commandments is a liar, and the truth, what we just got through reading, and the truth is not in him. So that's how you test the spirit. How you test the spirit? See if they're keeping the commandments. If they ain't keeping the commandments, you know that's not the spirit of the Most High. But it is a spirit, but not of the Most High. With that, I yield.
Con.
Khan, all praises to it up.
Con. So definitely, man. Anybody else want to touch upon that subject? I see y'all were all in the building, man. Y'all were all. What is the worst doctrine? Like, what was the worst doctrine that had you stop? Like, you know what I'm saying? These dudes are just weird. I know y'all all probably at work or something. Captivity be holding my people. But Con, I could give a
Let,
testimony, man. Who's that?
You can't judge.
Oh yeah,
Yo, that
that's bad too. That was real bad. That really destroyed our community. That you can't judge spirit.
Yeah.
con.
Matthew 7, verse 1 through I think 5, even probably the whole chapter. I'm out right now at the cleaners. Hamashiach was speaking against hypocritical judgment. He didn't say you can't, judge righteously,
we
Con.
can't judge unto death. We say if the Bible tells us only a fool hate correction, we just can't judge unto death. That's
Right.
Tupac. Thank you, Tupac. You know what I'm saying? We can't judge, we can't put you to death for committing adultery. That was a judgment. When Christ came, we can't do that no more. But we can give correction, just like the script say. Only a fool hate correction. But they sure take correction if they're about to get hit by a semi truck and be like, hey, slow down. Don't walk out there. They ain't gonna turn around saying, you can't judge me. All right, carry
Right.
your ass on out there. Carry your ass on out there. You be road rash.
Come, like the brother said, we can't. Yahweh Shai, Most High and Yahweh Shai gonna do that judgment, and it's simple. They say that foolishness, but it's like when you go in front of the judge, right? You present your case, the lawyer defend you, and then the judge usually. Sometimes they leave it to the jury, but the judge usually make the decision. You see what I'm saying? And who's the judge? Most High and Yahweh Shai. That's the judge that's gonna make the
Con.
decision. But we
Con,
correcting you. We correcting you. We reproving you. Trying to stop you. But the scriptures do say the saints shall judge the world. But you know what I mean? Like the brother say, the main judge is the Most High Yahweh. That's gonna be the judge. But what are we doing? Correcting you and reproving you so that you don't get judgment. So that you don't, when you go in front of the court and the judge says, now the sentence is bow. We try to
Right.
correct you before you get to that point.
Salaki and the same people who talk about you can't judge me judge people's characters every day.
Yeah, Con. I used to when I was in the Christian church, that baffled me too because they always say iron sharpens iron. Well, how the hell am I going to sharpen you up if I don't show you what you're doing wrong?
Con.
That's an excuse to be wicked. That's an excuse to deal with no law, no structure, no order. You can't judge me. You can't judge me. That's an excuse.
A total excuse, Elder. You know what I'm saying? Because it's always the one that's doing some dirt. Oh, you judging me? You can't judge me. You can't judge me. Well, like again, I'm trying to show you where you're wrong at. You rather me judge you than Yahweh. His judgment is final. I'm just trying to get you in shape before you get before him. You rather hear that from me than him. But they don't understand that because they think, God loves everybody. He's just going to be bubbles and gumdrops. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Like he didn't destroy the earth before. You know what I'm saying? He's bubbles and gumdrops. Yeah, I stand before him. The Israelites couldn't even stand him. They said, hey, nah, send us Moses. You don't even want to be in his presence talking about only he can judge you. These cats is crazy. They don't read these scriptures.
But in reality, we're not judging because come with a judgment. It's like the brother said, when you go to court, you get a ticket. You go in front of a judge. There's a penalty after a judgment. When you corrected somebody, we ain't slapping them across the head. There's a penalty after a judgment. When Moses and them judges Israel in the old days, they judge somebody, you got stoned to death, or you got let free. There's a penalty after that. There's a consequences after that. By telling my brother and sister you should commit adultery, what I did to him, I just gave him wise advice. There's no penalty after that. Now, if I caught you committing adultery and I drag you outside and stone you to death, now I'm judging you. There's a big difference. But our people don't read, they don't look up words. And I was once like that. I don't know everything, but that's not judgment. We're just throwing our opinion or giving you wise counseling. But oh, you can't, no, I don't deal with that. I don't deal with it. People tell me that, I'm like, hey, I use Ezekiel chapter 3 and 17. I told you your blood is not on my hand. And I move on.com.
God, I done got silent. And
God.
shower, Paul. I don't know what you're ready to do. See if somebody else want to come up or whatever.
Yeah, I'm about to ping some more people to the room. And
Con,
we got over 100 people in here, but only 38 shares. Y'all share the room. Let's get these Christians up in here. I'll let this room
con.
till at least 1 o'clock. And then brothers can open up a chill room after that if brothers want to.
Yeah, share the room. Maybe you get the Incredible Hulk in here again.
Oh no, he got his room open. He still got his room open from last night, man.
Not even
Yeah,
right. That room was about 72 hours running now. They
uh,
obsessed with Israel, man. And they really hate you. They really hate y'all people, man. They like really, really hate y'all. It's like
uh,
very blatant at this point. It's very blatant that they hate you at this point.
and the Incredible Hulk got called out by one of his own. You know what I'm saying? And ran from it. Talking about I don't do that no more. I don't debate. Brother Josh called the Incredible Hulk out in front of everybody, and he straight up bitched up. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Like he called him out on his doctrine. My man shut down because he was talking about the man behind his back. He came in the room to his face and challenged him, and it was all she wrote. The man gave up the ghost.
Good.
that's how it be, man. These dudes is cowards, and all they want to do is, come after us. If somebody else want any type of discussion with them, it's about, oh, no, I don't do that. You're trying to do it right now with the room you got open.
Exactly. Them cats is bloodsuckers, man. They live off of our name. They live off of us, man. They come in this room, start a ruckus, go start a room, or they start a room like that. Anything to deal with us, they never teach their doctrine. I'm going to admit, when I was a Christian, as slow as I was, I never worried about what y'all was doing. You understand what I'm saying? I was
Right.
too busy, trying to what I thought make it into the kingdom because I always had a zeal. I just didn't have the understanding. You know what I'm saying? I didn't worry about what I thought y'all were, on y'all little corner. I thought y'all was going to hell. But that's real. I continued to do what I was doing. I never paid attention to what y'all were doing because guess what? I really was seeking the Most High, and that's why He brought me here. You see what I'm saying?
Con. Well, we got brother Ezra on the stage. Brother Ezra, what's the worst doctrine you heard, man? And did you find it that the person that was saying it was just weird?
Kind of Shalom Kings. Yes, that just happened the other day. So this it's a white guy. He's a Baptist. He's knocking on my door hard. I'm thinking it's police. Like, and I'm in my room. My kids are telling me he's out there for a minute knocking. So I go out there and talk to him. He's sharing the gospel. And he's kind of hitting target, but he's going over a lot of stuff real fast. So it all came down to his final saying, because I can tell you what he said, but it's your normal Christian doctrine. So that towards the end he says, so you know that you don't have to be a good person to get into heaven, right? I said, no, I don't agree with that. He goes, I just showed you in the scriptures that you don't have to be a good person to get into heaven. I'm like, no. And then so I said the scriptures say in John, if you love me, keep my commandments. And I went into also how Christ is coming for the lost tribes of Israel. He goes, have a nice day. And he walks to the door next door. I'm in apartments. He walks to the door that's only like 10 feet, 20 feet away. So I stand there and I'm waiting for like a couple of seconds. I'm like, so you're not gonna talk? He's like, oh, I'm not gonna argue with you. I said, dude, we're just dialoguing. He goes, okay, say what you have to say. I said, dude, I'm just saying you can't go around preaching you don't have to be a good person to get into heaven. We're supposed to keep the commandments. And then his spirit, whatever it's in him, he starts walking away with his grandma. Oh no, he tells me, he tells me, get out of here. So I'm like, hold on, you get out of here. Like now I'm ready to fight, but he was just come here, grandma. And I'm not about, and I'm in this mode where you're telling me to get out of here and you come. I said, you in my place, you get out of here. So he starts walking away and then goes upstairs and tries to preach. I said, get your weak doctrine out of here. We don't want to hear that false doctrine. And he goes, and I said, I said, it's people like you. Why? The world's in the way that the way it is. You telling people you don't have to be a good person to get into heaven. You can't preach that. I said, and this is why America going to judgment. As soon as I said that, he said, oh, have fun in hell. I said, really? You gonna tell me have fun in hell? But you obviously don't know the scriptures if you telling me to go have fun in hell. And even if you are a Christian. And so he walked upstairs and so I start crying aloud, reading Revelation 7, giving him who's chosen, and he wasn't ready for that. He goes, what are you reading? The NIV? I said, no, I'm reading all Bibles. I read the King James Version, the Tanakh, I'm reading everything. He wasn't ready, and I started, and he just walked away down the street, and I said, and he was mad when I said, and y'all always use this one. Was it the wicked flee from no one pursue it? It was, and that just happened the other day.
God, how come He told you you wasn't gonna make it in when you don't have to be a good person to make it in? That's crazy.
God.
He say you going to hell, but a bad person can make it in. This this world is wicked, man. That's why you can't learn from the heathens, man. You see what they did? Turned the scriptures all upside down.
He didn't really want to let me talk. Like I had gave him the scripture where it says Christ is coming for only Israel. He said verse and chapter. I said, okay, hold on, never mind. And he did not want to let me talk. He said, I came here to talk to you. I didn't hear to listen to you speak. I said, that's not what we're doing here. You not no. So it was just funny.
So lucky you should have gave him Matthew 5 and verse 19.
Which one is that one?
Whosoever, this is the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 19. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Con.
He was saying that all you had to do was teaching people that they didn't have to be good or didn't have to do the commandments. But Matthew 5 and chapter verse 19 clearly states that you got to keep the commandments.
Can somebody pull Ecclesiastes 12 and 13? So I go for the juggler when I'm dealing with these that foolishness. Somebody pull that for me, please. I'm driving.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, chapter in the Bible, chapter 12 and verse 13. Matter of fact,
This
start at verse 11 at the 12 chapter 12 verse 13. Start at verse 12, 12 and 12 and 13.
con. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, verse 12. And further, by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the whole conclusion of the matter. Fear God and keep his commandments.
Go ahead.
For, for this is the whole duty of
No,
man.
that's some of the duty of man.
For
No,
this is the whole duty of man.
it's a whole duty of man. You get him with that script right there, you going for the juggler. The only thing he's gonna do is bleed out. Like you say, the wicked flee when no one pursue it. Don't play games with these people. We're approaching the finish line. You know what I'm saying? These spirits out here, they love to debate and this is that going back and forth.
I don't know if it's just me, but you in the matrix. I,
Yeah, I think because he's driving.
Spend most of your time doing that, brother and sisters.
You was in the matrix for a while there, King. We lost like the last 30 seconds of what you were
Yeah. I
saying.
say spend majority of your time teaching the people. The Bible tells us don't be worried how the wicked's going to be punished, but worry how the righteous is going to be saved. Go for the juggler. Hit him with these one, two, three scriptures, and then move on.com. Don't waste your time with them. A lot of brothers and sisters not going to get it. Their spirit can't receive it. That's the one thing I'm saying. Or with the scripts. And I use somebody bring Ezekiel 3:17 out real quick. Read that for me. I ain't gonna read the whole thing. Read that. Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 17.
Ezekiel 3, chapter 17.
Come.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3, and verse 17. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel.
That's us. We the watchmen of the house of Israel. Go ahead. Like he told Peter 3 times, if you love me, feed my sheep. Go ahead.
Therefore, hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me.
And his mouth is the script. He ain't gonna come down and whisper something in your ear. You got to study, show thyself approved. Go ahead.
When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die,
That's us prophesying and telling, correcting brothers and sisters about, they're wrong, not keeping the law, statutes, commandments, because we're using his word. Go ahead.
and thou givest him not warning,
And we don't warn these wicked people. Go ahead.
nor speaketh to warn the wicked from his wicked way,
Go ahead. Like he told Peter, if you love me, feed my sheep. We got to tell the people. Prophesy to the wind if you have to. Go ahead.
to save his life.
Uh-huh.
The same wicked man shall die in his iniquity,
He gone like good candy because he sinned. Iniquity is sin. Sin is the transgression of the law. Go ahead.
but his blood will I require at thine hand.
Because you did not give him warning. The most I gonna get, he gonna say, you a watchman. You supposed to go out and teach the people. But you like, nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. The most I require that person blood at your hand. But keep reading, brother.
Yet if thou warn the wicked,
Now here, this is where I step in at. I'm gonna warn everybody. That's all I'm doing. I'm not gonna debate you. I'm not gonna do all that. I'm gonna warn the wicked. Go ahead.
and he turn not from his wickedness,
Man, I ain't trying to hear that, man. We ain't got to keep no laws, bro. I'm up on the grace. Go ahead.
Nor from his wicked way
Uh-huh.
he shall die in his iniquity.
He gonna die in his sins. Go ahead.
But thou hast delivered thy soul.
That's the only thing I'm worried about right there. Right there. I'm a watchman. I'm gonna do the work. I'm not gonna fight with no brothers and sisters. I'm gonna give them Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. I'm gonna give them First John, 2, 4 through 6. I'm gonna give them John 15. I'm gonna give them all the commandment scriptures. They don't want to do it. Hey, MoveOn.com. There's somebody out there. You just a waste of time. With that, I yield and the water, brother, for reading.
Come.
Con. Who's next in the queue?
Brother William.
Brother William, what's going on?
Uh, he left off.
Damn. Brother William hit the ejectocito? Brother scared William off? What happened? Damn, Brother William hit the ejectocito.
Like the Bible say, my sheep hear my voice. The wicked will flee. You know what I'm saying? Not calling that brother wicked, just saying it for, just to
God.
say it.
Well,
Yeah.
well, hopefully the brother just fell off because you lost signal or something. We heard
Yeah,
he was back.
let's pray do that.
Yeah, because I don't know. As soon as I said who's next, it seemed like he did.
Come.
But we'll see. We'll see. I see Rodney in here, man. Rodney, what's up, man? What's going on, Rodney?
What's going on, bro? Shalom, man.
Come on, Rodney. There's a lot of your doctrines I think is trash, Rodney. Especially Israelites sharing inheritance with heathen. I think that doctrine is super trash, Rodney. But I'm gonna give you a chance to address the room, and you can name what doctrine you think is the most trash that you heard so far.
Well, I think the one from yesterday we've been talking about today. I think telling our people that we're cursed is perhaps the most trash doctrine I've ever heard. That's definitely up there. So we could definitely get into that. I got half an hour. I'm on lunch break. So
So, Rodney, the curses that are in Deuteronomy chapter 28 aren't relatable to our people
as a whole, no,
as a whole. No.
no.
So I have to bring you back to where I cut LaRon yesterday, and let's go to verse 48. So I'll read that for me.
28:48.
Yes, sir.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thy enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
Right. So our people were destroyed after we had yokes of iron put on our necks. Right. Now, can you tell me anywhere else on the earth that people are still asking in the want of all things to another people that had them with yokes of iron around their neck?
So you're asking me another nation that had irons or yokes around their necks?
And still have to ask people that had them with the yokes of iron around their neck for permission to do everything.
Well, I mean, if I guess just about if you look at saying the Filipinos when they were subjected by the Spanish, shoot. just about every single type of form of
So
colonization.
Do the Filipinos still have to ask the Spain? Do they still have to ask the Spanish people in Spain for water and food and resources?
In today's time, no, they're independent.
All right, so that excludes them. Do the so-called African American here in America still have to go to the so-called white man for water, food, resources, etc.?
Right now, yes. About 100 and something years ago, no, we literally did it ourselves.
I don't believe that. That is never.
There were 1 million Black American farmers in this country. We were literally getting our food from our people.
Yeah, but for them to be farmers, they still needed the government's permission to do that.
And they were sharecroppers. Stop it.
So when they were given their own land, again, they were given their own land and they produced food for their people. So no matter how much you'll try it, at the end of the day, we still went to our own people for food.
Is it like that this very day, or for some reason that curse is on us?
I mean, we do have the option to get food from our own people. There's still hundreds of thousands of black farmers. I get my groceries from a black farm.
And where do they get their grants from for farming? Where, because every farmer gets a grant and they get a government assistance. Every farmer, when they apply their taxes and they do their revenues, right? Every farmer does this, right? So where do they get these grants and other things from, in the permission to farm?
They get the grant from the government, paid off the tax dollars that our people as well pay.
But don't they have to go to their oppressors that had them in chains, which is the U.S. government, for the want of all things?
That's a agriculture regulation, so it's
A
not just
regulation set by who, Rodney?
the federal government or your local state government.
That are ran by who, Rodney?
A plethora of nations. You got black people, white people, but if you want to say majority whites and majority whites.
Established by white people and still the majority white. So that's still going to your enemy that had you in chains under the same government for the want of all things, Rodney. Like the Jewish man does not have to go to the German right now and ask for a license for nothing. Not to drive, not to marry, not to become a farmer, nothing. He doesn't have to go to the Jewish man has to go to the German for nothing. So how would that pertain to them more than it pertains to the so-called African American, Ronnie?
Because they gain autonomy from the Germans. You know what I'm saying? Just like the same way you hear a lot of Moors, they can get autonomy or sovereignty from the government. They can break away from the government and they can literally become their own nation here, and they don't have to go to the federal government for anything. It's just literally how this law works. Is it a pain in the ass? Yes, I agree. It's really hard to get sovereignty, but at the end of the day, it still can be done. We just got to know the law.
Just by you still using the word sovereignty, it shows that you're a little bit behind, brother. Or the people that still are on that game, they say autonomous, right? Because that whole sovereignty thing, Esau switched up the law. If you're saying you're sovereign, he'll label you as a terrorist because of the Moors, right? So now you have to even switch up the lingo, say you're autonomous, right? To even get that type of rhetoric going. Because your oppressor wants you to go to them for the want of all things, man. Like, and in the simple fact that you're trying to deny it's a curse, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of.
Con. I think sometimes we get confused. Somebody give me Jeremiah 15 and 11. At the end of the day, the white man still controls whether you go to a black farm or not. He's still getting his stuff from the white man. Because that's how the white man is going to control us. Like the brother say, we still in slavery in a certain extent. He's still controlling the foods and the minerals. So sometimes we get confused. Give me Jeremiah 15 and 11.
This is the book of Jeremiah. chapter 15, verse 11. The Lord said, verily, it shall be well with thy remnant.
Come on.
Verily, I will cause the enemy to entreat thee well in the time of evil and in the time of affliction.
Right. So let's understand. Let's not get crazy and talk about that's back then. We know it was back then, but this is a scripture that the Lord can always cause the enemy to treat thee well in any time of captivity. Let's get a clearing on that, because I know brothers like to say when you bring up certain scriptures, that's for that. And you know what I mean? This is speaking about in any time the Lord can put the spirit and cause your enemy to treat thee well in the time of affliction. So that's the illusion sometimes we think, because we getting things done, or sometimes, you know what I mean, the white men allow us to do certain things and get food among each other. But at the end of the day, he's still, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He's still controlling things. He's still the one where we our people have to go and get their food from. It's just what it is. He's still in control.
So I want to ask real quick, Brother Terrell. I'm glad we're in this whole water thing supply. Who did Israel have to get their water supply from?
This is what we saying. You
Who, who,
understand the
who
scripture,
do they have to
because
get
you
it
move.
from?
Wait, hold on, brother, hold on, because you moving the post. You moving the post. This is what we saying. When you in captivity, you still gonna have to go to the enemy. Give me Job 9:24. Give me Job 9:24. Because this is the thing brothers do. They keep moving, and they keep moving. Then they go somewhere in the scriptures that say Israel got this water supply from this person. You know what I mean? And it's not the topic. The topic is where we in America. This is why we say we under the curses. We're in America. Let's deal right here. Let's stay right here. Job 9:24.
Job 9:24. This is the book of Job, chapter 9, verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Come on.
He covereth the faces of the judges thereof.
So the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Who's ruling? The so-called devil, the so-called white man. That's the bottom line. You know what I mean? So, you got to understand, when I was dealing with the world and got caught up and jammed up with at the time, criminal activity, you know what I mean, and the detectives, you know what I mean, they question you. They say, look, man, you're not going to take me here. You're not going to take me there. We're going to stay right here. We're going to stay right here with what we're dealing with. That's how they used to deal, man. You're not going to take me over here. You're not going to take me over there. We're going to stay right here and deal with what we're dealing with. So now, listen, the scriptures say what? The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. The devil, the white man, is ruling. We're still under captivity because we're still getting whatever we think we're getting is still going all the way back to the white man, because who are you paying taxes to? You're paying taxes to him. You're paying taxes to him. And that's the point we're trying to make. That's what we're trying to make when we talk about Deuteronomy 28.
So my brother Terra, I think you're still, and they're not even moving the goalposts, because it's literally what we're talking about. So I'll just ask it again: who did Israel, when they were in their own land, who did Israel have to get their water from?
When you say in their own land, when they was what? What time period? When they was
When they was
ruling,
yeah
or when they was when they was under captivity?
when they was ruling, who did they have to get their water from? Who had control of it?
When they was ruling? When they was they was ruling, they was getting their water from each other, man. They was ruling the earth.
So when Saul killed the Gibeonites, what happened? What did the Gibeonites do?
This is what I'm saying, man. You're
You know where I'm
moving
going
the
with
post,
this.
man. This way, hold on, brother. Hold on, you're moving the post. That's what I'm saying, brother. Regardless, we're talking about right now, brother. We're talking about right now. Do you believe that Israel is in captivity and they got to get their supply from the white man, or the other, or actually the white man in America? Do you believe that?
I can't make the presupposition that all Black Americans are Israelites. And again, um, most of us have to go to what we call the government or to our own people or whoever you get it from, and even they have to get it from somewhere else. So that's just how
So what?
trade works. That's just how trade
What you
works.
That
mean
wasn't
then?
his
Everywhere.
Who
question.
who are ultimate?
That
All
was
right, I'm gonna let you come in, brother. But ultimate, who are they getting it from? What nation of people is actually ruling America, and who are they getting their water supply from?
So
As a whole, who are? And even if you think it's individually, they're still paying taxes to the white man. Who are they getting it from?
So they pay the taxes to the government. That's just how a company works. I think you're still asking about. I think even when I show examples of people that have control of water, even if it's by our own people, and just because they have to pay taxes like everybody else, you're making the assumption that we are over oppression because they are paying taxes, even though we're getting food and water from our own people. Like TD Jakes, for example. TD Jakes owns a water company. He pays taxes like everybody else. We can get our water from our own people, but you're still going to think that is oppression because he has to pay taxes, even though he gets federal tax breaks himself.
Yes, because you're paying tribute. Taxes is tribute. When we went to the land of Canaan and different places, the Lord says what? They're gonna pay tribute to us. So you're still paying to the enemy. That's how you know a people's conquered. Once you paying taxes, here's a poor connection. Once you
You
paying
sound good, bro. I can hear you.
taxes to a nation, once you paying taxes to a nation, you are under that nation. If you're not paying taxes to them, that's how you rule in your government. But anyhow, you have to pay taxes and tribute to any nation. You are under that nation. It's just what it is. With that,
So,
I yield. Somebody.
go ahead.
Hey, Rodney, do you
Yes,
believe
sir.
Deuteronomy 28 is talking about the children of Israel?
Yes, it's the curses are to the Israelites.
Okay, so who you believe the Israelites is today, and are they up under those curses that it speaks of in Deuteronomy 28? So the
Uh,
question is, no, hold on, brother. Who do you think Israel is today, and do those curses still apply? That's two answers I'm looking for. Go ahead, brother.
I appreciate that, bro. So it depends if people believe the New Testament or the Old Testament. So if you come across somebody that just believes in the Old Testament, whoever it may be, they may
No, I'm
believe.
asking you.
I,
I'm
I'm trying.
asking. No, I'm
I'm
asking
answering your
you.
question. I'm answering your question. So
We believe the whole book.
yeah. So the Israelites are scattered in the four corners of the world. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they're scattered in the four corners of the world, and like I said, I don't know where they're at today. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't even think anybody can trace back their genealogy, and I'm talking about any nation. So, like I said, to make your answer my answer short, the answer would be the Israelites are scattered in the four corners of the world. There may
Okay,
be
but
some
don't don't
Israelites
don't
within our own
don't don't
people
the,
as well.
don't the Bible say these curses should be upon you for a sign?
That's
So,
For a
verse
sign,
18.
so
right. So
right.
we
So
can get into
who
that
a
whole
sign?
rabbit hole.
No,
Oh,
no,
go
it's
ahead.
not a
Go ahead.
rabbit hole. It's not a rabbit hole. The Bible says these curses should be upon you for a sign. So we should be able to look out in history today and find these curses on a certain people for a sign to let them know that we are Israelites. So I'm clear. You dodging the question.
Now,
We
go.
know we spread. We know we spread in the four corners of the earth. That's what the scriptures say. But the same token, who you believe? Because you're a historian, you're a study man. Who you believe these curses fall upon today?
So again, the curses fell upon Israel. The Israelites are scattered in the four corners of the world. Do I myself know where are the actual Israelites are? No. But most people that believe that they're Israelites, right, if they believe by the curses, they cannot prove it going back genealogy wise. So the answer would be, like I said, there may be some here among our people. I don't know. You
Now,
know,
see, this is where
Yeah,
That's the
one
best
second,
answer
hold
you
on,
Salaki,
said, brother. You
Shalpa.
don't know.
hold on, y'all.
Shapa, one second. And Rodney, he does this, He studies the Bible. I believe, Rodney. I believe you're not a bad guy. Don't get me wrong, but you study the Bible to go up against doctrines. Like, clearly we know that Israel during different times, even when they was in their own land and ruling, we know about how they traded. They may have got water supply from Canaanites and different nations. We know that. But that's not the point we're trying to say. We're trying to say that they still, yeah, and it's not just about water supply. It's about the curses being controlled on all levels. You understand? Go ahead, Shaw Paul.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is why Elder Torah, pointed out that you moved the goalposts, right? Nobody said that Israelites weren't scattered. That's part of the curses that they get scattered, right? And through the transatlantic slave trade, and then through the sub-Saharan slave trade, we could prove that our nation was scattered.
So,
We
but
can
oh
prove
my
that.
bad. I think you broke up. You broke up a little bit.
I broke up. Well, I
You,
said
go ahead.
no one has an argument that the nation of Israel was scattered, because part of the curse is that we are scattered through the curses. That's part of the curses, that we get scattered and kicked out of our land. But what brothers is saying though is that that is just one of the curses that fall upon the so-called blacks in America, because the so-called blacks of America were scattered through the sub-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. That slave trade happened to the same people. Those two slave trades happened to the same people historically. So that was a scattering, that curse. Then we just brought out another curse with the same people that put yokes of iron around our neck and still ruling over us, right? And then we say that these curses are a sign because that's what the Bible says. The Bible says that these curses are a sign and a wonder, because in the last days it was meant for the Israelites to be scattered. It was meant for the Israelites to be not called God's people, like it says in the prophecies of Hosea. Like these are all prophecies that we're going to be lost sheep, right? So we all know the prophecies of being lost sheep, but then it also said that these curses are going to be upon us for a sign. So you can't deny the Bible and the prophecy of the Bible of the Israelites being cursed. As long as the Israelites are not following the laws of God, they will be cursed. That is written in stone. That is written on the pages. That is written in the laws of heaven. So as long as the Israelites are not following the laws of God, they will have the curses on them. And that would be a sign for you to know who is Israel.
So, Brother Sharp, I just want to ask a quick question before I go forward, right? You were mentioning about the transatlantic slave trade. And I think you believe that the transatlantic slave trade is one of the curses. Are you willing to die on the hill that every single person that was in the transatlantic slave trade, all 12 million that were taken, are all Israelites? Are you willing to say all 12 million that were taken from Africa and brought to the Americas are Israelites?
No, of course, there's going to be a few Hamites mixed in there, probably other nations that was around Israelites, but the majority of the 12 million were Israelites fulfilling that curse and prophecy of Deuteronomy.
So, how do you tell? So, if so many ancestors went through the transatlantic slave trade, how do you tell them apart if they're a Hamite or an Israelite if they both went through the transatlantic slave trade? How do you tell them apart?
Well, there are stories of certain slave ships being conquered and going back to Africa. There are certain stories where African princes were found out to be princes of Africa and let loose and returned back to Africa. So, these things that you could tell is through the certain historical facts. But how would I tell exactly who was an Israelite from a Hamite that was on the slave ship? There's no way I could tell that.
So you
But I
can't tell them apart, right?
but I can tell, right, through records, certain people with the name Yah, right, that was on the slave voyage, because the slave records still are there. I can pull it up for you right now. With the name Yah and the name Ban in their name, and then and other things that are Hebraic, I could tell those were definitely Israelites.
So if you're taking it by the Hebrew customs, like for example, there's a lot of her sisters' names, Adelia, Khadijah, Amina, right? A lot of those names are Arabic, right? So even with Arabic, you're still gonna, even with a lot of our sisters and our brothers, names in Arabic and other languages, Swahili, you're still going to have a very hard time finding out who is an Israelite and who is a Hamite. So even by culture, even by traditions, even by customs, even by their names, that's still not there because we can still, I mean, like I said, if somebody has a name in Arabic, we can't say that they come from Ishmael. They might be Israel, but you still can't tell. And just somebody has the name Khadijah, which is Hebrew, it doesn't mean they're Israelite or not. Like I said, at the end of the day, you really cannot tell who is an Israelite or not, and that's okay. I think that's just what we were trying to say the whole time.
Well, we're saying that the slave trade, right, which is a curse, matches the name, and then what happened after the slave trade, like someone pull out verse 41. Let me get Deuteronomy 28:41.
Con.
And I got about 5 more minutes before I punch back in from work, and I get off work in a few hours. I could definitely revisit this conversation. By the way,
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 41. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity.
See, this happened to Israelites after the slave trade. I mean, after the slave ships, right? So it lines up with what the scriptures are saying. See, these type of things all happen to people that came off the slave ship. So if you're saying, oh, it could be an Arabic name, it could be a Hamite name. So what if it's a Hebrew name? But the slave voyage for them to be sold on ships, and then when they go to the place where they were sold, they had their sons and daughters taken away from them and being sold. Those are all things that line up with the scriptures. Like, I don't know why would anybody try to deny those things.
And Shalakia, and it said in want of all things. You understand? He's bringing out little pieces of things, but who do we have to go to for medical attention? Who do we have to go to for
Right.
education? Who do we have to go to get buried? Who do we have to go to come in this earth? You understand? That is a people subjected to another people. And he keeps
Right.
saying government as if the white man didn't set up the government. Come on, brother. You know what I'm
so
saying? Listen to
Mm.
what this man's saying.
so this is where we have our disconnect, right? Because and I got about 2 minutes. I got about to work. So black people, our people, you were just talking about medical, right? We literally had our own hospitals. We had all the
Where
medical
are they
supplies came
at
from our
now?
people.
Because every time
And
we
let
tried
me
to
let me
do
finish.
something on our own, the enemy came against us and shut it down. That's a curse too. Did you know
They
that?
they
Right.
they they didn't shut it down. We Our people willingly integrated,
Yeah,
like for
that
like
that
black like
some of
Black
us
Wall
did,
Street.
but Black Wall Street wasn't a willing in
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying,
Black
embrace it.
Wall Street did not. Black Wall Street did not end because it was
And
bombed. It
so
was
was
still
Rosewood,
no,
and so
so
was
no, brother.
Durham, and
Hear me out,
so
brother.
we were
Hold
in the
on. Hold on.
bomb.
Let one person, one
Yeah,
mic, one mic,
Well,
one mic.
my bad, brother. So Black Wall Street literally survived strong for 40 years after it was bombed. It survived for 40 years. Black Wall Street fell because they integrated, not because it was bombed. Like this is what happens when people
Not true.
repeat
That's
Not
a lie.
stuff.
true.
I
that's
can pull
not
up
true
sources
at
on that.
all.
I'll gladly pull up sources. It survived for 40 years after it was bombed, and it ended because of integration.
That's
It's
not
a
No,
true.
lie.
that's not true.
It's
That's
not
not
true
true
at all.
because the banks came
That's
and took the land. That's absolutely a lie. That's not true.
absolutely false. This guy. So that's why the wheat has to grow amongst the tare. You understand? This is an example to me. The wheat growing amongst the tares. And you want us
Hold on,
to
hold on, hold
prove
on, hold
genealogies and
on.
all that. That's the angel's job.
Yeah, hold on, Rodney, though, right? You said integration, right? Rodney, you said integration, right? He probably at work right now,
Yeah, he
but
probably had to punch back in. But see,
integration,
Mm,
I don't
but
disagree with him with integration. We know
yeah, I
that was
know.
a bad thing.
Let him listen to this, y'all. Integration and gentrification is still a curse in Deuteronomy. Let's get verse 43.
Absolutely.
Let's get verse 43. Somebody read that for Ronnie while he listening in at
Deut-
his job.
You want what verse up?
43, because this is segregation, this is integration, right? This is gentrification that's still going on right now. All verses of Deuteronomy, man. I don't know what these
This,
people talk. Read that.
this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low.
And that's what happened for integration. Things were segregated. We was all right, but once they became integrated, and the stranger that came amongst us, all of a sudden got very high, and we got very low. There's no more Black Wall Streets, right? He even said it. 100 years ago, we had these things. In integration, well, you just cut yourself. Because there goes integration right there, part of the curse. Read that for him one more
Salakia.
time so he can know how bad he just cut himself, Ak.
Con. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low.
Kana.
Khan. And there you have it, man. So everybody hashtag right now that's in the room chat. Hashtag cut yourself, Rodney.
Con. And see
Uh,
what Rodney does. That's what I'm saying. That's why I gave him an example, man. If you was on the streets, man, and you ever had to deal with DTs and all of that, man. They tell you, man, we gonna stay right here, man. You're not gonna take me all over the place. You know what I mean? Rodney want to take people to different stories in the Bible where it talks about the Amorites and the Canaanites and how we were set up in our own land, but we still had to go to them to water. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm not answering your question because I know what you're doing. We talking about right now. Don't try to pull scriptures and say when we was in our own land, we still had to deal with kingdoms for water. We're not just talking about water. We're talking about the whole structure that's set up. Yeah, we have to go to these people to deal with them on all levels, not just water. Don't swing brothers around the post with showing different stories of the Amorites and the Canaanites and different times, certain times where we had to go to these nations, even though we were set up for our water. That's not what we're talking about. And this is how these guys try to win debates. You know what I mean? Now that's a foolish comment about the Black Wall Street that they destroyed because of integration. That's a bold-faced lie. You can look on the story of the Black Wall Street and it showed you the dramatic effects after they got bombed. They was depressed. They was frustrated because they had set up everything and they got bombed. That's what destroyed that. Destroyed their morals, destroyed everything, being that they were set up so good and then you just bombed the whole place. So it wasn't integration that made them to be destroyed. And they wasn't continuing and being successful 40 years after they had got totally bombed and killed and their whole community devastated. And now you telling me they rebuilt and after 40 years they was on the same level. That's not true, man. These brothers just got to be logical. And even when they arguing and bringing out historical facts, it don't even sound right. Don't even sound right.
Salakia.
Con, elder, they got documents and documentaries about it.
No,
uh,
you're right, and I think it's a like it's important to understand. Shalom, brothers. By the way, excuse me for just talking.
oh,
Shalom. It's important to understand that when it comes to quoting history, is that you can quote history and you can quote events, but you how you truly bring the realization of those events is important because yes, the bombing of Tulsa, right, was a devastating. They bombed businesses and they bombed homes and they killed people in jail, business owners, right? So that is an economic devastation to any economy. You will devastate that economy and bring it to naught. However, they rebuilt the buildings, they rebuilt the homes. But how did that happen? We can't just quote that and say, see, it still existed, therefore they were thriving. That's not true. They did not thrive. There were things that happened afterward that are important to bring context to when they did rebuild the homes because people had to go home and live and go to sleep, what happened to those people? Um, I got the it's from the this is from the Britannica talking about Black Wall Street, right? So after the massacre and after the bombing, um, it says here, it says Black Wall Street was thriving at the time of the Tulsa race massacre. The violent incident, however, took heavy financial toll on African Americans. Many homes and businesses were destroyed. Moreover, following the massacre, residents of Greenwood was met with resistance to rebuild. Nevertheless, Black American professionals and entrepreneurs slowly began to rebuild. Lawyers offered legal assistance to African Americans jailed. A massive reconstruction of the district was completed in 1922, so literally 100 years ago, the district was rebuilt. 1 year after the massacre. But this is what happened following. It says, it says the community thrived throughout the first half of the century, even during the Great Depression. Depression, in addition to the usual businesses, formerly known as Black Wall Street, contained businesses and college, and the reopened offices of the African American newspaper. But however, it says by the end of the 1950s, half the businesses had closed. Desegregation allowed the entry of businesses owned by whites, while increasing numbers of African Americans in the community invested in entities outside Greenwood. By 1961, 90% of African American income in Tulsa was spent outside the Greenwood district, right? So, with the bringing in of desegregation, it allowed the entry of heathens to bring their businesses inside of a black community so that black people either spent their money inside the community, but it was with white businesses who infiltrated the community by exploiting desegregation. So whether they went and spent inside the community or outside of the community because of desegregation, which was not a decision amongst black people who were in power, because we weren't. It was a decision amongst white people to allow desegregation to happen, which allow white people to infiltrate black communities with their businesses and then profit off of the black community. It is the curse that the heathen shall get up above thee very high, and we shall become very low. The principle of segregation is very important to separate from your enemy and from these heathens. That principle is spiritual. If we deny that principle, then we allow the heathen to get up above us. That separation is important. So teaching our people who we are as an identity so we can encourage that in separation. So we can become one people and spend and dwell and live and eat and feast amongst each other. That is how we keep in our success. Because if we don't, we will become down very low, like the brothers and sisters in the Tulsa Oklahoma massacre.
But you know what, brother, the interesting thing now, if we look at it, because remember, before the Black Wall Street, they had everything. They had their own banking system. They were spending the money among each other. They didn't even have to go outside to the white man. So now my thing is that even in that dynamics, now how you really build it up if your banks is done. You see what I'm saying? You don't have the capital now to really start your business. Now, what the scriptures say that the borrower is a servant to the lender. So now, even if you want to go back and try to start something up now, where you getting your money from? Who you're dealing with? You got to go to their banks now to get the capital to start the business. You see what I'm saying, Doc? So that bombing devastated them in many ways now because the money that they had among themselves wasn't there. The banking wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? So
No, that's correct. It was
that
non-Israelite businesses and banking institutions that invested into the communities to rebuild the
right,
community. And so because
exactly,
of those are loans and contracts,
right,
and they have now rights to different properties and land, all those things, that's where tourism starts coming in because
right,
it is the banking institutions that invested in tourism in Tulsa after the massacre. And that's why
right,
white businesses were able to invest and integrate into that black community. So
right,
it
right.
is the principle of white exploitation. It
Right,
just
right, but right. I got you, brother Jay. But yeah, and that's what I'm saying, brother Jay. But in order for you to start your business, you have to get the funding a lot of times. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's how they also infiltrate because now you got to go to them to get your funding. Wherefore, in the Black Wall Street, they had all that set up already. They could fund each other. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. So it's like at the ultimate, they did what they wanted to do, which stopped us from working and spending our money with each other. You see? And that's what it was, man.
And not only that, as a collective unit, okay, we got all these multi-million dollars black people out here. Why you think we haven't came together? Because the Bible says these curses will pursue you wherever you will go. As individuals, you'll have your Michael Jordans, your LeBron James. You notice they don't do nothing for the black community. What? Just think of LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, Oprah Winfrey, and all the rest of the millionaires get together. It's not going to work. Because if you did, Negroes today be like, we took ourselves out of this captivity. No, the Most High say He's going to take us out. No man, no one will deliver you from these curses but the Most High in Christ. So, regardless of what this brother Rodney is saying, the curses is still pursuing us wherever we go. Maybe not on the individual. You might have one Negro out there that making money, but we talking about as a unit. You would never get above your nation. But as a nation of people, we right now, everybody on this line can put our money together and let go. It's been a change of 7-Elevens. I guarantee you, it won't work. But as individuals, you'll make your little money because one person ain't gonna change. Because one person wasn't on those slave ships. We went into these curses as a nation. When Moshe said these curses are gonna pursue you, they're gonna be come upon you as for a sign. That's what's going on right now. So this brother Rodney, you know what I'm saying? He want to just like divide us. Like, no, we're not. That's why I asked him. Well, who are the Israelites today? Are we spread in the four corners? Okay, who are we? You notice he didn't want to give a color or nothing. When we
Right,
go,
right,
it might have been one African ownership. Okay, that's just like saying you cooking some beans. You gonna have a rock in the beans, even though you cleaned them. You gonna have one little rock, but I don't mean the whole nation is Africans in the
right,
spirit. The Most I say they spirit bear witness with our spirit. Our spirit
right,
gonna bear witness with this word. This is how we're gonna filter out everybody. And like the one brother said, let the tares grow with the wheat. Yeah, we
right,
ain't trying to separate nobody, but what's going to separate you is the word of the Most High. It's going to cut you all the way down to the bone. You're gonna be like, nah, I ain't with that. Okay, deuces, man, brothers, keep your faith up. We expect this in
right,
these latter days. We expect people to come and try to break us up. That's what the devil want to do because we got next.
right,
It's that
right.
simple.
Come on, brother. And also, I believe, as far as like LeBron and them, they're limited in what they can do, even though they still should do it. But them brothers is knowing that once they start making significant moves, they can end up like Bill Cosby. You know what I
You took
mean?
the
They can
words
be
right out my
framed.
mouth, brother. You took the word right out my
Yeah,
mouth.
they
God.
can be they can be framed. You know what I mean? I think Bill Cosby, the devil does this. He makes examples. You know what I mean, of famous people and say, look, you could end up just like this once you start backtracking and you're limited to what you can do. If you first of all, we know, brother, that they can't tell who the children of Israel is. We know as soon as they say that because it's more than money. It's more than money giving your money. It's about telling your people your nationality and who you are. And a lot of these brothers know. They've watched videos and they know, but they cannot say that. You know what I mean, you could spread money and you could do things, but the money ain't gonna be the whole answer. The whole answer is what? Giving our people back their nationality, letting them know who they are. Now, if you got money and you start doing that on a high level and start speaking about who the real Jews and Israelites are, just like Nick Cannon, they gonna come after you hard. And they know this.
Hey,
Khan,
Shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Khan.
So I've been in and out, so I really haven't been privy to the conversation. I'm catching bits and pieces. And I noticed that there was a conversation that was going on since yesterday. A couple things I want to say about.
If y'all give me a few minutes just to say a few things. Number one, we as Israelites, the ones that are claim to be Israelites, we have to be very careful who we're giving our energy to, our attention to, because we're responsible for guys like Vocab Malone. He was a nobody, so we started paying him mind and attention. That's why he's a, I don't want to say he's a somebody, but that's why he has any relevance. It's our fault by entertaining him. And I went to sleep last night, woke up and seen a room, and I seen Israelites entertaining this room. You're not doing a good thing by sharing a room. I'm being honest. It's my own personal opinion. You're actually sending people in there to be deceived by sharing it and by going in there and taking the stage, so forth and so on. We're way past a time of, if there's any doubt, who the children of Israel are. We're in the end. When you read the book of Revelation, chapter 11, and I'm winging it because I don't have my Bible in front of me, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. Part of end time prophecy is that the Israelites are going to stand on their feet. That's part of end time prophecy. So how do you what do people mean that we don't know who the Israelite, we don't know who they are, if they're black, they're white? Of course you're supposed to know because it is part of end time prophecy if you believe Revelation. It says they stood upon their feet, a great exceeding army, and fear fell upon all those who saw them, which is very reminiscent of what Ezekiel said also in the book of Ezekiel chapter 38, which is end time prophecy. So both Ezekiel and the prophet John in
One
their
second.
vision, can you hear me?
Khan, I can hear
I
you.
don't know. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. I thought I went out.
Con, we hear you,
Um,
King.
so both Ezekiel and John, in their visions, saw the Israelites standing up in the end. That's what they saw. There wouldn't be any doubt as to who the Israelites were because the Bible says the nations would see and they would fear it. And what we're seeing, those of us that are in the know, what we're seeing is that the media is doing everything they can to try to discredit this movement in their movies, in their television, in their everything, their publications, whatever they can do, they're trying to discredit this movement that's supposed to be nothing because nobody knows who the Israelites are. But yet, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to suppress the movement. They're trying to send all types of different factions against the movement, from the conscious community to Christian apologists to this to that. It's obvious from action, if you look careful enough, that somebody knows who the Israelites are. Maybe black folks are still confused. Maybe some black Christians are still confused. But the powers that be, the ones that send the Christian apologists against us, they're having whole conventions and councils and seminars on how to deal with us. Because they know. Maybe the simple Negro on Clubhouse and everything doesn't know, but those that empower know because it's end time prophecies and they can see it and they recognize it. So don't let these little base level, low level conversations on Clubhouse confuse anybody. The people that are supposed to know who the Israelites are, the elite, they know who we are. And that's why they're going out their way to try to stop this movement, unlike anything you're seeing with any other movements that's going on right now in this time. So I just wanted to say that. Number two. I heard Elder Tarot talking about some of the celebrities and stuff like that. So I just wanted to kind of take it back to the early 1900s and speak briefly about W.E.B. Du Bois, Henry Menton, and guys of their ilk. Those black devils, because those are black devils, right? These guys started the Boule Society, which we all know about, and they also started something called the Talented Tenth, right? Now, some of us, before we came into the truth, we had visions of going to college and getting a degree and getting a good job, so forth and so on. And I don't know if they still do it now, but I know that when I was coming up, when you wanted to go to college, you had to write an essay. You ever wonder why you had to write an essay? Because the college wants to know a little bit about you and who you are and size you up before you come. Especially if you're going to a higher level university, if you're going to an Ivy League university, they want to know who you are. So you write an essay. And in your essay, you're talking about who you are and what you want to do. And when you get your degree, what are your life goals? And you're telling the elite in these universities that you want to come and get your degree, and you want, after you get your degree, you want to go back into your community when you get a good job and you get money and help your people, so forth and so on. Guess what? You done told them you can't be part of the talented 10th. See, they look into things like these. These essays are not there for nothing. They're looking for people that write about self, that are selfish, self-absorbed. I want to be rich. I want to be famous. I want to have lots of women and lots of money and blah, blah, blah. Those are the people that get into the talented 10th. They already identify you through your college essay. They already know you ain't going to go back and help your people. So you're the guy that they'll promote through the ranks and bring into their boule and their other societies. This is how the talented 10th works. It's already planned and passed down from college to college to college, generation to generation to generation, and you have the gatekeepers that sit there and look at these college essays, and there's other things too, I don't want to be too long-winded, that they look at. So they already know that these Negroes that get into these positions, like Doug Wilder, like David Dinkins, right? And all these different black mayors and governors and everything that we've had, and politicians and Congress people, they come through the boule. Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King. These guys, they already know who these guys are from college on up. They've been recruited. That's why they don't help our people. It's not a surprise. This is planned and it's well executed and has been for a long time. Now, when it comes to these celebrities, it's the same thing, right?
Yep,
It's the
it was
same
spot
thing. They
check.
listen to. I don't know. I hear somebody in the background. Is it me or
Oh, it's me, King. I'm just saying you're absolutely correct. They were spot checked, Malak.
right? And the same formula works in music, right? Because those of our people that come from the street or come from the struggle, it's the same thing. They're kind of checking you out. They're checking your music out, your demos out. They're checking your Instagram, your Facebook out. They're kind of seeing who you are and what you're about. Now, if you ain't about nothing, then you have a chance to come up and become world famous. But if you one of them rappers that on your way up, you rapping about helping your people in the struggle and your history, whatever, you can forget about it. You're not gonna make it. That's just the way it is. So these people are all strategically placed in these positions to not help our people. Whether you're coming through the college ranks, the Ivy Leagues, the talented 10th, or whether you're coming from the street, you're put in these positions and they already know you're not going to help your people. But sometimes you have some of our people that have a bout of conscience and decide that they want to help their people. And that's the reason why they have a lot of information on you and they'll Bill Cosby you, right? They'll R. Kelly you if you get out of line. That's how that goes. So it's all set up. We're never going to see any of our people in these high elite positions on any mass scale. You might have one or two on any mass scale really helping our people because they were placed there strategically to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And I'll land my plane by saying this, but with all the obstacles that this Israelite movement has faced, right? Look where we are today. Like the whole world knows about this movement, and we haven't had major media. We haven't had major programs. We haven't been on major television since the 90s when they used to let us on talk shows and anything like that. Everything that the Israelite movement has done has been grassroots through YouTube, through Instagram, TikTok, whatever else, Facebook. That's how the Most High has proliferated this word. We didn't have access to all these things, and still the Most High allowed this word to proliferate. And that's how it's going to proliferate because we're the generation, just like that generation in Egypt, right, that they tried to kill off. Just like that generation during the time of Herod, when they knew the Messiah was coming, that they tried to kill off, we're the ones that they was trying to kill off. That's why they came with the eugenics plan. Most of us were never supposed to be born. They was trying to get rid of us. But we're here, and they know it. And the Most High is allowing this word to proliferate because we're in the end. We don't get, listen, me personally, and I don't give a damn about whether people believe that we Israelites or not. You know what I'm saying? We already know who we are, and the powers that be know who we are, and that's how we operate. And with that, I you.
Quick, the brother
Con.
Daniela made a lot of points. Somebody give me Matthew 7:24 and 27. Here's why we say this. We not trying to control people, but we tell you, man, it's a difference. Like some people's on the fence, and these guys, you see how you deal with these guys? Because these guys will confuse you if you're not sharp and understand and know the scriptures and also know how to debate to a certain extent. Because what they do, they move the goalposts. It's like what's known on Clubhouse. You know what I mean? To trip you up. The Bible said the righteous studies to answer. But these guys get little scriptures, like we dealt with another brother, he called himself Knowledge, I think. And they goes to Exodus and they get scriptures to challenge you. And we've been dealing with this from day one. The Nawabians used to do that. Not to edify, but they get scriptures to challenge you. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the dude Rodney, you know what I mean? We trying to show him certain things. And the brothers talking about going to King Saul at different times where, yeah, well, we had to deal with the Amorites and different nations to get water supply. We know this, but that's not the base of the argument. The base of the argument is now and who are we dealing with and who got us into captivity. It's more than just water supply. You see? So give me Matthew 7 and 24.
Con. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 24.
Hey,
Therefore,
Salakia, y'all. I'm gonna have to shut down this room before the time run out. Trying to keep the
All
replay.
right, you got to do it right now, brother?
Nah, you can bring that out first.
All right, read.
Con.
Read
This
up.
is the book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 24. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man,
The Lord said you liken them unto a wise man. Why? Read on. Read on,
which
brother.
built his house upon a rock.
Which built his house upon a rock. So, no disrespect, but brothers like me, Danya Allah, other brothers, Shawapar, Ephraim. I mean, brothers that's been in this RE for a while. We on this solid rock. These ideologies and stuff is not going to take us off. Okay, read on.
Con.
Yeah, I was shopping brothers like that. I wanted, you know what I mean? Servant and these brothers. Come on.
And the rain descended, and the floods came.
And the flood came. With the flood represents the lies. Also, it tells you that in Revelations. Okay, about 12 too. How people was cast away with lies. Lies. And the scriptures say the earth helped the woman. Also, the archaeology that's gonna destroy them lies. But that flood represent lies and deceit. Come on,
And the winds blew and beat up upon that house,
come on.
and it fell not,
And it fell not. Why? Because it was dealt on truth. It was on solid rock. Read on.
for it was founded upon a rock.
Come on.
And every one that heareth these sayings of mine and doth them not
Come on.
shall be likened unto a foolish man,
Come on.
which built his house upon the sand.
Come on.
And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew
Come on.
and beat upon that house,
Come on.
and it fell.
And it fell. See that? And notice what they're saying. Hear these sayings and do it. You got to be active in this word. It's more than just listening, but be a hearer, just not be a hearer of the word, but a doer. That's how you're going to build your solid rock. And a lot of people is not on that solid rock, so they can be deceived by these guys. Okay? Because these guys is here to deceive, brother. They're here to deceive. They're not here. They may think they're being used. They may think they're being used righteously, but a lot of time they're here to bring confusion and deception. And it's just what it is. Remember, Christ told Peter to get behind me, Satan. Satan could use anybody at any time. And that's what they don't understand. That I yield.
All right, so I see we got Jack in here. Jack, you got anything to say before I shut the room down?
Nah, y'all starting a new room with the same topic, or you doing a
Yeah,
different topic?
I mean, I
Yeah,
see you
I'll
with
wait. I just wait
I
till y'all
see
start
you
the
I
new
see you
room.
with your PTR and you're laughing at our people being thrown off of slave ships. But did you see the article that proved it when you came into the room last night?
Nah, one of my brothers just back chatted me something about the sharks, moving around the ships in the transatlantic slave trade. But what I asked him is was the sharks just chasing the Israelites during the transatlantic slave trade, or is it just natural for sharks and barracudas and predatory fish to follow vessels and hang around drilling rigs and stuff?
So the
Natural to
simple
follow
fact,
blood.
they follow blood exactly. Like, but when I brought out that fact yesterday, stupid niggas laughed at it. And an even stupider nigga decided to make it his PTR. But what I said was an actual fact, right? So I don't know why stupid niggas still want to come on stage and be stupid niggas, right? But let's be serious for this one moment because we're talking about the curse of Deuteronomy 28. You don't think that is a sign for Israelites?
Nah, am I in the matrix or can y'all hear me?
Nah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the curses in Deuteronomy 28 and 68, I think they run from a certain time period that stop at like 70 AD. And I got some uh
So
extra biblical
so
resources
the
and
curse
stuff like that
of
to
Deuteronomy,
back.
you got something that will back up that the curses of Deuteronomy 28 stop after 70 AD. What scripture is that?
Probably some Jewish
No.
resource.
No, wait.
Nah,
So Jack, real quick, let me ask you. Hey, Jack, let me ask you. Just out of curiosity, is your source Munter by any chance? Is that what you're using?
no, I got some sources
Okay.
I sent to Yawasop already. It's some stuff from some scriptures from the Bible. Let me clarify that. What I'm saying about the stopping at 70 AD is the Deuteronomy 28 and 68 about the ships and everything going back to Egypt. That's the part where I can show, that's, stopping, what the Israelites actually went to Egypt by ship. You know,
Well, that's
I
why.
can show a couple
Can
of
you can you
70
can you
AD.
hear me, Jack? The reason I don't know if you can hear me or not, but the reason why I asked you about Munter is because a lot of times when people say that that was fulfilled in 70 AD, they're using Munter's writing and also certain things in Josephus as well. But when you actually read what's there, it's not really saying what people are saying is saying. So that's why I asked. So Yawasop just back chatted me some. I'm gonna look and see what you have. But a lot of people that take that position, they're usually quoting Munter, and Munter didn't say that. But I'm gonna check out what you sent.
I'd
Oh
just like
God.
to make a comment, man, real quick. It's real disrespectful, though. You know, the brother don't believe that. We the only people that do this. Like, you never see the so-called Jewish person making fun of the Holocaust and the tragedy that happened to our people. You know what I mean? We the only people that really do this, man. That just shows you the disrespect. And that shows you the curses. That also show you the curses.
Yeah, he don't know he's a living curse by making fun of
I
the
couldn't hear you,
tragedy.
Priest. I was in the matrix. I couldn't hear that y'all.
Hey, me
I said,
personally, so like you, brother. Me
no, hold on,
personally,
Ike. Hold on, Ike. We don't
me
got a lot of
personally.
time. Ike,
Okay,
hold
yeah, I
on.
just want to say real quick.
Hold on, Ike. Hold on, Ike. Hold on, Ike. Hold
Uh,
on. We don't got a lot of time. We don't got a lot of time. Right? Jack, what scripture do you have that the Deuteronomy 28 was stopped after 70 AD? What scripture is that? Jack.
Doom, 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 doom.
Hey, can you hear me? No, I got some extra biblical sources. Some proof that
You in the matrix.
The most high threw him into utter darkness.
we don't see like that in 70 AD.
Yeah, you something wrong with your connection, man.
Yo, Salakia, Shaw Paul, did you want to set up another room or
Man,
what we doing? Or you
If
want to
I
just finish
set up
it up?
another room, I can't stay in there long. I got some stuff to do. You know, I got the show on Sunday and
Right,
still
right.
prep Passover.
Nah, it's okay. Just wrap this up then. Okay, I you.
You gonna set up because yeah, the Rodney back chat me. He want to come back in too. So
All
I
right,
don't know what you're gonna do.
I'll set it up, but I'm not gonna be there that long too. I'll be there in the background, but all right. But I got his elder.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I'm gonna be moving. I can't be on this clubhouse all day either. But yeah, go ahead, Akim.
hey,
I just want to see if Jack could answer the question. What Bible verse tells you that Deuteronomy 28:68 is the only curse that is done after 70 AD?
damn, am I still? Can y'all hear me now? I'm still in the matrix.
Yeah, it sounded like you was in the shark's belly for a second. Go ahead.
Come on, imagine that. Yeah, now I got some extra biblical sources. I can send you the link already. I can send it to you as
Yeah,
well, so
you got an
you can
extra
check it out
biblical.
because I can't read
You
that
got an
because I'm
extra
driving.
biblical source that's not in the Bible that tells me that Deuteronomy 28:68 is done after 70 AD.
Yeah. I got a couple of them.
This extra biblical source will tell you that the curses of Deuteronomy no longer stands because of 70 AD.
I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, if you're drawing that straw man on purpose on accident, but I'm talking about
So
going back to Egypt on ships on
so
Deuteronomy 28 and 68. That's only in one verse to Deuteronomy 28.
so
That's not what the whole chapter is talking about.
Yeah, but only one
real
verse is.
quick, Sean Paul, so lucky. Sean Paul. That's why. See, I asked him, and y'all sent it to me, and sure enough, Munter is in here because this is not a new argument. So we'll have to unpack this another time. Yeah, they're using Munter and Josephus. That's why you have to actually go back and read the primaries yourself. You got to go back and read the primaries, which I've done years ago, but I'm gonna have to go right back into the study again. But yeah, I'll just leave that there. But he's using Munter. That's why I called it because I already know it's in there. Definitely, Munter and Josephus are the two primary sources they're using.
Okay, yeah,
So we'll
yeah, most of them from Josephus. You was going in the matrix. I thought I heard you say something about Munter, but I think I said no. No, I think they got it like maybe one or two sources from
yeah, he's in there. He's
Munter
in
in
there.
that link that I
Josephus is
sent
in
y'all
it.
was
Yeah,
talking. I sent it to
yeah,
you
yeah.
too, priest.
I
I'll
got it.
send
I
it to
got it.
all
He
y'all
sent it
when
to
you
me.
got. Okay,
He
okay,
sent it to me. That's why I'm saying that it's in there because I knew
all right.
it would be because I'm familiar with the argument. So I knew that's where they were gonna go. So yeah, we could have this conversation another time. I can't participate in
Hey,
it today, but we could
yeah,
definitely have this conversation another time.
that's
And
No,
you
fine. I
gotta, you
mean,
guys
so
gotta you got to. Here's the thing, right? Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna pass it right back to you, Sean Paul. You guys got to read the primaries, though. That's why you got to go back to Josephus and get the whole because it's tricky because what they do is they isolate. I'm not saying Jack did this per se. They isolate one particular book in Josephus, but when you go and actually read a couple of chapters later, you get a little better context. So I've had this argument and conversation before, so I'm very familiar with the argument. So it's something that at some point, whether I'm definitely going to come in one of the rooms and I'm going to deal with and give you brothers and sisters the resources. 'Cause I've done this study before. Um, I just can't do it today.
but this is
Con,
yeah,
con.
that's
Yeah, I definitely look forward to doing that with you, priest.
yeah, but this is why the Bible is perfect though. Let's get Revelations 11 and 8.
Revelations 11 and 8.
This is why the Bible is perfect though.
This is the book of Revelations, chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
That's Jerusalem. That's not America. That don't help. That don't help y'all.
That's not that's the Jerusalem. So so so
Yeah,
so
spiritual Sodom and Egypt in Revelation 11 and 8. Yeah, that's
that's
talking about
Jerusalem.
Jerusalem.
That's Jerusalem. Prove it.
I mean, I think if you keep reading, it's literally telling you that the spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah is spiritual Sodom and Egypt. I mean, is Jerusalem. You just keep reading the Revelations 11. The proof is right there.
So you pull it. What verse you talking about? So the
Okay,
great city. So the
if I'm
city.
not mistaken, if you keep reading
So
that, it's gonna tell you that it's
hold
the
on, hold
city
on,
where,
hold on.
Christ was crucified. Christ wasn't crucified in America; he was crucified in
So
Jerusalem, brother.
so
That's
so
that's not even a debatable verse. That's literally talking about spiritual Sodom and
wait,
Egypt is
Oh my
Jerusalem.
God.
wait. Is this talking about something that's gonna happen in the future or something that already happened during Revelation time?
It's well, John the Revelator wrote that in 96 A.D. Christ was crucified in 30 A.D. and it's talking about the city where Christ was crucified. So what
Is that
John
is
is
that is
writing
that a, is that
happened after that.
prophecy?
No, that's not a prophecy because
That's
John's
the
talking
worst
about
breakdown I
something that
ever heard in my
happened
life.
in
Corny.
30 AD. It might be worse, but that's the
Yeah,
truth.
yeah.
It don't matter how you feel
Check
about
That
it.
is
the
just
box.
that is
And did he
horrific.
say
That breakdown is
spiritual?
terrible.
Sean Paul asked him, but did he say spiritually? Did it say spiritually or physically?
Here, let me read it. Let me pull up. I'm gonna pardon this truck real quick. Let me read this. Let me make sure I know I ain't tripping. We would say the Revelation 11, Revelation chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies will lie in the streets. Uh, and their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city. America is not a great city.
What
Jerusalem
is
is the
America
great city.
then? What is a great city?
Well, let me finish reading this verse because I'm gonna show you of the great
Do
city,
America promote
which
homosexuality and wickedness?
yeah, but that's not what Revelation 11 and 8 is talking about. Was the Lord crucified in America, bro?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that shit. If Christ was crucified in America, then hey,
He is
maybe
he was spiritually
them brothers
he's
that say
spiritually
Israel in
he's,
America might be
he's
right.
Hey,
spiritually crucified. Hold on, he's spiritually crucified every time you break the law.
there you go, right there. That's the answer.
Uh, yeah, I yield on that. I'm not even gonna play with you on that. If
You
that's what you
cut
do,
on that.
if that's how you popping it off, you can have that.
Hey, Shopper, can you read it for him in Hebrews? Can you read that for him?
Yeah, Hebrews 6 and 6. Deacon, this is why you don't know the Bible. You talk too much.
I wish he would take Benaiah off his name.
Right,
That was
you're
a
exactly
true,
right, bro.
Yo, bring
that
out
was
the
a
scripture.
true
Bring out the
hero,
scripture right
man.
quick. Bring out the scripture right quick,
Hebrews 6
y'all.
and 6.
Yeah.
Con.
Cut.
Start at 6.
This is the book of Hebrews, chapter 6 and verse 6. If they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucified to themselves the Son of God afresh, and put him to an open shame.
So that's what you do every time you break the law. You crucify Yahweh Shai again and put him to an open shame. You don't know the Bible. You don't know the Bible, Jack.
Right,
Hey, real quick, brothers,
And,
can you get
and
Titus
once
chapter
again,
1?
hold on.
Yeah,
Once
Jack
again,
just got put in the box.
yeah,
right.
and
I just
once
got
again,
bodied. I just got cut with
And,
once
them
and,
bleeding
again,
all over the place.
and once again, and once again, I got a
and
bloody
that
sword, Jack.
and that argument he has, that guy Dave East, that passed on the street had with the going back to Egypt, and I asked him, what about being spread to all four corners of the earth? Explain that.
But that's not Deuteronomy 28 and 68 about going back to Egypt.
So how else would you get spread? You just walking? What? Taking the plane? What happened?
Well, I think what you're talking about in Deuteronomy 28 and 41, that's saying that you're gonna be scattered from the land of Israel. Well, you ever been to Israel before? You ever got caught up and got scattered
Hey,
from the land of
brother,
Israel?
answer that question though.
I just
How
did.
can you be spread from all to all four corners of the earth? We're scattered. How did that happen?
Well, I mean, shit.
Did
It
we
started
walk?
in Judges chapter 3.
So did we walk?
You didn't.
What
You
kind
didn't
of
walk to all
vessel?
of
I
them.
mean, did we walk? I mean, come on. I don't. I need you to prove, and show me history,
Well, which captivity? What part of history you want to know, good sir? I could bring you all the way from the time
brother.
they got
We
out
are
of Egypt
spread through
to
all
today.
four corners of the earth. Show me, then show
Right, I
me
agree.
every captivity, and show me where we came over here. Show me.
Show you where you came over here. What you mean? What's
Yeah,
your
yeah,
daddy
yeah.
name?
Because this is a part of the earth, right? So that means Israel's on all four corners, right? You say you're Benaiah. How do you know you're an Israelite? And you're from over here, so you call yourself an Israelite, and you're over here. Tell me how your people got over here.
Well, to be honest with you, can you hear me? It say I
Oh
got a
yeah, I
red
can
bar.
hear you, brother. Come on, tell me that.
Come on, man. Nobody worry about
Yeah,
no
nah.
red
You
See,
ain't
bar.
got
see
no
that.
damn red ball, man. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, my nigga,
I
it's
mean, the man
literally a
says
red
he's an
bar. But if you
Israelite.
can hear me, it don't
How
matter.
did your
Yeah,
people get
right. What you
over
say?
here? How did your people
Well,
get over here,
I
Israel?
can't. Well, I can't prove that I'm an Israelite, boss man. I think
Well,
I
then
am. I hope I am.
take the name Benaiah off of you. I would love that anyway.
Take it off. Go ahead. You do it.
Oh, you take it off. You the one claiming it. What does Benaiah mean? You don't know nothing. Who was Benaiah?
Shit, the
Explain
Lord
to
is
me how
built
you
up.
got over here,
That nigga,
Israel.
the
Yeah, he
second
caught in a
greatest mighty
box
man
right
of
there.
David that tell
Then
liars
he's
on.
not an Israelite. He's not an Israelite according to his knowledge because they went back to Egypt already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a couple
but
times.
Hey,
hold on.
Salaki,
Hey, let's cut it with this
you
scripture,
got to
Titus
shut this
chapter
down.
1.
Hold
Hey,
on one
what?
Well, I
Hey,
mean,
second.
brother
Hold on.
what
Macabre,
scripture?
do you actually want me to answer some
Yo,
of those
everybody,
questions
hold
that
on
you
one
asked, or
second.
that
Because
was
he got
just
to shut
Everybody,
the
mute
room
up.
down to open up the other room.
Mute up. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open the other room. I want everybody to click on that so we don't lose the replay here. If you want to continue the conversation, just come right to the other room. Can somebody follow me there so I can mod you up? One of the mods, if you can, please follow me to the room. All right. We gotta
I'll
shut
come
this
with
room
you,
down.
Ari.
yeah.
I'll come with
Here I
you.
come, brother. I'm coming right now.
You still got to show me how America isn't spiritual Egypt, boy.
Con, con, brothers.
He might as
You
well
correct,
attach
man.
this. He might as well attach the spring to himself and stuff himself in the box. He might as well just do that.
All right, y'all. Y'all hit that link because I gotta shut this room down. Y'all hit the link on top. Y'all hit that link on top. Everybody hit the link. Hit the link. Everybody hit the link. We shutting this room down. This room getting shut down, down, down. Y'all hit that link, man. There's still 96 people up in here. Hit that link on top. Go to the next room, right? Go to the next room and hashtag Jack got cut. Go to the next room and hashtag Jack got cut. Click the link on top. Go to the room chat and put Jack got cut. All right? JACK got cut. Y'all go to the next room, y'all. Hit the next room. Hit the next room, y'all. Link on top. Y'all hit the next room. I gotta shut this room down so I can keep the replays. A lot of people got cut today. And Jack got cut. Y'all hit the next room. Right? The other shower Paul, Shaquat, Thamara. What's going
The best of the best Israelite men and sent them on ships from Egypt to Rome. Did y'all catch that? I'm going to say it again. And I can prove it because it's in Josephus. Titus took the best of the Israelite men in 70 AD and sent them on ships from Egypt to Rome. Is that what Deuteronomy 28:68 says? It does not. It says we would go into Egypt with ships. When Titus took those Israelites into Egypt, they did not go in ships. That's why you got to know the sources and the primaries and read them, because these guys be twisting stuff because they think we don't know.
Hey, real quick, boss man, if you could humor me, if them people didn't get back to Egypt on ships, how they got there?
They walked into Egypt. You can walk into Egypt from Israel. And there's no, Josephus makes no mention. Josephus makes no mention of them going into Egypt in ships. Josephus said they went from Egypt to Rome in ships. That's in Josephus. That's what it says. So why would he say that? Why would he mention the ships to go from Egypt to Rome, but not the ones that went into Egypt? Why would he leave it out?
I mean, but Daniela, you got to take the same route. You're taking the Mediterranean Sea, the Great Sea. It's gonna take it. You can take it to Rome or Egypt. Like,
Can you walk into Egypt?
bruh, like,
Can you can you
imagine
can
niggas
you
really walking though, bro.
no, it's not imagine. Can you or can't you?
Can you what?
Can you walk into Egypt from Israel? I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then.
Yeah, nah. Titus didn't walk them people back over there to Egypt.
Bro,
You know what I'm
you're
saying?
speculating. You're speculating. I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah,
can it be
I
done?
am.
Can it be
I am.
done?
I'm
Right.
speculating.
So, okay, cool. So what I'm saying is, but could it be done back then? You don't agree that he did it, but could it be done?
Could it be done to take some people as captives and make them walk from Israel to Egypt? No,
Mhm. It couldn't have
no.
been done.
Uh-uh.
There's no way it could have been done.
Hell nah. I'm taking them by boat.
Okay, so
It's too
so
easy to take
is
them
there
by
any
boat.
historical proof of Josephus taking people on ships into Egypt? Is there any proof of that?
Yeah,
Titus, is there any
I
proof of that?
think it's in that I think it's in that package. I said it's like a 13-page
Okay.
breakdown. I think
No, it's
it's
not. Because
all
I
there.
looked at it. No, Jack, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not, because I looked at it. I'm familiar with this argument. It's not. First of all, Munter's writings are not even in English. So the first thing that you would have to do as a scholar is you'd have to go back to Munter's writings and you'd have to make sure it was translated properly. That's number one. You're looking
Now
at what somebody put
you would have
together.
to do
Hold
that.
on. No, I've already. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just not home. I've already done this. That's why I know the source that was going to be in there without even looking at it. I already done the study. That's what I'm telling you. I've done the Josephus study and I've done the Munter study. I wouldn't know about these things to talk about it if I didn't already study this. But you brought forth a source from Munter, and what I'm trying to tell you, if you're not familiar, and we're not, I'm not. This is not a knock, but if you're not familiar, Munter's writings are not even in English. And what's happened a lot of times is that people have taken his writings and when they translated it, they spin it and use it, and then brothers be running with it. What I'm saying is you have to go back to Munter's primary writings, especially that particular passage, page 85, and you're gonna have to try to do using Google Translate, whatever you gotta do, you got to do a translation of your own to make sure it's translated properly. Now, as far as Josephus is concerned, all right, Josephus is pretty accurate in the English. And if you go into Josephus, the only mention of ships when it comes to Titus is from Egypt to Rome. That's what Titus did, and that's what Josephus said. So we don't have to speculate about the ships because we see ships in Josephus from Egypt to Rome. What you're saying to me is that ships also went from Israel into Egypt. That sounds good, but there's no mention of it in the text. What we're saying is we're going with what's actually mentioned in the text in Josephus. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I'm driving right now, so I can't read nothing. But I know me just understanding that I can get from Egypt to Rome by the Great Sea or the Mediterranean Sea, and I can also get to not finna walk. We taking
Is
that
it, is
boat
it,
ride, cuz
is
that's
it,
like
is
saying
it,
Paul walked around his missionary journey. Paul took.
Can't
but
really
see,
hear him. Can you guys hear him?
Christians.
but the difference is, I'm gonna let you come right now, Sharp Boss Lock. But the difference is, right? You're dealing with what you're doing is you're adding to the history and saying, well, this is what I would have done, and I'm telling you that that sounds good. But also, I'm looking at what's written by Josephus, who was an eyewitness to this history. He said Titus took Israelites from Egypt to Rome in ships. That's what he says. That's what's written. Anything
Salaki.
else is speculation. Anything else is speculation. And we're not dealing with speculation. We're dealing with the history as it is written, the same way we did with the Bible as it is written. But there's no evidence that Israelites went into Egypt on ships in 70 AD in Josephus. That's what I'm telling you.
Hey, Shalakia, really quick.
All right, I
Like,
respect that, priest. I respect that.
Salaki. I wanted to ask, right? Um, I know this is not part of the argument, but during the famine, when Jacob had to take his sons and everybody into Egypt, how did they get there? Did they walk or did they take ships?
They walk.
hey, hey, hey,
Exactly. So you could walk into Egypt. This is what we're trying to say.
Hey, well, now let's take it a step further. When Joseph took Mary
So
and Christ
where
into
did they
Egypt,
come
how
from?
they get there? When Joseph took Mary and Christ into Egypt, they took a ship.
I
Ah,
mean, do it say?
See,
hey,
Jack,
can
We
we?
can't speculate.
now, Jack,
That's a
you and
very
I
good
both know
question.
now you just starting to make stuff up, Jack. You and I both
Can
know
we
they didn't
take it
take no
even further,
good gracious ship.
priest?
Yeah, come on.
No,
When was the
I
Suez
think they are.
Canal
But if we saying
built?
you can't speculate, you can't tell me I can't speculate, and then you start
So
speculating.
so
Come
What you
on
okay,
now.
that's fair.
speculating for?
That's fair. That's fair. So you know what? I'm a fair dude, Jack. That's fair. So now we have two examples, right? We have an example of Jacob and his sons walking into Egypt. You also said you believe that Mary and Joseph and Christ walked into Egypt. So then, right? I'm not far off by saying that it can be the opposite. You can walk from Israel into Egypt in 70 AD. I'm not far off at all. It can happen because we see evidence of it happening before. But what we do see when ships are actually mentioned, we see them going from Egypt to Rome. That's what we see in the text. And that's all I'm trying to say because what winds up happening is that people try to use these extra biblical sources against us, and then when we go and we take it and we examine it, we find sometimes that these extra biblical sources are actually lacking what the people are trying to use to disprove us. That's all that we're saying. I'm going to deal with this Muncher thing again because it's been a while and I know I'm rusty with it, but I already know and I've heard these arguments before. So I'm going to have to go now back into the archives, into Muncher and deal with it again. No problem. That part I'm not going to deal with today because it's been a
Because
while.
I
But
think I
Josephus,
think Munter mentioned ships, if I ain't mistaken.
I see what the English translation, but there's more to it than that. That's why I'm saying I'm going to leave that one alone for now. We're gonna put a pin in that, and we're gonna come back to that because I have to go. I actually have Munter's writings in English at home, the English translation of his writings at home. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna consult that, and I'm also going to fact check the person translated into English. It's been a while, so you gave me some homework. But I've done this before, and I know I'm going to come to the same conclusion that people are taking it out of context or it wasn't translated properly. One of the two. It's been a while though, so it's all good. It's always good to go back in and check something out and restudy it again. There's no problem with that. But the Josephus thing, I'm trying to tell you, the Josephus thing I'm trying to tell you, and I'm not saying you per se, but the source you use, yeah, they're gonna have to yield on that one.
Okay, well I will say this because I got the source. I just looked over it one time. I just got it this morning from somebody that I trust, and I just passed it to y'all. What's up? You know what I'm saying? So he could look at it and everything, just so we could be transparent. But I really come that I got a couple of questions about. Deuteronomy 28 and 68 if I get a chance to
Hey, hey,
not 28 and 68, just the whole chapter. If I get a chance to get back, I've been on the mic for a while, so if y'all
hey,
wanna,
Benaiah, you
move
mind
to
if I ask
somebody
you a
else.
real quick question?
Con.
Are you familiar with the Alexandrian revolts of 66 AD?
No, sir. The only thing I'm familiar with about Alexandria is when the libraries got burned.
Okay, so if you expand your studies on actually what took place and why General Titus, the Emperor Vespasian, when he decreed that, and General Titus, went into the land of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was not the only city of Jews, but Alexandria was probably the most populous of the Jews, right? If you go into the book of Joshua, it tell you that the border of Judah stretched all the way to the river of Egypt. This is why a lot of Israelites had access into Egypt. When you go into Isaiah 19, Israelites thought that they fulfilled the prophecy within Isaiah concerning the pillar of truth, and they Hey,
Con.
Padar. actually had. Yeah, go
Con.
ahead,
Salakia, real
King.
quick, just to land back what you said, 10 seconds. Origin in the first century, if your brothers don't know who he is, I think brothers up here know who Origin is. Origin said it was 1 million Jews living in Jerusalem during his time. 1 million. In Alexandria in his time. A million Jews.
Khan, Khan, and so what was happening was Rome was trying to sanction Alexandria too, right? Because this is why you have a lot of Israelites where it said they came from Crete in Acts 2, they came from Cyrene, they came from a lot of places that surrounded Judea. But Judea was not the only place that revolted. It was Alexandria that primarily was causing much of the uproar. Because remember, when you read Maccabees, Onias, when there was a dispute over the priesthood, right? Onias went where? He went into Egypt. So there was a lot of Israelites that was in Egypt. This is why you read about Apollos. He came from Egypt. The Arian sect of when you go into Constantine and the Council at Nicaea, right? You have the Donatists that was of North Africa. That's all Israelites, right? So you got to understand the history of Israel already being in North Africa, right? There was revolts all over the world. It wasn't just Jerusalem, right? So what Daniel Allah is telling you is the truth concerning why General Titus, how he sanctioned a lot of land, parts of the land within Egypt, and brought Jews into Rome. That's actual fact. You know what I'm saying? So, I just wanted to give you that history too. You can look that up. It's valid.
Yeah, if you got some links, send me something. I'll check that out.
Hey, I have some. I have a
One
question.
second, Roger. 1 second. Roger, 1 second. All right. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. Jack, you can stay on stage. You're usually in order, so you can always add to the build. We're just gonna do go around the queue. Maccabees and Adar Shalom, welcome to the stage. I know you guys are not in the last stage. Shalom,
But what
Yahushua
about
Yashar.
last night, Ari? What about how Jack came on stage last night laughing? Did he
Right.
learn about the sharks following commercial ships as a
Hey,
change in their behavioral pattern, which was
we can
established
see on
during
his
the
PTR he
transatlantic
didn't
slave
learn
trade?
that.
Did he learn that?
Yeah, we
Hey,
can
them
see on
niggas,
his
them
PTR.
niggas gonna
Hold on,
fly
Deacon. Hold on,
everybody
Jack.
else.
Jack.
What you
Hold
talking
on, Jack. Hold on. Yeah, we can see on his PTR that he didn't learn, obviously, right? But let's ask him. Let's hear from the horse's mouth to say, right?
Because Shower Park can explain that again, and then we can do the actual current day references, and then we can give the scholarship on that. Because it's embarrassing that he thinks that's funny.
Right. I think so too. So let's go ahead and allow him to speak on that. Jack, did you learn anything from that?
Yeah, like I say, one of my brothers sent me a back chat on that about the sharks moving around, moving after the ships and everything during the transatlantic slave trade. And the only thing I'm saying, first thing, if y'all offended by the PTR, I take that shit down, whatnot. I ain't doing no tripping. But as far as sharks, chasing after the boats or the ships during the transatlantic slave trade, that's like I said earlier. It's a natural thing for sharks and predatory fish like barracudas and what I'm
No,
saying
no, we're
to
not
move
talking about
with
what you
boats
think
in the
is
in the
natural.
water.
No, we're not talking about what you think is natural.
No, it ain't
We
what I
talking
think is
about
natural.
LaRon?
I'm
We
telling you the
talking
natural
no,
fact
no,
according to.
no, no, no. We talking about LaRon and Faithful laughing at it like it was a laughable idea and like it was funny when that is the reality and it's true. Are you complicit with them laughing at one of the worst oppression to ever happen in human history? Do you think that's funny too? Since they did us like that, you came in the room and felt the need to laugh, and why you let them do you like that? Do you think that's funny?
Oh yeah, them niggas destroyed y'all last night. That shit was funny as hell. I ain't taking it back.
Do you
Them
think
niggas
it's
literally laughed
funny
y'all out
that
of the room.
sharks? Do you do you think it's funny that they laughed us out of the room for something that was true that they didn't even know was true? Do you think that's funny?
Yeah, I mean, how you trying to make it right now? Hell no, it's not. But how it happened last night and what the conflations and the straw mans that was being made, oh, that shit
I
was
didn't
funny.
ask you that. I
Instantly.
didn't ask you that. They didn't laugh at conflation and straw man. They laughed at the idea that sharks follow ships because people were being thrown overboard. When white scholars will tell you that that's true, and then biologists will tell you that sharks' behavioral patterns changed instinctually due to that. Do you think that's funny?
No, that's not funny. That's a damn lie. But
All
that's
right,
not true.
That on some real though. On some
he
real,
just
that's
said that.
despicable, yo.
He just said it's a lie and it's not true. See what I'm saying, Ari? That's why you got to see. I be messing up the build. My fault. My fault.
Yeah, because that ain't all I was saying. I was still talking and I got muted. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I'm
I don't
saying,
care, bro.
right? I know you don't care because you got your ass whooped last night. It's all good, bro. I ain't doing no tripping. I didn't say nothing against
I
y'all
could
last
say
night. That shit was funny.
I could say you the biggest queen I ever seen in my life for laughing at one of the worst atrocities to happen in humankind, yet while claiming to be a Christian. I could say that, but I'm not.
Man, I don't really care what you think about niggas. You know what I'm saying? To be honest
I'm
with
not
you,
your nigga, bro.
Yeah, that's straight up
I'm
and
still
down.
waiting
That's
on that
straight.
one-on-one debate from you, boy.
Hey, straight up though, that's despicable. If that's how that took place. Because earlier I went in the
Nah,
room.
that ain't what happened. For now, I can clear it up if my mic stopped getting muted. But
Hey,
I know why my mic.
Ari, is that what happened,
I,
Ari? Or am I
I
making
could tell
that
you
up?
what
Boy, don't
happened
want to
last
hear the
night.
truth.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And you came over here thinking that was funny. That's exactly what happened, Jack. And
That
stop
shit was
lying. Come on,
hilarious.
cut
That
it
shit
out.
was hilarious. Y'all niggas got destroyed last night. That shit was
How was
funny
it?
as fuck.
Listen,
Yeah,
Jack,
I'm saying.
Jack, hold on,
Hold
Jack, listen.
on,
You,
hold
go
on.
ahead, Papa.
Ari, Jack, at what topic, what point did they make that destroyed anything?
Bruh, you couldn't come up with nothing. You started talking about some sharks chasing after the ships, like the sharks just chased after the slave trade ships because they had Israelites on them. My nigga, you could take any boat, start throwing white people
I
off, and
did,
start
I
throwing
didn't
trash
I
off them. The
didn't say
sharks gonna
that.
chase that shit because
I
that's
didn't
natural.
say that. I didn't say that. He tried to make a point by saying while people were a few in number according to the curse, but now people in Jamaica have populated a lot. And I said, yes, due to the curse and over 100 million people dying during the journey, so many people getting thrown overboard that sharks followed the ship, right? That had nothing to do with the children of Israel ultimately multiplying, being of the sand of the sea, like a prophecy in Book of Hosea. But he was so cut by what I said, he made a shark joke, and then a coon dumb nigga started laughing about it. And now all of a sudden, coon dumb niggas facts, laughed about facts, and you saying they did something when they really got cut. So they focused on me saying something about sharks. So what are you talking about?
All right, this what I'm talking about. I know I'm gonna probably get muted, but this what I'm saying. Sharks was chasing ships in boats before the slave trade, before the transatlantic slave trade even happened, whether it was Israelites on them or not. It could have been a ship full of white people, any kind of people. Their ass was gonna get ate up because sharks move behind larger vessels because people
Prove
tend
that.
to throw
Hey,
food
Jack, hold
off
on,
the
Jack.
side of the ship.
Jack, I want you to prove that. What you just said, that before slave trade, I want you to show
Like it's
me. No, Jack, you got to prove it. Prove exactly what you just said. Prove it. That was their behavior before that. Prove it.
oh, okay. Like,
That's right,
I got
Jack.
something we can
Prove
prove.
it.
All right, give me a second. Let me go on mute and prove that this is shark behavior before the transatlantic slave trade.
Right. Go ahead and Google it. Go ahead and
Eh,
Google.
eh,
Hurry up.
Yeah,
You damn right.
as he's
I'm finna
googling.
Google and ask Siri. How else I'm supposed to damn find out?
As you're googling that, brother, um, that still doesn't negate that 100 to 90 million of us died, and we depleted and have grown into the sands of the sea. That's the true subject of it. But y'all want to go with the sharks.
Well, that's part of what was so funny last night, Macabre, because we was talking about some real shit and it deduced into some nigga talking about some sharks. That shit was, hey, I wish
But
the
Hey,
replays
you
was
know,
on. I saved
but
it, but
that's
that
what
shit was
happened.
funny, bro.
real
But
quick,
that's
real
what
quick.
happened. We
But
we were being thrown overboard to the sharks. It is estimated that 100 to 90 million of us died during that process. That's what happened. That's just like going to a statistic and see how many people got shot. You understand? That's what happened. And now you're deflating with it. You're making a joke out of it. You understand?
190 million Israelites got ate by sharks. Prove that while I'm proving what I'm saying.
hey, Jack,
Go
listen,
ahead and prove that.
listen, listen.
Hey,
You know what? You know what bothered people about that conversation was right after that was brought up, all of you started laughing. Most of you in that room started laughing at that, right? That's a special type of wickedness, right? And you don't see the problem with that. You so focused on winning. Oh yeah, you got cut, man. They make you look stupid. You didn't even shut
And
everything
it's
down and say,
his
hold up, hold up.
people.
We're going too far now. This is
It's
our
his people.
ancestors that got killed in this thing. You didn't even care about that. That's how stupid you guys are. You just want to win, win, win. You can care less what happens to your people. And that's extremely sad.
hey,
That was when
Nah,
y'all started
brother
laughing.
that
Ari, it wasn't even a
that's a
win. It,
special that's a special type of nigga that would laugh at
oh,
something like
come,
that, man. Like
come on,
straight up,
Panay, don't do me, man.
Wicked as
and to be
goddamn hell, man. Wicked as hell. I'm over here vexed. My spirit is vexed listening to this garbage.
changes from the transatlantic slave trade. So for those brothers to even make jokes of that and say about the sharks, like this is a proven fact. This isn't just like conjecture opinion. This is a fact that the slave trade introduced sharks to this hemisphere that was not here. But I could post that link if somebody would allow me to.
Hey, Salakia, did that other room just shut down or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
accidentally.
oh, okay. I can't. Got you.
So let me say this. Y'all can hear me, right?
Con.
Con.
All right. Um,
Salakia, y'all. This damn phone's got stuck on me. I made a mistake and ended the room.
that's all good, bro. Ain't nothing. Let me just say this really quickly. What we have to realize is that there's a straw man argument being created, and there's really no reason for us to be going in circles with these guys because these guys obviously don't understand in its entirety what it is that we teach. Are we saying, let's use the examples of Deuteronomy 28, right? Let's use a couple of examples to illustrate what I'm saying. In Deuteronomy 28, it speaks about yokes of iron being put on our necks, right? You can read in other parts of the scriptures where other nations had yokes of iron put on their necks as well. We know that. When you use something as an example like sharks following behind the ships because of all the dead bodies that were being thrown over, is it possible that that happened with other ships as well? Sure. We're not saying that the curses of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, you don't see sometimes these things happening to other nations because when the Most High raised up Nebuchadnezzar, the other nations around Israel were also destroyed as well. What we are saying with Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, is unlike all the other nations where they may have had some of those curses come on them, like yokes of iron here, so forth and so on. Our nation had all the curses, all of them, every last one fall on us. That's what differentiates us from everybody else. The Most High completely destroyed us and brought every curse imaginable upon us. That didn't happen to the other nations. The other nations did not go into slavery and cargo slavery. That didn't happen to them. Yes, they had yokes of iron put on their necks, so forth and so on. So there were things that came down on these other nations, absolutely. But the Most High got the whole kitchen sink on us. That's what we're saying. So just because you may see something in Deuteronomy 28 and you may see it happening to another nation, another part of the scriptures, we're aware of that. But all those curses in Deuteronomy 28 did not happen to the other nations. But all those curses in Deuteronomy 28 in their totality happened to us. That's how we know that we're the Israelites. Because you had us going into cargo slavery on cargo slave ships, because our families were broken up, so forth and so on, because yokes of iron were put on our neck, so forth and so on, being sold on auction blocks, so forth and so on. All those curses came upon us as a sign that we're the people. Every curse that most I could think of imaginable came upon us. That's what we're saying. And that's what they don't understand. They don't understand the way that we teach the Bible or our doctrine. They want to use something like the yokes of iron and say, well, I mean, it happened over there to the Most High told Moab and Edom that they would have yokes of iron put on their neck. But we understand that. That happened during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. We understand that. We don't deny that. But that also happened to our nation in addition to being put on auction blocks, in addition to going to slavery on cargo slave ships, in addition to having our families broken up and sold, in addition to being whipped on our back, in addition to having to serve gods of other nations, in addition to having our women taken from us, not being able to have our children, in addition to being in slavery where you're in fear for your life every day. All those things came down upon us in their totality. That's how we know that we're the Israelites. They try to stratify or separate one curse from another. And that just takes you in a circular argument. You'll be arguing that all day. Oh, well, we see this curse also over here with this nation. We get it. But the Most High put all the curses all throughout the Bible in one chapter and said, I'm going to do all of this to you. And that's how you're going to know that you're the people in these last days, because these curses will be a sign upon you. That's what we teach.
Hey, Shalakia too. Really quick. Can somebody read Lamentations 3:1 really quick, just for me, real quick, Baba Kashah? Cause that struck a nerve in me just hearing that. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, Salakia, what I missed,
Lam-
Adawan?
Lamentations what?
So
Lamentations 3:1, real quick, and then I'll pass it right back to you, Daniela.
No,
Con,
yeah, come on, go
after
do
you
your
read
thing.
Lamentations, just catch me up because I was on the phone for a minute. I just want to know what I missed.
Now, some took place last night that trickled down, but I gotta get on the road. I'm yield it to Daniela. He'll explain it to you real quick. I just want to bring this precept up because I gotta get back on the road.
Sir. Con,
Get
sir.
it.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 1. I am the man that have seen affliction by the rod of his wrath.
So we are the people that have seen affliction by the rod of the Most High's anger, man. Right? We bear witness to this personally. So this is why I was personally upset because we didn't just get a miraculous light from the sky and said and hear a voice from heaven saying, "You are my servant, follow me. You are an Israelite." No, we it took what we hear learning about what our people went through to realize that our people, when I was in fourth grade, I opened up a textbook and see a slave hanging from a tree, and I questioned, why did this happen to us? You see what I'm saying? We are the people that we take this personal because we were afflicted by the Most High's rod, right? The rod of his wrath. And the one reason why I got really upset is because one key pivotal point in my life and person in my life that is like a battery in my back to this truth was my great grandmother, Hazel Alexander. I had the opportunity. She lived up to her 90s, where I had the opportunity to talk to this woman, this princess, man. And when I was in the sixth grade, I got the opportunity to learn my history because she grew up in Mississippi in the early 1910s and 1920s. Okay, and when I had to do a report in sixth grade, I even speak about her in my music sometimes. And when I first learned that, I was well off in my life compared to hers, because she went and talked to me about, her life, and my great grandmother, Paige. Me and Montoy found out that we might be kin. You know what I'm saying? Just linking the histories. But what she told me was, when she was a little girl, that, her family did sharecrop, and she did have a master, and he did beat her a couple times. You know what I'm saying? And that still sticks into my spirit to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then when I remember being like 10 years old at the time, and she was, getting ready to go into the bathroom, and it was like a still quiet, and I was just sitting there like, who would hit my mama like that? Only a fucking devil, man. Like, straight up. That's why like, men like that, it's not my will that these brothers perish. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if they don't repent from a lot of the shit that they doing, man, they in the Most High hands, because that's despicable, man. Like, straight up. Hey, Salaki, yeah, Daniel Allah, I yield it back to you.
Con, so
So
just
it was,
if
it was,
you may catch me up a little bit.
well, I wasn't, see, the thing is, I'll allow somebody else, like, I know y'all were always probably in the room. I heard them talking about it. I wasn't in the room. Let me just say this real quick. Let me just be absolutely clear. Like, I'll be trying to be nice and stuff like that, but sometimes I just have to. um, yeah, I refuse. We're responsible for, like I said before, Vocab Malone and these guys having even the attention that they get. I refuse to do that with LeBron. I refuse. And as I'm scrolling the hallways yesterday and today, I don't go in the room, but I could see names of people that's in this majority Israelites. If we wasn't in there, LeBron wouldn't have 30 people in that room. And brothers sit there and listen and go back and forth with this dude, and all you're doing is bringing attention and confusing some people. And I don't understand why, but hey, you know what? Brothers and sisters, do what you got to do. So what you just walked up in right now is that we started another room, and so basically, actually, the room right before it closed, Jack was talking about um the statement that was made that Shahpar had made about the sharks following the ships to America, right? And he was saying, well, sharks would follow any ship. Yeah, they would follow any ship, but the slave ships in particular, obviously, and Joel brought out some good points about that and some scientific research that was done. They would follow the slave ships is because that's guaranteed food. Animals have instinctual and they're smart.
right? You know that these people are throwing bodies into the water. You're going to follow that blood trail from one side to the other. Brothers brought out articles and all that. And what I was saying in a nutshell, and y'all all can take it further if he wants to talk about what happened yesterday, because I don't know. What I was saying in a nutshell is that Deuteronomy 28 is not telling us that some of those curses did not happen at other times in history, and sometimes some of those curses didn't come down upon the other nations at time as well. But what Deuteronomy 28 is showing us is the Most High brought the conglomeration or the totality of all the curses and brought them upon Israel as a sign of who we were, and that we messed up and broke his commandments, and that in order for us to repent, we would have to come back and keep the commandments. So the Most High brought all the curses upon us. There's a scripture, and it's slipping my mind right now. Maybe somebody knows, you can get it, where the Most High speaks about how he didn't punish anybody, or no nation ever went through what he did to Israel. I know somebody knows what I'm talking about. If you know what that precept is, pull it out. These other nations didn't go through what we went through, and that's what Deuteronomy 28 is showing us. But we have brothers that are actually laughing at our. We can't even listen. And this is where I'm gonna yield right now. And this is why I think brothers are so upset. The small hat community, right? We can't even pull out historical sources of their own scholars, not our scholars, their own scholars admitting what those small hat people did to us. They stick together so much that even when you bring out historical facts that are verified by their own scholars, they will get your account canceled and they'll get the room closed down. They don't allow that type of folly when it comes to their history. You can't talk about their so-called Holocaust. You can't talk about the fact that some of them were slave masters. They were insuring slave ships and other things that they were insuring and financing. You can't even talk about true history. They just don't allow it. They just will not allow their image to be tarnished like that. So to think of the fact that we have brothers that actually would laugh at and mock the suffering of our foreparents, we can't even stick together on that level. You don't have to agree with all of the doctrine of Lions of Israel or SOT or Sons of Thunder or House of Israel. But what we have in common is that all of us come from ancestors that were on them slave ships and that were on them plantations that were beat and whipped and had dogs sicked on them during Jim Crows and fire hose sicked on them during Jim Crow. Right? We come from that lineage. There's nothing funny about that, no matter what your biblical perspective is. So to think that brothers would actually sit and laugh at that is vexing, to say the least. And I understand why brothers are so angry. But this is the battle. This is the conditions of the battle that the Most High has us in. And trust me when I tell you, brothers and sisters, that this spirit is not new. You had groups of Israelites in the first century during Christ's time that did not give a rat's ass about our people, like the Herodians, not the King Herods, but the black Israelites, the Jews that were loyal to Herod. They were called Herodians. Them guys didn't give a rat's ass about our people. They cared about Rome and their position. And a lot of Pharisees had the same mindset then too, right? So why would it be different now? In 70 AD, you had Israelites that helped the Romans find secret passages underground into Jerusalem. That's in Josephus. It tells you that. We've always had these type of people amongst our people. So why wouldn't we have them now? Notsurprised.com. But I don't know much about what happened yesterday, y'all. What's up? I don't know if you were on. Well, I don't go in LaRon's rooms. I don't. I refuse. If I'm the only Israelite that doesn't do it, I refuse to give him any, or to have my name pop up on somebody's phone saying that I'm on stage in that room and to bring spirits into that room. I refuse to do it. I'm going to stand strong on that because it's ridiculous.
I agree. I don't talk to
Uh,
LaRon, and I do not talk to Mike Pereira. I don't talk to them both. They're both disrespectful. They're ridiculous. I will never talk to them again. But Salakia done, y'all.
Yeah, nothing can be
here's a
gained from talking
precept.
to certain people, Akim. Nothing can be gained from talking to certain people. And it's not even about cutting these guys no more, nothing like that. These guys are hey man, these guys are reprobate. I'm just gonna call it like it is. These guys are reprobate. And I feel like John the Baptist, man, when he saw the Pharisees and said, who have warned you? Like, some people it's almost like, man, you you just want to turn them over to Satan like Paul did, for real. It just gets that bad. We try to hold out hope for our people, but sometimes it just gets that bad, man, where certain people just have to really, you got to pray to the Most High, man, to deal with certain people because they're in the
Come
way
to
and
the
they're an
room.
impediment.
Hey,
I'm
They
sorry.
hey, priest and y'all, can we and y'all, what's up? Can we say the same thing? to Israel Doctrine. I just came back in the room and I've seen him on the
I don't
stage, and
I don't deal with him either.
everything.
He's another
Yeah,
one. He's
I
another one.
don't
I
know
don't.
who put him on the stage.
He still
Very,
has.
very
Hey, hold
contentious.
on, Maya. He still got one more chance with me. You just got. He got to let
Con,
him. He got to go through the process. You know. You know.
con. I
Who
mean,
is this guy?
I got told he got put on 4K by Sakari. Sakari put him on 4K.
Hmm.
What I told.
So
Shalom.
Daniela, you
Hey,
wanted all? Think you
I
wanted
got
Daniel's? The kingdom of heaven suffered violently. Was that the
No,
Well,
one
that's
you
you
was
the
talking?
that's
Daniel's
the
9 and 12, Elder.
Daniel 9:11 through 14.
Yeah.
And I
so
just
read
like
that.
to say this okay, got it.
Read that real quick, and
The
then
book
you
of
can jump right in, Ibar.
all right,
Not
the book of
not
Daniel,
Go ahead, Ibar. Slap.
the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verse 11. Yea, all Israel has transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore the curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of the Most High, because we have sinned against him. 12. And he hath confirmed his word, which he spoke against us and against our judges that judged us, by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heavens have not been done as have been done upon Jerusalem. You want 13 and 14,
No,
or
that's
that's
exactly what
sufficient?
praises the water for that other one. That's what I was
Come on.
saying before. That encapsulates what I was saying before. Yes, you will see Nebuchadnezzar putting yokes of iron on other nations. Yes, yokes of iron are one of the curses in Deuteronomy 28. We don't deny that. But when you piece all the curses together, it's the conglomeration of all the curses together, and it's also the perpetual nature of the curses, meaning that every time we found ourselves in captivity, it keeps happening to us over and over again. That didn't happen to other nations. That's what we're saying about Deuteronomy 28. The ultimate manifestation happened here in America. That's what we're saying. I you.
I agree with you. We should stop giving them demons, them demonic spirits that's on these brothers. Stop even entertaining them. Stop going to their room. Like attracts like. Only demons go over there and listen to them. You know what I'm saying? They're complete idiots. They they're that's all they're about. They're trying to just be entertainers and things of that nature. And I personally think they agents. They're just truly trying to destroy us and lull us back to sleep. So I hate even talking to them dudes. Them dudes are just dumb.
Salakia, Elder Taraj just saw your back chat. Salakia.
I agree. Might want to stay out of those rooms because somebody that's not grounded into this will go in that room and hear something different and may follow.
That's
Where's
a
that
fact.
bug out that wanted to get, you know what I mean, chopped up? What happened to him?
He left.
Damn, man, I want to have some fun.
Yeah, I know. That's why I brought
Yeah,
him up.
he's slow
I
motion
literally
now,
brought
bro.
him up just for you, Ariana.
All
But
praises.
I don't
Cause
know.
yeah,
I don't know Ariella. I don't think Ariella's gonna have patience for him because I know the type of dudes that Ariella don't have patience for,
I
and
got. I put $10 up, Ariella. Between 5 and 10 minutes.
yeah, Max.
hold on. What's this guy's doctrine?
Enough.
Like what? Like how unsufferable is he? Like what's his doctrine?
He has no doctrine.
He's
So
just
he
insufferable. He's another Gino. I'm telling you, he's just insufferable, bro. You
right.
wouldn't last 10 minutes, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, Gino's an Edomite, so that makes all the sense in the world.
Is he really?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. We confirmed that he's an Edomite.
Yo,
He's a tear, bro. And I think that Tamario's a tear. I'm convinced. I'm
I don't
wholeheartedly
Wow.
think so. I
convinced.
think Tamario is that very man that was written about in the book of
In Maccabees.
Maccabees. Like that's him.
God, that's a very just like that's a good theory. I can truck with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sticking to that doctrine to the chariots come.
But I think that we should at some point. Like I said before, it's a little more difficult on Clubhouse because you got to just basically pull to refresh and stuff like that. But at some point, we definitely, Yawasab, Pana, Ariella, you brothers that create rooms, we need to do a sit down on Deuteronomy 28. Not so much going over the precepts and breaking it down. I think we've already done that. But to discuss the extra biblical sources that they're using, because I'm telling y'all, they're quoting the extra biblical sources out of context. Josephus and these guys, they're quoting it out of context and taking advantage that most Israelites have not actually read Josephus, especially the parts of what that speak about Titus and what he did in 70 AD.
The
Um,
first the first person I ever heard bring that up years ago out of line was James White. James White was on a panel uh with a bunch of other quote unquote scholars, and that I don't know, I don't remember if it was him that brought it up, but I know he was on like a little, like a little panel or whatnot. They were at the table and they were all talking. It was kind of like a podcast type of thing. They even brought up how they started to talk about the Lashawan Kodash, and this is funny. And I honestly think this is why the video got taken down, because and I mean, this was like maybe 6, 7 years ago, and they were talking shit about the Lashawan Kodash, and there was an Assyriologist at the table, and he had like his he had like 3 master's degrees and a doctorates in Assyriology. He had a master's in biblical Hebraic linguistics. I still remember this vividly. And they were talking about the Lashwan Kodash, and this dude literally said, "Well, you have to take something into consideration that there was no vowels in the ancient Hebrew. When I tell you it was a cold 30-second silence, like
Who
it was crazy, bro."
was it? Was the Assyriologist, or was it James White the Edomite? Because
No,
vocab sat down.
it was an Assyriologist, and James White was there,
Okay,
and it was like 5 people. It
okay,
was
Khan.
one Jake, uh,
One coon.
and
Okay,
yep, it was one Jake, and I believe the rest were one Jake. I believe one was an Arab, and the other 3 were Edomites.
Khan. Yeah, because vocab has sat down with I think either no, he sat down with Dr. Heiser. He sat down with Dr. Heiser. Was that the guy, the Assyriologist you're talking about, Dr. Michael Heiser?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I might be mistaken, but I know the dude was like, he was the dude that everybody was yielding to. Like when he
Mm-hmm.
spoke, everybody else shut up. Because it wasn't like they were all up there on one accord. It was
Mm-hmm.
more of an open theological discussion between like all these pristine guys. Like I literally watched the video because this is when I really, really got deep into like the textual criticism and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason why I watched the video, because that's something that James White is really known for. So I clicked on that video because that's what they were initially like talking about. So I'm listening to the arguments and whatnot, and then when that came up, I said, "Oh, this is cold." And yo, I can't find that video no more, bro. Like for a good like 2 years now, I have not been able to find that video.
Khan, yeah, it might have been Dr. Michael Heiser because vocab was sat down with him and he was talking all this shit. He's like, yeah, so one West Hebrew Israelism, they believe in blah 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 and blah 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 blah, and then he started talking about the last one Kadash because he can't pronounce nothing right. White people intentionally, all right, pronounce names incorrectly because they're just willfully ignorant. Um,
Thank you.
and, and he just Dr. Michael Heiser said, well, there weren't any vowels in ancient Hebrew, and vocab just kind of shut up, but then started talking about some other dumb shit. It was cold. Like this was probably like maybe I would say about 2 years ago. I was I was like brand new in the truth. Maybe less than a year in watching that, and I know Chief and Hassan and them they used to do tape sessions all the time. Just going over different things that different Christian apologists would produce, just coming against our doctrine, and they would break it down point by point. And I remember that vividly. Dr. Michael Heiser just kind of shutting vocab down because like they think it's far fetched. Um, I had I think it was Mike. Yeah, Mike. It was Mike. It was a while back. I was real young. This is before I started, diving into the different languages and whatnot. Um, he was talking about, oh well, when we look at the transliterations from the Hebrew to the Greek, we know that the Taza is a
I abhor Mike. Slack again.
I abhor him too. He said, we know that the Tazah, why are you guys saying it's Tazah when we see in the Greek they use the sigma. So we know that it's the t sound or whatever. I'm like, bro, when you go into Hebrew to Greek, right? Why do you know what Gomorrah is in Hebrew? Does anyone know? What character is the first character in the Hebrew word for Gomorrah?
I honestly don't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't, bro.
It's the ayin. So it's
Is it
Imara.
really?
Yes, it's
It's I.
Imara.
So it's not Gamora. It's Imara.
It's Imara. There's no Gamal character at all in the word Gomorrah
I'm
in
about to look
Hebrew.
that up. That's crazy.
So why is it that there is a G? Well, when you go to the Greek, there's a gamma there, but there's no Gamal in the Hebrew word for Gomorrah. So all this, oh, let's look at the
Wow, that's crazy.
transliterations.
It's really
Well,
Imara. That's crazy.
bro, it's like where did they get that from, right? You look at other transliterations, it's like, yo, like y'all niggas are like, for instance, why do they transliterate the Prince of Salem in reference to Melchizedek as Salem? When you go to the book of Judges, they have Sibboleth versus Shibboleth. They know the difference between the the Shin, and the Samak. They know the difference. These translators did a very bad job at transliterating these names. It was terrible, right? I think it's called the Knife of Tibet, if I'm not mistaken. We literally mourned about the translation of the Greek Septuagint because it was so bad. That's what our people did. So like this whole Greek talk, right? This whole that's not proper Hebrew. Well, when you look at, let's look at the Greek language and look at how that compares to the Hebrew language. Why is it that the little hat people, as Elder Zaquan Priest Ayala put, why do they have these v characters, these v sounds? Where's the v? There's no v sound even in Greek. Where are they getting that from? That goes back to Germanic languages. That goes back to even the Latin, right? And prior to, in some parts and time in the Latin language's development, there's no V, right? You see U's. So we know that there's no V sound in Hebrew because there ain't no V sound in Greek. So these people who swear that they're so deep, that they know all these languages, that they're so-called scholars, and they laugh at how we pronounce the Hebrew language. They don't realize that the Lord is not dealing with them, man. Like they really are not that deep in these languages, and they can't answer these questions.
Thank you, Ariella. Thank you.
All praise to the Most High.
So where did Jack go? He didn't make it back to the room. I pinged him.
No, he went back to the other room.
I messaged him as well. I'm not gonna lie, I messaged him. But Ariala, if you want to, cause I'm getting with Priest after his academy is officially over with to do some things with him. How do you feel about really doing a deep dive on the Lashawan Kodash to prove it historically?
I'm down.
Yes,
Say no
Salakia,
more.
Yawasab. I think that's what we need to, just like the elder said, Elder Priest Daniela, getting into Deuteronomy 28, not too much on the breakdown on it, but really getting into the criticizing
Like
part
the
of it,
counter
which is basically
arguments, pretty much, right?
Khan. Yes, Khan. And Ariala, you're very heavy in the language. If we can have rooms like this to really edify our people, so when they deal with these types of conversations, they don't fall just for anything. You understand? I think that's what we need to get into because a lot of wicked doctrines are being, spread out here
And we just want to make sure that people don't fall for these things. And also taking the advice of the elder, Priest Daniel brought up the good advice. Stay away from certain rooms. You know, some of these brothers are lost cause. We can't do nothing for them. You know what I mean? Every time we go in these rooms, we're just promoting and supporting them. Some of them we can still deal with on a certain level, but some of them we just got to cut off completely because they're just straight devils,
Con.
right? No edifications come from them, and we need to stay away from them because a lot of times when we in there, a lot of Israelites come in there because they see our names on there, you know. And with that, I yield.
So I, our people are so are just ridiculous, right? And how we think that the Lord works and how the Spirit moves, right? So, I'll give you an example. A lot of our people believe that they just have the Holy Spirit because they believe in Jesus Christ, right? No, it's not how it works, right? When we see how the Holy Spirit was transferred, right, the Comforter, it went on the apostles, and then the apostles taught, right, to Jews who what were keeping the commandments. When they believed on Christ after hearing the words of the apostles, that's how they received the Holy Spirit. It passes from men to other men. It's like a virus, right? Almost, right? It's like a like the thing going around the Rona, right? You around someone who got the Rona, all right, whatever little you know liquid particles that fly from their mouth and land on you, all right, now you got the Rona, right? That's how the spirit kind of hops from person to person. Like it's transferable, right? So when we're looking at the evolution of the doctrine, right? That they label as one West Hebrew Israelism, right? When you look at how Elder Bivens, right, how he was able to put a lot of these things together, that was all through the Spirit. He didn't have a teacher, right? He didn't have a teacher, right? And the Lord prophesied that, he would send back Elijah, right, before the great and terrible day, roughly paraphrasing. And then from that man, right, going off and teaching, right, there were people who were teaching that we were Israelites, but they didn't have the full understanding, right? And then he starts One West, right, and then you got guys like Ariyah, right, Elder Tarai and Priest Danyala can speak to this, right? A lot of the breakdowns that most camps teach today came from Ariyah, right? A lot of them, right? Well, the Lord can use who He wants for whatever season and cast them to the wayside, right? And for all intents and purposes, that's essentially what he did with Ariyah. So people will try to use that as an excuse. So you see, you guys got that 12 tribes chart from Ariyah. Oh, you guys got that from Ariyah, blah, 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 blah. And Ariyah did this. But the thing is, the message doesn't matter who it's coming from. It's about the message, not the messenger. So the way the spirit works, right? I Me coming into this thing, I'm watching brothers like Yahweh All, Shawah Par, right? Priest Danya Allah, Chief, all right, Elder Zabak, bringing out the word, you know what I mean? And I was encouraged to do what? Do the same exact thing. Right? This is how this is how we go as a nation. We each one teach one, right? So when it comes to the language, right? When I was diving into and trying to learn the language, who did I learn from? I learned from watching Elder Karataza Allah, all right, from HODC, who's at the original school. Am I correct in that, Priest Danyala and Sarah? With Elder Karataza Allah?
Yeah, I think they're
Yes,
wisdom.
yes, that's the right brother. I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about. I learned
yeah,
from his
you could.
lessons
Yeah,
too.
he
Yeah,
was
he
from the
was at
original
the.
school.
Yeah, he
Con.
was. He was.
So he's the Hebrew expert, right? Like I'm pretty sure that brother can have he could probably have conversations in Hebrew. And I learned grammatical structure, the basics of the Hebrew grammar from that brother, right? And that's how the spirit works. You learn from someone else, and then you take the baton, you take the torch, and you run forward with it. So I've been able, through the spirit, power of Yahweh Shemi Shai, to learn even more things about the Hebrew and dive into it, and even looking at the Greek language to because our text in which we hold to, right, has Greek manuscripts, and that's all through the spirit of the Lord flowing through brothers, right, from one vessel to the next. So when these people try to come against the knowledge that this movement is pushing, they're trying to fight against God, right? They're not really fighting against you, right? They're fighting against God. They don't hate you, the messenger. Well, they do hate you, the messenger, but they truly hate the Most High God who sent the message through His Son, through His Holy Spirit, through His apostles, and now through uh, his disciples and apostles who teach this word on a weekly basis. For the past, what, since 1969, this word's been coming out, right? It's 2022, right? That's what? That's 53 years. For the past 53 years, men have been teaching what we teach, right? However, right, we have to also understand that we all prophesy in part and see in part, and we get more revelation as time goes on because more signs are passing, as we see in second Ezra the ninth chapter, right? So we can understand more things through the spirit as time progresses. So we can't be stagnant in our understanding. We have to be able to evolve in our understanding and be able to push the truth to further limits so that it can go to the four corners of the earth, right? Elders will tell you that they didn't record at camp in the beginning days, right? It was, you didn't have really the technology to do so, right? But now brothers go to camp and they're recording on their phones, right? Something that weighs less than a pound. When back in the day, you needed a whole big ass camcorder that was like 20 pounds, all right, and you needed endless tapes, right? Now we can push this truth through the advancement of technology to the four corners of the earth, getting us that much closer to the kingdom. So it's all about the evolution of pushing this word through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. But with that, I yield.
Yeah, that's absolutely right what Ariana said. And even Karatazar, well, he came in, he learned from brothers that was in the school before him. Actually, Karab, the Lion of Israel, he's one of the ultimate leaders in the Hebrew from back in the days. And like you said, he evolved, brother. He evolved. Definitely. He got sharper and sharper.
Time, all praises. All praises. Yeah, and this is something I haven't really brought out, just to the masses. Um, I would say the Lashwa Kundash in terms of the pronunciation of these characters. I wholeheartedly believe that we're pronouncing these things correctly. Right now, what I've been able to understand and study through looking at the biblical text is the grammar structure, right? So, for instance, when a nigga like Shlomo comes up and says, "Oh, you guys don't understand the Hebrew, right? Because blah 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 blah, and you don't understand the vowel points, right?" We're talking tomatoes, right? But he is right when he says that Hebrew is subject is verb subject object. He's right when he says that, right? So, for instance, a phrase like Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Atha, that is grammatically incorrect. No, none of the prophets of old, none of your laymen in the land of Israel would have said that in that way, right? Because that grammatically does not fit the Hebrew grammar structure, right? A proper way to say that would be Yah Baraka. So he bless you. Yah means he, Barak means bless, Ka means you. Yah Baraka, Yahweh. Basham Yahushai. Even the Bahasham. Hebrew is you don't have to say all this extra stuff to convey a point in Hebrew. You'll never see Bahasham at all in the Hebrew text. And if you're looking at the scriptures, you'll see Basham. So more properly would be Yabaraka Yahweh Basham Yahushai. That would be grammatically proper. Um, Call halal Yahweh Basham Yahushai. The word halal means to praise. So when you say that, you're saying all to praise Yahweh in the name Yahweh Shai. What brothers are really trying to express when they're saying that is all praises to Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, right? So that more in a more grammatical, correct way would be call thapalath, right? Because thapalath means prayers or praises, right? Call thapalath la Yahweh. La means two. Call Thapalaf La Yahweh, Basham Yahweh Shai. That would be more accurate. And these are things that, we can discover more as we dive into the grammatical structure that we see in the Hebrew, right? Because when you go onto your blue letter, right, and you look at the Masoretic text, you're going to see what's called an Assyrian box script. A script and a language are two different things, right? The Aramaic is written in the same Assyrian box script, right? But it's the same alphabet, right? It's the same characters, right? The same way when you write in Spanish or you write a word in French or write it in English, that's using the Roman script, right? So when you go into looking at the Masoretic text, which is written in the Assyrian box script, all you really have to do in understanding the language is looking at the grammatical structure and how different prefixes and suffixes are used in different forms, right? You have different stems and things of that nature, right? But understanding the basics of, okay, this character, this aleph or a lop character is pronounced a, not e, right? This character, the shin or the shun, right, is pronounced sha, not the way whatever way they pronounce it, right? Understanding that you have something called the matrices lectionis, where they would combine different consonants to make Greek and Latin vowel sounds, like the combination of ha and wa to make a u sound. Understanding things like that, when you read the Tetragrammaton, you now understand that it's Yahweh, Yahweh, right? So you have to be able to compartmentalize what you're looking at, and then also look at the grammatical structure. Because when you're looking at that Hebrew, it's you see just envision it without all those stupid vowel points, right? Forget all those vowel points. You know that this character, that's what it sounds like. You know, with this character, that's what it sounds like. You put it together, and you get a word such as halal. You'll get a word such as Abba, right? You'll get a word such as Yahawashai or Dawad or Yawakanan. Like you'll be able to do that as you start to familiarize yourself with the different scripts. So Paleo script versus Assyrian script, it doesn't matter what script it is. In the Paleo pronunciation or vocalization of either script, is going to have those consonantal sounds of ah, and with the exception of the ayin character, which has the I sound. Other than that, that's all you really got to understand to really dive into the Hebrew and kind of figure this thing out. But with that, I yield.
That was extremely educational.
That was fire.
Con.
So,
And when do our opponents offer information so succinct and educational like that? They're only good at scoffing what we believe. That's all they're good at.
But can't
Salakia,
stand two
Salakia,
questions in a hot
Malakia.
seat.
I just have to offer up my deepest Salakia
I
for
can't even hear you. You're too low.
Offering up a solemn salakia from my outburst in the other room is very, very rare that I get like that. It's just,
Is that me or is that him?
that's him. They're the Matrix Party.
all right, I'll mute up.
Oh
And
no, you good.
Barzell, and
You good.
Bar,
I think Uriel was in the Matrix. I think he was in the Matrix.
Go ahead and continue to talk. The brother was apologizing for his outburst, which we really don't need it because we are all pissed at that.
So I guess can someone fill me in on what I missed, because I'm just getting back from Atlanta from Passover, and you know what I mean, I just came back home to 300 damn emails and hundreds of text messages on the work phone. So I just been kind of slaving for the bit of this last afternoon or whatever. But yeah, I'm fuck Esau. So I'm trying to get back into what's going on with the family here on Clubhouse. What did I miss?
Anybody want to take that?
It was basically trying to say that the curses in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68 had already happened and it doesn't pertain to us in America.
So I'm
You
assuming. Go ahead, y'all.
you
What's up?
missed
Y'all all.
you missed last night grown men and one who I suspect to be an Edomite laughing at sharks eating our people while they were cargo slaves. They laughed at it. Then today, the same nigga says, "You don't know none of those people on that boat. Why you so mad?" This is what Jack said in the
What?
room he made.
Nah, yo, you lying, Slack, yeah. Nah,
You don't
Yo,
know
these
none of
niggas
those
is
people
wild.
that was on that
yo,
boat. What are you mad for? You don't
Who
know
said
none of those
who said
people.
that?
no.
Jack said
Wow,
that.
Wild.
I can't believe this.
Oh,
I can't.
Oh, Jack's no longer.
No.
I don't talk to Jack no more.
You're oh, I didn't know he said that, brother. Yeah.
Jack,
Oh man, he would have
Jack,
got his
That's
head
why they
ripped
had the
off.
shark. That's why they had the sharks in the picture
hey,
Right.
Jack,
Yeah, because
with
they
the
Yeah,
was
fish in
making
the
jokes
water.
Jack,
about it.
Jack was
yo,
getting
that's
pulled
what
up the
pissed me
stage
off.
just to get thrown off.
Yo, that's what.
Wow.
Yo, that's what pissed me off the most was that they posted pictures. Even earlier this morning, I had went in the room. I had seen Tazariak up on the stage and a couple
Yeah.
of. So I went in there and I was just in the audience, and then I seen Faithful had a shark picture, LaRon had a shark picture, and Benaiah had a Jack, I should say, Jack, right? Captain Jack Sparrow, right? He had a shark picture. So so basically, I'm like, what the hell? They got shark picture? They got a new Transformer type shark group with they street sharks now. Remember the cartoon? So, you know,
I
um,
remember that shit.
yeah. So
Shark
that sister,
Tales, nigga.
yeah, that sister Zara, she invited me up to speak, but I put maybe later because I'm driving, like I'm on trucks. I'm driving right now. I just went in there because they was going back and forth with Tazariak, faithful to Satan. So, long story short, the room just in. So I texted Zariak, yo. I said, yo, they shut the room down. He was like, nah, we still in here. I said, yo, somebody got me blocked. So I went through the search bar. LeBron ain't blocked me. Faithful ain't blocked me. When that sister Zara, she blocked me. I don't know if she felt some type of way. I put maybe later. Like, I gotta drive. What you want me to do? So,
She blocked you?
yo, I'm like, yo,
You didn't buy one of her oils out there.
I don't know. But it's neither here nor there.
Jesus.
Um, she ain't my concern. But anyway, right? So I'm like, yo, so what's good? So I hit Benaiah in the back. I'm like, yo, in the back chat, I was like, yo, what's good? The room got shut down? He was like, nah, we still in here. I said, oh, somebody must block me then. It's no sweat. They probably was going to hear some, history or something like that. Faithful known to just regurgitate articles that are pseudo. It's just nonsense, right? So, um, that's that story. So, Shawapar had a room open, and I just see Jack up there, of course, getting whipped around, right? So, I find out the reason why they have the shark up, and Jack has a picture of a shark, and it's like a scuba diver dude, like the shark about to eat him. So when I find out one of the catalysts for them to put up the image of their profile was them laughing at the fact that now this was definitely mischief because they all put the image up. There was three of them with the image up. Like that was not anything that just haha laughed it off. Like this sounds crazy. Like no, it's clear that y'all have an agenda, right? And then Benaiah or Jack, he goes to say, well, could do that debate. Like all they're trying to look for is clout at this point. But what pissed me off was the fact that they put up actual pictures to make us a laughing stock. Nick, bruh, you are a so-called black. Well, I'm starting to think that these are chocolate-covered Edomites, bro. Because how could you laugh at something like that? Like, like how could you? Like, what is the difference between uh uh well, for example, what's the brother name? Damn, a Trayvon Martin or George Floyd, like right, like that was an open lynching, except it was a knee instead of a rope. Like our people saw people hanging and dying, their breath leaving them. Right? You think that it's funny that a brother, a grandmother, a baby got thrown over ships and y'all were all proving that sharks change their routes because that's what sharks do. They change their route and they follow the trails. And even the white man was casting dead bodies and things of that nature, and they was following the ships. And remember, they was linking us all together with chains. And if it was too much slaves or if it was overweight, they would cast them to the sea, man. You know what I'm saying? And you was going down to the bottom of that sea. So who knows what else ate them? You know what I'm saying? That's terrible, man. So that shit just pissed me off, man. I was like, yo, that's despicable, bro. So yeah, that's why people got heated, and it was some real coonery, man.
And the
Wow.
thing
That's
about it, no other
that's
people do this. No other people do this. You ain't gonna get the so-called Jew mocking the Holocaust. You ain't gonna get that. It's only Israel, man, got that disrespect, and that's the curses. That's the curses. Got that disrespect for each other. No other nationality is gonna mock the suffering of their people, and we got the worst. And you got Negroes like this that's gonna come and mock the suffering of their own people. Despite
that's what
despicable.
that's what made me erupt. I rarely get like that, Malakim. Them making light of our plight like that. I had to hold back the tears. I just lost control. Salakia for that.
No need for Salakia, man. If them cats was in our grass, it would have been worse. You understand? You can't disrespect the ancestors like that. At least at some point, when you figure, because I've sat and talked to these a couple of these brothers, you would figure that we could at least agree on our ancestors' suffering. You would think that we could at least. I can sit down with Farrakhan. I can agree with him. You understand? I don't agree with his doctrine, but when it comes to the black man and our plight, I can agree with him because it's my people. You understand? But for these cats to sit there and disrespect the ancestors like that, man. Now, you know what? It would have been worse if we were in person. These niggas lucky that we on an app. And that's real talk.
Yeah, bring that out.
I hate this place.
I hate
Hey,
Sister
Elder
Jerusalem.
McCobb, I was driving with my fist balled, bro. Like I'm like yo, is this why they have these images up?
Khan.
Like yo, straight, yo, and I was feeling the same way. I was like, if he was to ever come to camp and say some shit like that, bro, people will have to really hold me back, yo, because it's another thing. See, the white man is an easy. We understand him in the prophecies, but our job to try to save our people, and a betrayer is like worse than anything. Like, guess what? The white man, he's a good devil. He's doing his job that the Most High created him to do. We understand why we going through this because he's the devil by definition.
You're going into the matrix.
You to
You're going into the
join
matrix. King.
hands with the.
That's why I always say when I'm speaking, as much as I hate the white man, I hate Uncle Ruckus is worse. I can't wait if I make it to get that spiritual power to tear through niggas like that. I'm sorry. Disrespecting our people. All the blood in this earth. Crying out to the Most High and you disrespect it. Most High gonna deal with
And even the craziness is these niggas, even the so-called conscious community, even them, so-called, with they doctrine all over the place. But one thing we all agree on, man, you're not gonna disrespect the suffering of our people, man. You're just not gonna, whether they believe they Israelites or not. That's a whole other discussion. But we already know who they are. But they're all in agreement that you ain't gonna disrespect the suffering of our people, man. And these dudes come here and do that, man.
God, I
Just
got a
shows you, man. The Most High gonna pay. They gonna pay. They gonna pay.
Consulate, I got a precept. This is Jeremiah 9 and verse 1. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I may weep day and night for the slain of my the people, slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them, for they are all adulterous and an assembly of treacherous men. Right. So our people, that assembly of individuals who made light of the plight of our people, they're an assembly of treacherous men, man. All right. We got to get away from them. We got to go into the wilderness and stay away from niggas like that. All right. Like if you like, what kind of nigga are you to not care about the fact that your great 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 grandmother was raped repeatedly by master? What kind of sick nigga are you where you're not grieved at the fact that your great 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 grand uncle, all right, was lynched and had his nutsack put in his mouth, right? This happened to our people, but you make light and jest about that. These same people would never change their PTRs to damn gas chambers, all right, trying to mock the so-called ish people. They wouldn't do that, right? But they'll do that against their own people because they hate their people, right? They're wicked as all hell, all right? And like Yahweh all says all the time, Esau can't get away. It's Esau's fault that our people are like this, man. It's Esau's damn fault, right? When you read Zechariah 1 and I think it's 18, it talks about how these four specific horns, which is Spain, France, Britain, and America, are four horns that scattered Judah, Jerusalem, and Israel, so that no man will lift up his head. Our people have been so destroyed that niggas can't even lift up their heads, all right, to speak out against the atrocities that this devil has done to our people, right? That same chapter talks about how these heathen help forward the affliction, but they laugh at the affliction of our people. It's absolutely sickening. All right, listen, man. I think I saw him come in the room. If Jack is in the room, raise your hand, Jack. Raise your hand. I gotta have a conversation with you, and then after this, we're not speaking no more.
Yeah, he in
He,
here. I see you. He in here.
I just offered them up.
does he still got that same PTR?
Yeah, he still got the shark. You see him. He still
Niggas is
got
Where
the
he
bugging
at?
shark.
out.
Where he at?
He down at the bottom
I,
with the
I
Go
shark.
invite,
all the way
yeah,
down.
I invited
Yo,
him up. I just
I invited
like
him up too.
he said, cause he messaged me. He said that's not why it's up, but why? I want to know why do you have a shark up?
He says nah, cause you about to argue me based off of a lie. Well, come
Nah, nah,
come.
nah, nah. I'm not gonna listen, Jack. Nobody gonna argue with you, bro. I'm
Yeah,
gonna talk to
then
you.
why is it up? Why is he got it up?
That's what I want
LeBron
to
got
talk.
it up, and
That's what I
Faithful to
want to.
State.
yeah,
Right.
the
That's
sister
what
in
I
the
want to
back
talk
chat
to him about.
said that they're all in here. The sister in the back chat said they're all in here.
All right, cool. So
What?
guess
That's your
what? I
favorite animal now, or something?
I
Bring
just
him
want
up.
to know why.
Yo,
I just
Jack,
want
I
to
don't want
talk
to
to
hear
you,
shit
Jack.
about how Shower Park, how you saying Shower Park got his ass whooped last night. Listen, come up on stage and be a goddamn man. I know it's hard. I know you don't have a lot of testicular fortitude, but come on up. If
He ain't
these
gonna
niggas
come
are
up.
lying, come up here and prove that they're lying.
Yeah, like it don't. It's not even on some doctrine right now, bro. I want to know if you literally, bro, if you literally have a shark on your PTR to mock the slaves, bro. Like, is that why you have that, bro? Just come holler at me, bro, or hit me in the back chat. Like, explain something, man, because that's
Jack ought to
crazy to
come up
me.
any other time. Come up now. Say it in front of your people.
You see that?
Let the whole world, let your brothers and sisters see.
Because his spirit is telling him what he's doing is wrong. He know he wrong. That's why he's not coming up. His spirit
Dead
is.
Con.
wrong. He's dead wrong. That's our ancestors.
Yeah,
And
he's
then
like,
read
uh-oh.
Matthew, and then somebody read Matthew 25 and 40, please, so we can understand
Matthew 25
that.
and 40.
Yeah, Matthew 25 and 40. So
Bring it
anybody in the
up.
audience
Break it
can
up.
understand why we so angry.
I got it when you're ready. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 40. And the king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, as in much as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me.
So whether good or bad, you done it unto Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, which further proves that us being hung over here, right? That was the same. That was like a, because guess what? The Romans always practice open crucifixions, right? With crosses on the side of the highways where you could see people who disobeyed laws. Right? It was hung. They did the same thing to us here. So Yahweh Shai said, whatever you do to the least of my brother, you did it to me, right? So whatever was done to our ancestors by being shark bait, right? Alligator bait, which are gonna laugh at that too. What y'all gonna make? Yeah. So faithful Laurent got you acting like a coon now, right? That's what this is about. What you gonna now? You gonna put on alligators up for your PTR? This is that man. That's disgusting, man.
Hey, Shalakia, real quick. He's acting like he playing stupid, but he was in the room with us, and we told him, you know what I'm saying? We told him about it. He said, if it's that offensive, that's not what I meant. I'll take it down. Where's it at? It's still up. He don't give a damn.
Right.
So what the fuck's he talking about? Excuse me, y'all. This
Listen, all
nigga
I'm gonna
hates his
say,
Right.
Jack.
nation.
All I'm gonna say, Jack. Like, I wasn't in the room, so I can't speak upon what was said. But one thing I will say is, if that's the reason why that's up, bro, you should look in the mirror and you should be ashamed of yourself, bro. Because that's crazy, man. Our people were lynched. Our people were castrated, burned alive, tarred and feathered. Like, it's unimaginable on the list of things we can talk about our people went through, bro. And if you put that up there to make fun, that's that's not a laughing matter, bro. Ain't nobody and nobody is gonna sit here and put a gas chamber up to make fun of these fake Jews. Nobody would do that. Nobody will do that. But you're gonna make fun of a plight about what happened to your people, bro. That's that's insane.
That day's gonna come. That day's gonna come, man. Where we gonna come? Where he gonna let us come from behind these laws and handle things? That day's gonna come. He just changed the whole spirit of this room. You got
So
even a
Jack,
sister.
so Jack, if they're lying, just come clear it up, bro. Is that like, just come clear it up?
Can't. Because
All
like
right,
I said,
everybody.
he said he'd take it down and he did.
Yeah, Salakia. Everybody, just give Jack. Just go on mute real quick, bro. Everybody, just give. I told Jack, we're gonna give him time to speak. Give him his time to speak his side, and to the people that were there, that were witnesses, y'all can speak your side, because this got to be cleared up. Because if that's true, this is insane. I don't understand this. So Jack, go ahead. You gonna get some time, bro.
All right, man. You know what I'm saying? I tried to explain this shit in the last room, but you know when niggas drawing straw man arguments up, they got to get a little snippet from you and hurry up and get what they want and mute you. You know what I'm saying? So I already tried to clear this shit up. Like the brother was saying, I said I was gonna take this PTR down if this shit offended you. But as I'm saying this shit, I'm getting muted. And ain't nobody said a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Now I see the answer. So my phone freezing up, but whenever it stop freezing up, I'm gonna take this down. But this the thing. You know what I'm saying? The brother Shower Paul went in that room last night. Brother got his ass destroyed in the argument about
Jack,
Deuteronomy
Jack,
28. And I
no,
wasn't
Jack,
saying nothing.
Jack,
Hmm?
Jack, Jack, Jack. Nobody's talking about none of that right now. I'm asking you a simple question. All right, Jack? Why do you have a shark in your PTR?
As a joke on Shower Paul.
What's the joke?
This is the joke that I'm gonna try to explain. I'm gonna try to explain again.
I don't care about nothing else. What's the joke?
This is the joke, bro. This brother was getting his ass whooped and started making shit up last night. You know what I'm
What did
saying?
he make up?
Well, I'm finna tell you. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't want me to talk, I'm gonna go right. This is why I didn't want to come up here because I'm not
Go
finna
ahead,
get
bro.
straw
Go ahead.
man.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not
Bro,
Go
finna
you
get
ahead.
cut
talking
off.
to
So if
me.
y'all want me to
Go ahead,
talk,
bro. Go
Yo,
you
ahead.
gotta let
Jack.
me talk.
Nah, yeah, Shy, hold on. Yo, Jack, it's me. You could talk to me, bro. I need clarity. Like, what's the joke, bro?
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? The boy getting his ass whooped. Now this is the first thing that he said before the shark stuff even came up that had niggas dying laughing. We talking about the curses in Deuteronomy 28. The brother starts saying some shit about the curses lost their power, or they disintegrated or evaporated or something, and then Israel just came back together and started growing in numbers. That was the first funny clown shit that the nigga said that just had everybody in the room dying laughing. Cause nigga, we've been talking to y'all niggas for more than a year, and we done talked about Deuteronomy 28 more than 5 or 6 times. I ain't never heard a nigga have to get so desperate to where he say the curses lost their power, like when you shake up a soda and it lose the
Jack,
fizz out the
Jack,
motherfucker.
Jack, Jack. You're not listening, my nigga. You're not. And I'm getting a little frustrated. Jack, why do you have a shark in your PTR?
As a joke on shower party.
And so the joke is, because from what I'm hearing, is Shawapar said that there is literally a trail, a migration of sharks through the Atlantic Ocean that was through the Middle Passage, following the slaves because slaves were being dumped off the ships. Correct?
Kinda. The brother say sharks didn't start, eating humans or whatever the hell he say. They didn't start chasing boats until the transatlantic slave trade. And this is what everybody's laughing at. You know what I'm saying? Now he trying to make it a straw man, like we laughing at the ancestors, like we laughing at slaves in Florida getting ate by alligators. Or we supposed to be Israelites, so these are fucking ancestors too. We laughing at our own ancestors getting ate by sharks. Like, yeah, whoever believe that dumb as fuck. How the hell
Hey,
we Israelites and talking about our own
Jack,
people?
Jack. Faithful got it up because he's laughing about it. He don't believe we Israelites are.
Oh, he
Laron
put
too.
he put it up because he put it up after
So
me and Stephanie them did
it's
it.
like if you in a stolen car, right? You in a stolen car and your boys picked you up. Police pulled. You get in a stolen car. You don't know it's stolen, right? Police pulled you over. Your black ass going to jail too. Guilty by association. You know that they were making mockery of the fact that because faithful to Satan, he defends them fake ass Jewish people to the cows come home, right? But Shawapar brought up an interesting statistic about how, and not only have I didn't look that research up myself, but I heard that numerous times, even from several people who studied the transatlantic slave trade, that sharks did change their routes because they knew that humans. You ever hear of? I forget what it's called. It's a certain syndrome that even certain mice they've tested in labs that there are certain instincts that are carried down to in order for animals to survive to their children. For example, when you put a smell of they would put a smell of a pepper right in front of a mouse and then kill it, right? And they did that several times. The now a mice, is not gonna naturally fear when it smells pepper. It's in your house, right? So what they studied was that these mice, their offspring, at the smell of pepper, they started to freak out. They started to freak out. So it is an actual fact that animals, by instinct, they will follow certain things like ships, like people getting dumped off of the ships, right, and change their patterns and change their routes because they know that food is coming, right? And this is a known fact in science, right? When you study animals, right? When you study the ecology and the ecological system and things of that nature concerning the animal kingdom, right? This is just known, right? So how I'm looking at it is you try to make mockery of it because we're asking you why you have this PTR up with this goddamn scuba diver acting like he about to get eaten. It's just like you guilty by association, bro. And you and it is highly offensive. It's highly offensive. Like I thought y'all was starting some damn Shark Tank. I was thinking about that damn show with what's his name? Them
Mark
rich
Cuban.
yeah,
My boy Kevin
Mark
O'Leary,
Cuban.
Mark Cuban, right?
I'm like, what they think they the Shark Tank now? Like, you know what I'm saying? But when I found out how this actually came about, when y'all was putting them damn PTRs up like that, I was like, that's fucking despicable, man. Like for real, like you should really feel ashamed that you got this damn shark up, right? Knowing that it could offend an entire group of people, your whole entire nation, man. Let alone Israelites. Damn Christians will get mad at your ass right now.
Yeah, and this is why Christianity is the worst thing on earth because even a hotep, even all of these people and all these various amount of doctrines will get extremely mad on what you're saying and how you're laughing about their ancestors. And he's on a phone call right now, but I have to say this. Like this is ridiculous, bro. But a Christian will have a shark to make fun of one of the worst, no, not one of the worst, the worst historical event to ever happen on Earth. This is crazy, bro. You see that link above? Shower Paul put that in the back chat. Look at it right there, man. This is crazy, bro. I don't, I don't get it. Like this is crazy. This is wild, bro. Like if this was at camp,
Yo,
I
it
don't
would
know
be
what would
it
have
would be
happened. I
it
don't
would
know
be
what would have
serious.
happened to
I
Mr.
know,
Salakia.
I know.
It
Niggas
would
talking
be
too nice
serious.
in
know,
here. Niggas talking way too
we
nice here. That whole Albash.
Yo, it would be
I'm becoming
serious.
extremely incarnal. All that shit. I'm not hearing none of that. You say that in
bring
front of
that
me,
up,
bro.
bro.
I'm not hearing.
Bring
Oh,
that
y'all
up.
can be nice in here if y'all want to. I don't know what happened yesterday or whatever he was speaking on, but when you make something like that and make light of it and make a joke out of it in front of my face, all that is going out the window. I'll
Hey,
even
hey,
counsel
Exactly.
Jack.
on it
I,
afterwards.
I
Counsel
think
on
I
me
think that
afterwards.
I think that they forget that it's an app. That's one thing I stress the most. That brothers seem to forget that this is an app. But if this was a real life
And you peep
situation,
and
none
peep
of this
this,
would have
right?
never went down.
That's a fact. And peep this. It's like I let you up here because I literally wanted to. I want you to explain, and all you want to talk about. He got cut up, and this is they don't
He not
do.
explaining nothing.
Let me right. Let me tell you something. These dudes, and this is why I don't debate a lot of them no more, bro. I'm not talking to these dudes about doctrine, bro, because they do this for fame and glory. I could give a damn about myself. If I'm debating somebody, it's to speak truth.
Because you ain't debating me, you debating what the book says. And for you to sit here and this is crazy, bro. Look, he changed it now. He's still on the phone, but he changed it now. But come on, man. You can't be doing stuff like that, bro. Like you can't do stuff like that. Like
Shit is crazy.
if I was to have a gas chamber, right? And that gas chamber is symbolizing, and it's a joke now, but the gas chamber is symbolizing the little hats going through their plight in World War II. Then you know what's gonna happen to me, bro. First of all, I'm gonna have to create a third account, right? Because I'm getting clipped, and then people gonna look at us like we crazy. Who put Nellius on the stage?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who
Yeah,
he
he
is.
don't belong. He don't
Sh-
belong in
I
my
did.
room.
I did.
I
You don't want him up there?
Nah, I
Shalakia, I
kicked him
did.
out the room. Nah, you good, Ak. I kicked him out the room. He can't come on none of our stages.
Oh yeah, he
Con.
was with the disrespectful last time.
It's crazy, man. You know what? There's a story. It's supposed to be a true story about Al Capone. And they said a guy came on to deal with him, a black dude from mob, and he said, "Yo," he said, "you want me to trust you?" He said, "Anybody that would sell his own people out, I damn sure can't trust you." You know what I mean? So they think the white man look at you like you crazy when they do things like that. Like, damn, you don't even got respect for your own people. I mean, where's this going, man? Not will we give a damn what the white man think, because I couldn't give a rat ass what he think, but I'm just talking about the logic. Like people, other nationalities look at like you don't even got respect for the own suffering of your own people. How the hell we gonna respect you? You know what I mean? You're playing games here, man. We know that sharks follow blood, man. That's why they say they got that old saying. If anybody watch fights and stuff, they say what? He smells blood. He smells blood. That's the saying. So we know that animals, they smell blood. You see what I'm saying? And we know that sharks follow blood. And that was the blood of our people, man, suffering on that slave shit. That was the blood of our people that they was following and sensing off of our suffering. And now you put a shark. Yo, listen, that's why the scriptures say we became new men in Yahweh, man. That's very dangerous what y'all brothers is doing. You know what I mean? It's very dangerous because we spiritual men. But you even got like gangbangers and stuff. They even identify with the suffering of their people. And that's just real talk. And that's a different spirit. And that's just real.
Salaki, even Hollywood knows that they were throwing our people overboard because that movie Amistad showed where they were chained to the anchor and they had that revolt. They were throwing our people overboard.
Where do you get the walking the plank from? Like, I just don't understand. We teach right in front of the old state house where the actual Amistad um, court case took place. That's where, if you see our videos, we revamping a lot of our YouTube stuff right now. But that's where we preach at on Saturdays, right? And you can actually go to the old state house, and they have these two posts. One of the posts is a free white man, right? And on the other post, it's a Jake. He bowed down and he got chains on his hand, right? That's a historical place, right? Concerning that actual event called Amistad, right? So this is real, man. This is a real thing. And to make something like so laughable, knowing that they still are rejoicing over our downfall, rejoicing over us being impoverished, rejoicing over the fact that they overtook us in the straits, right? It's just shame on you, man. Shalom, family.
Hey, Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Hey Jack, are you still on the phone?
Nah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Hey Dave, I see Dave came to the stage, man. You got you. What up, bro?
Shalom, how y'all doing?
Shalom King.
Hey, Shalom, Mark, what's good?
I just wanted to say, like, I definitely agree with what y'all saying on this matter. Y'all know I don't agree with y'all on a bunch of stuff, but this right here is shit.
Con. That's what I'm saying. Even we can agree with the nation of Islam. We can agree with Hotep when it comes to the suffering of our people. You understand? I don't agree with all doctrines, but we can come together on that at least. This ain't about winning. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
I mean, you got brothers in jail, man. You know, that's what I'm saying. Everybody can agree on this right here. You got brothers in jail. You got all type of brothers. They not playing this, man. They not playing. You're not going to disrespect the ancestors like that. You know what I mean? But that's a different level. We trying to become new men in Christ, but you're not going to cross the line and disrespect the ancestors, the suffering of what they went through, man, to pay the way for us to even be on this goddamn app. Now, we know it was the Most High. The scripture said if it wasn't on the Most High, you know what I mean, we would all be consumed if it wasn't on the mercy of him. But damn, man, you know what I mean? You disrespect your own people. Nobody can trust you. The white man, nobody can trust you. Because they're looking at that's the lowest level you can get. Disrespecting the suffering of your own people.
Elder.
Con.
Just to bring that into,
Talk
a true
about no more.
story.
Like y'all done crossed the line. We ain't y'all do
Yeah.
what y'all do. We do what we do, man. We ain't got nothing to talk about no more with y'all. We ain't got time to reason with y'all. Y'all took it to another level, man. Y'all do what y'all do. We do what we do. We see what happens in the end.
Con. That's how we feel. But yeah, to just real quick to bring it to a true life event, brothers who follow us at HOI know that we was down there on January 6th when they tried to do the coup and take over the government. We was right in the middle of all that, calling them crackers the devils that they are, letting them know that America's never going to be great again, letting them know that the only way that this land can be cleansed is from their blood, and that America's coming down. And guess what? Those crackers was military and everything. Guess what they did? A couple of them came up and said, "Y'all, the Black Hebrew Israelites, we respect y'all. We respect y'all. Keep up the good work," because they respect warriors, not cowards.
I also want to say, like, I respect how y'all brothers, like, realize how serious this situation was and put all that doctrine shit to the side to talk about this, because shit like this is sick, bro. I'm telling you, like, I was mad as fuck hearing that shit from Benign, man. That shit sick as hell.
I'm with my elder. We got no more dealings with them. Period.
The crazy thing is he still got it up. After
Nah,
all this, he's
he
Nah, he took
changed
it
it.
down.
He
Refresh.
changed it.
Can I say something real quick, Kings?
Khan, King, go ahead.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's just crazy how these same brothers that had that room of Deuteronomy proved that you're Israelite, Deuteronomy 28 and all that. You feel me? These brothers had these rooms up for long ass times. You feel me? And you don't even be hitting the streets. You just sit your lazy ass down and you don't even help the nation out. Like, what are you doing for your people? And you feel me? Stuff like this make me mad because you feel me? It just show you that you don't give a damn about your people. You're not putting your life on the line. And and when you go to Luke 14:23, Christ, he commands us to go out to the highways and hedges. But instead, you feel me, y'all waste y'all time being on a dumb app that's gonna get burnt the hell up. It just show you how carnal minded these brothers are.
they set
I
up
tell,
to prove us to be wrong, and they got faithful to the devil leading them.
I tell you what, I'm in that chat, and the sisters are heated. Not just us. The sisters are heated. Man, you just exposed yourself. All of them did. You know what I'm
Man, the
saying?
Most High is exposing all these cowards. You
Exactly.
understand? That's all he doing.
And I'm glad the Most
All
High is
praises.
exposing all of y'all coward niggas doing this,
All,
and mocking our ancestors. That shows I would not go to war with any of you niggas that's doing this because y'all are damn cowards. And it took you so damn long to come on stage to say your case. And I'm glad the Most High is exposing all of you niggas.
hey, Gana, you know what? They not just making fun of the ancestors because the same shit that's in Deuteronomy is still happening today.
It's still
You know, I
happening
got,
today,
I got,
Hazaram.
I got brothers that's dying today. You know what I'm saying? We got brothers and sisters getting killed today, and they making fun of that shit. It's deeper than damn sharks. You making fun of
Right.
what's going on today too. You know what I'm saying? So them
When,
niggas don't give a fuck about
damn,
this, man.
remember when Trayvon Martin had got killed, right? What did white boys and white girls was doing with Skittles in their hand? Remember when that was going viral? It was
Con,
Right.
wearing
Hey,
hoodies with Skittles in their hand.
if I could, just to add to that, North Carolina just apologized for mocking a slave auction.
Just did that.
Just did that shit. So we not dealing with anything less than, if not our own, and stupidity like this, bro. That's why I'm taking us, our kinfolk. I'm raising them a higher standard. They know better. So to mock what the hell we been through, and the oppressor sitting there already mocking us as is currently in school, well, that shit is twice the times as much anger as it's getting me, bro. Cause that shit is
con,
Yo,
that's
con,
goofy.
Yeshaya.
Salakia,
That's
Salakia.
goofy.
Look at this bullshit.
In the
Look at
back
this.
chat, right?
This nigga Dwayne preach a word. Israelites put themselves in the predicament. They're in. Oh my God, bro. Like,
I was
See
just
that?
gonna tell
so
you to
Hey,
bring him
hey,
up.
real,
Praises.
my
hey,
nigga,
hey,
my
Expose
nigga,
that.
hey, hey,
does that mean that you sit here and you're not angry on what's happening to your people, bro?
Talk
Expose
to
him,
him, I.
please.
And it
Expose him.
says the one on the app too. Like, let them.
Expose
I
that
want to hear their
nigga.
cases on what they mean by these things. They just talking
Come
in the
on
back
and
chat.
check it out. Check it out. It says on his page, right? It says that he's a husband. So imagine how he care about his wife and his kids. You know what I'm saying? He don't.
Hey, Hazaram,
Exactly.
just check this out, Hazaram. What if the same thing, and God forbid it happens, right? They shot my cousin over 50 times, right? And what if something happened to his wife? Somebody put a PTR of his family like that, right? Wouldn't you be pissed off?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I doubt
crazy,
if he'll
man.
be pissed off.
hey,
I
But you
don't
want
think
to
he'll
sit
be
here and
pissed
mock
off.
him.
This
hey,
man
hey,
said he's not an Israelite. Hey,
hey, hey,
forget about
Nigga think being an Israelite is like it's a club or something.
it.
Nigga, this shit
Yo,
about to
right,
this shit about to
Wow,
fuck
man.
you
right,
hey,
up.
right.
man
This about
said,
to get this
yo,
shit about to get me hot. Niggas think, oh, I'm not an Israelite. Like that take out your identity.
Right, yo, they never obviously read King Josiah. They never understood that King Josiah was killing simple ass Jake, man. King Josiah beat they bones to
Facts.
dust,
Facts.
right?
Come on.
To
Bring that
See
out.
dust,
that?
bro, for betraying the Most High. That was one of God's kings that He predestined and prophesied will come for the judgment of Israel, right? Because
Come
they betrayed the Most High Yahweh. Real quick. Somebody give me Ecclesiasticus before I gotta get back on the wheel. Ecclesiasticus 13 and 15, real quick.
Hey, real quick, if I could add this on, Yahweh Shai, he went through the curses. You see that? He had to be punished too. So you making fun of that too, like what you brought out earlier.
Gone.
Con, what you
Ecclesiastes
need?
13 and
Oh,
15. You said Ecclesiastes 13 and 15.
Gone.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, third chapter 13, verse 15. Every beast loveth his like, and every man loveth his neighbor,
Go ahead.
and all flesh consorteth according to kind, and a man will cleave to his like.
So we supposed to love our own people and cleave to our own people for our own people's prosperity, right? So to try to take the book, right? And we know through through the evolutions of religion and things of that nature, and to try to take what belongs to us and take the book and make it about everyone else except the people who it belonged to is seriously mentally challenging at this point, right? And to not love your own people, but to be up on stage with people who are in agreement with the remember, we got to remember what LaRon said. I don't remember. I don't know if y'all remember. He said, "Black Hebrew Israelites are the worst people on the planet Earth." Y'all remember when he said that? I don't know if it was.
Of course I do.
You
Uh,
remember that?
LeBron 411, man.
So this is the energy that you got to deal with, that we just got to cancel and just move on, and just consider them like what Yahweh Shai said, man. Treat them as unto a heathen, right? Just treat them like that, man. They don't get no more attention, no more love, no more debate, because that was one of the first words that came out of Jack's mouth was set a debate. I'm like, this dude talking about a fucking debate, bro. You need to own up to what you got on your PTR, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, I brought that scripture up because, it's not brought out a lot concerning everyone's supposed to love his own kind. You know what? The white man, let him enjoy his kingdom and let him be a racist, right? Let him love his own. I don't give a damn about a white teacher, a white head coach of a basketball team, a white professor, right? A white, not Mr. Friendly police officer liking me. I don't give a damn, right? When I drop a package off and they say, "Hey, good job. Hey, buddy, enjoy your day." I don't give a damn how he feels about me. I love my own. I know I'm in a strange land. I was brought here, right, to suffer these curses, right? But I know there's hope beyond this for my people, mine. I don't give a damn about the rest. We know the end and what is predestined for them, right? We just got to be concerned with our own. And when I say our own, I'm talking about the elect at this point, and those who we are called to go redeem and save, right? It's my hope that all Israel be saved. But these brothers, man, these we just got to write them off, man.
Yo,
I'm with
Salakia, hold on, real quick. This bitch ass nigga, Dwayne preached the word. Come up on
Khan.
stage, bro. Come on up stage. Let's have a
I'm looking
conversation.
for him. I think somebody booted him, unless he left.
These niggas are insufferable.
This
Hey
is
Rodney.
it's
Hey
just
Rodney, these your
ridiculous,
peoples?
man.
What was that?
These your peoples you be on stage with?
Hmm.
Yes.
LaRon and them?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yikes.
that's what I don't understand about you, Rodney. Sometimes
Hey,
I hear you in these rooms preaching against the doctrine. That's cool, but you agree to stuff sometimes that don't even make sense. Faithful has a doctrine that everything in the Bible has already came to pass, and we know that that's not true.
And you believe I agree with that?
Rodney, real quick, like it's more than doctrine right now. I just need to
They're
know something.
absolutely, they're
Hold
absolutely
on, Barzal.
ignorant.
Hold on, Barzal. I'm talking right now. Hold on a second. Rodney, how did you feel about that shit with the Sharks, bro?
I swear to God, I was not there. I was there on stage. I literally was bowling. You can check my Twitter. I was bowling.
I respect. That's all I wanted to know, bro. Because listen, doctrine is one thing. You know what I'm saying? Doctrine is one thing. Whatever, we gonna disagree on scripts. Cool, we could do that all day. But when it comes to a damn shark in the PTR and making fun of the plight that happened, bro, is that shit ain't funny, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to know, you know what I'm saying, if you was even there, Rock. But you wasn't there, so you don't got a dog in this fight.
Uh, because like I say. You know, we can agree with the nation, we can agree with anybody, the Hotep, when it comes to the plight of our people. If you can't agree with that, you feel like you can mock that, you know what I'm saying, for the blood that was shed by our ancestors, I ain't got no dealings with you. I'm following suit with my elder. I ain't got no more talk for these niggas. That's real.
So Rodney, you know what happened?
No, I don't even know what's going on.
Hmm.
All right. What up, Jake?
Shalom, Jake.
Shalom.
Shalom, Jake.
Ah, shit, my bad. Jake, come back up. I was trying to get you a mob badge, and I threw you off the stage, yo. My bad.
Somebody
Nah, he did
modded
it
him at
on
the same
purpose,
time as you.
Jake.
That's why.
He did it on
Ain't no
purpose,
problem,
Jake.
Bob.
No,
It's
I
all good.
didn't.
He did that on purpose.
It's all good. I
My
hope we
bad.
get rid of I hope we don't talk to Coon. Like we got it. No Coons and no Cooning in 2022. We gotta move on
Rodney,
from this stuff.
Rodney, them your
Please.
people. You gotta go reprimand them.
Please, Lord.
If you ain't here, I'm pretty much you could see the back chat and everybody else. They can explain to you what happened. Them your peoples you be on stage with, you need to go reprimand them as a grown man, not by doctrine. You need to explain to them how off that was.
That's like you talk about how Emmett Till was hanged, by a rope, and then you change your PTR to the rope that hanged Emmett Till just to
Facts,
mock niggas as a
facts.
joke. Like there's a like that gets out of Bible breakdowns and gets into like cultural oh like you are an incel type of uh racist person. Like you really do hate black people. Like that's not even we're not even talking about Jesus anymore. We're just talking about you hate black people. And you trying to be a troll just to get off because you're losing an argument. Because of that, you for you to be able to save face, you think the next best thing in the argument is to troll people suffering, right? As a mockery. And don't come on stage later saying, "Oh, please forgive me, brother Salakia. You know, I know what I did was wrong." Like, if you had the spirit of Christ inside of you, you would have been known that that was wrong. So you would have never had the spirit to want to do that. It's weird.
Khan, bring that out.
Fine.
And so you just saying sorry just to say sorry, it's just your mouth moving and making a noise. It's not based on your action. If you love your brother, it's loving your brothers. That's how you can't be coming on this app talking all day that the two commandments you got to keep is love your neighbor as yourself. And then when your neighbor gets eaten by sharks, you mock that neighbor for getting eaten.
Bring
You
that out.
broke two. You broke one of the two commandments. You can't even keep two. So don't get on stage talking to us. It's all bullshit. It's all you just bullshit. You a bullshit phone. This is me. This is me. I'm not mad. I'm mad. It was vexing, but I'm not mad as in I expect it. So it's not. It's if you got a nigga that you picked up a nigga from juvie, brought him to your home. This nigga gonna steal something from your house and try to sell it to push crack. He's gonna do that, right? But
But you ain't
you
expect a nigga
getting
to stoop that low out. Like that. That shit threw me all the way off. I wasn't even there yesterday, and I'm hearing this shit. That shit threw me all the way off. Granted, we gonna deal with demons when we out street preaching, so on and so forth. But to stoop that low, bro, nah.
I understand. I understand that it's shocking for some people. I don't expect anything less from LaRon Campbell. Maybe not Benaiah, but at the same time, there are some people who, and his name's not Benaiah, his name's Jack. You have to earn that name. A lot of y'all got some, look, man, if you got a Hebrew name that you have not earned, Benaiah means something. That man that lived in the Bible, he made that name something. He was a warrior for real, not a Bible arguer on the internet.
Man, I
That's
know
what I'm
y'all
talking
niggas
That's
all
not
in
the
here
what he
talking
time.
wrote.
about me, man, behind my back, man. Is that what
It
y'all
just
doing?
hey LaRon,
Mute,
hold
Hey,
on,
what's
mute your
up,
LaRon,
mic,
nigga?
real
How
quick,
you?
Moses.
real quick, real quick, real quick.
Hey, yo,
Real quick,
LaRon.
bro.
You hear
Yo.
this nigga?
Hey,
Yeah,
yo.
hold
Hey,
on.
yo, LaRon. Hey, yo, LaRon.
Yeah, easy, easy, easy.
All
Yeah,
right,
good.
hold on, y'all.
All
Let,
right,
let,
all
let
right,
y'all
This
all
shop
right,
too.
nigga,
So
all
yo,
right,
man.
hold
all
on, y'all.
right.
Hold
Priest
on,
Killer
y'all. Let
said
y'all
chill. I'm
shop there.
chilling.
Hold on. Y'all were all speaking. Yeah, y'all were. Hold on, guys.
I wanna ask what was so funny about sharks following slave ships due to a behavioral change based on the transatlantic slave trade. What was funny about that?
Nah, it was funny because the nigga said that they were still doing that.
Okay, okay,
And the nigga still yo.
Right, nigga, I'm super laughing, nigga. What's up?
wait. Hey, Laurent, do you know anything about marine biology?
Nah, I don't know nothing about it. Tell me about it.
Well, if you must be an expert to laugh at that idea
Nah,
because
cause I
no, nothing. Remember, you just said you don't know, so you must
tell
be
me
an
about it.
expert to laugh at that idea.
Yeah, it was funny as hell. That's why. Tell me about it.
Do you know how sharks feed?
How they feed off of what? What they feed off of? Talk
They
to me. I'll talk back to you.
they have sensors on the underside of their snout that detects bioelectric chemicals, and also it basically is the equivalent of the sense of smell through water. Do you know that?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, you know.
Yeah, you know that. Do you know that the white
Uh,
tipped tail shark in the Atlantic Ocean is called a dog shark, a sea dog? Why is it called that?
because you can sniff your ass out. That's why,
No,
huh?
no.
Why?
The dumber you respond, the less becoming it is for who you want to be.
I hate this
They they
place.
they do that because sailors call them the sea dog because they follow behind commercial ships, dog waiting for food or refuge to come from the boat. This is not how those sharks are supposed to feed because they're supposed to swim at a certain depth. They've changed their behavior due to the convenience of being able to find food by following sailing routes. This behavior believed to have been spawned from the transatlantic slave trade, which is one of the oldest commercial sailing routes that involved human beings and refuge on this 4-month voyage being thrown overboard. So why do you think it's funny that sharks to this day still follow ships?
So sharks to this day still follow
Why do you
ships.
think it's
Well, I
funny?
don't. I wouldn't say to this day, but I know why they was
Why
following
do you
ships
think it's
back then.
funny? I don't care what you would say. I know.
I
So
know why
why do
they
you think it's
I
funny?
know why they was following ships back then.
Why were they following
Jake,
ships back then,
wait,
Laurent?
no, Jake.
Cause they cause
Jake,
I got you.
why do you care about what he
They
wants
was
to
throwing them over.
answer
They was
instead of
throwing them over the
asking
over. They
him to
blood.
answer
That's
what I
why.
want him to answer?
Blood.
So,
That's why.
Laron, why do you think it's funny that sharks follow ships to this day?
I don't think they follow ships to this day. Not
And
unless
there
they
you
got
have it,
not
everybody.
not
And
unless
there
they
you
got a
have it,
reason to
everyone.
follow.
There you have it, everyone. The nigga said, I don't think they follow ships to this day. That's wrong. And then he
Okay,
tries
where's
to
the
add
article
on,
at then? Where's the
and
article
then
at?
he
Where the
tries to add
abstract at
on,
then?
then he tries to add on, but if they do follow, no, that's somebody that's wrong,
Hey, pull
still
the
trying to
abstract
sound
out
smart.
then. Where the abstract at?
That's somebody that's wrong that's still trying to sound smart.
Hey, pull the
So
abstract out then. That's all you got to do. Just
LeBron, eat a dick. Go to the audience and sit there. Now, that's what I'm talking about, people. That's a dude who claims to be the big Hamite, who claims to be a black person's friend, representing the African nations, and he laughed at one of the worst atrocities that ever happened to these people at all times, bro. I hate LeBron, man. And then when you show him and try to teach him something, he challenges you after admitting he doesn't even know the subject matter. I hate LeBron. This dude is a clown. He's a caricature of what an academic is. He's not an academic. He's a cartoon, man. So, so now that we just taught him that the marine biologists acknowledge that the behavior of sharks changed to find more convenient food sources, and they have learned to follow commercial shipping patterns via scent. Where did they get that from? The earliest commercial
shipping route, a 4-month long voyage across the Atlantic, which is the transatlantic slave trade, where boats followed the same routes to avoid sea wreck and became consistent, and sharks learned these paths and would follow these boats and would eat our loved ones alive as wicked white people would throw them overboard. All right? I don't want to say nothing else. If y'all want to bring LaRon back to the stage, I shouldn't have kicked him down, but he makes me angry. But if y'all want to
Yo,
bring him back to the stage, I'm not going to talk to him. I'm going to be quiet.
yo,
I don't even think he's here, and to tell you the truth, I don't even care that you threw him down because
God. But
I'm
the
never
article's
talking to
up
him.
there.
hey, yo, what's up? My finger accidentally removed him.
Hey,
Slacky.
Shalom,
Um, Shalom, King.
Accident.
So I slipped in the spirit, hit the button. So, but y'all, what would you expect any differently? Would you expect any differently, y'all? Because remember we had the conversation when when the brother was threatening to murder you online. You remember that?
I'm sorry, repeat that. Somebody was laughing. I couldn't really hear what you were saying. Say it again.
I was asking y'all all, do he remember the conversation when LaRon, G-Con, whoever was threatening to murder him online? We all had a conversation. I talked to y'all all that day, talked to G-Con that day. My point is,
Remember that?
like, my point is, how can we expect anything different from a brother every time he swore he get mad? He talking about not fighting. He goes to murdering. Who he gonna pull up and murder at campsites? He gonna murder brother. So it's like,
Remember he told me
this
that?
ain't,
Remember he said
yeah,
he said I'll come down to the campsite with my 45 and I'll show y'all what it's really about. Remember all because we was cutting him on Matthew 15:24?
Con,
Gun's
I
bigger than
remember
him.
that. That's what I'm
And
saying.
then
So
and
it
then
don't
I
surprise me
responded
that he
with
laughed and
Yo,
was saying what he's
LeBron
saying.
and
is
then
4'11". That gun is bigger than him.
I
Stop giving these
responded
people
with
these energy, man.
LaRon, they didn't stop making guns when they made yours. And I know how to use a pistol. I was chastised for saying that by all the Christian apologetics. After he threatened to come to where I teach the Bible with his 4 or 5 and show me what it's all about, all I said was,
But you're not
LaRon,
even
it
the
ain't.
first brother he threatened to come shoot though. That's you just one of the brothers he threatened to murder. That's the
You see
crazy
what I'm
part. So I'm
saying?
not surprised
He
by what he's
did.
saying
He
today.
did the same thing to me.
It's crazy. Nothing he do would say surprise me no more.
Hey, could I ask y'all brothers a question about Matthew 1?
You gotta wait a second. Now, Abaya, was you done? Now?
Oh, Shalaki, I'm done.
Then he comes on the stage with the photo of a goat, man. I mean, adding insult to injury, man.
And he
He
can
had
have
he
that.
had
The
the
Lord
goat because
said,
Amastai is going to separate him, the sheep from the goats. That's
"There
why.
you go. You see that? That's the spirit,
Right.
Ariel. I was going there. Right? You see that?
Yo, I feel like LaRon is a heathen, so I don't have to repent for hating him. I hate LaRon.
I abhor him.
Doesn't David hate the enemies of God with a perfect hatred?
Yo, man.
Does he not? He says, I hate them with a
God,
perfect hatred. I count them mine
God.
enemies. The
I
enemies
abhor
of
him.
God, are they not the Hagarenes? Those are Hamites. Give me a break, man. This guy's a joke, man. And look at his argumentation. Bring me the abstract. First of all, you're using that incorrectly. It's not an abstract. It's a scientific study, and it's not a hypothesis. It's not a theory. It's a revelation that this is marine biologists agree the behavior of sharks changed due to the routes of commercial shipping. This nigga said, I'm not an expert in marine biology, but you still wrong. This is a dude who laughed that the sharks follow ships to this day. He laughed about it as loud as he could with another dude who I think is a white boy. And they are laughing about
He is.
a
I don't care what. I don't care what nobody says. He is.
and then then LaRon went on to say that niggas say I'm an Israelite because I got a jump shot. No one has ever told LaRon that he's an Israelite because he has a jump shot. No one has ever said that to him. And
Then
no
he went
one
on
has
to
ever
say,
said that LeBron has a jump shot.
yeah.
Hey,
Then he
Larry
went.
Bird got a jump shot.
Then Faithful said, "Nigga." Faithful said it like this too. Niggas say I'm an Israelite because I can dance salsa. No one has ever said that to Faithful ever.
Faithful, the guy said nigga. Oh, he's okay. That Edomite said nigga. Wow.
That
All
nigga
the
Edomite.
time.
That nigga
And
Edomite.
What?
these idiots, et cetera, et cetera. Now, think about this. What they're talking about is GMS. And they're talking about a commentary from Elder Apostle Tahar from GMS, who at times, in a jokingly fashion, says things. And what they're talking about is one person. They're talking about Bruce Lee. They said Bruce Lee got too much spirit to be a Moabite. That's a Jake. And then people underneath Elder Apostle Torah began to say extra things and build on that idea because they worship the man. So they random GMS dudes from all over would say things like, "Oh, Dan Aykroyd got to be an Israelite," or "Justin Bieber got to be an Israelite," or "Justin Timberlake
The
has to be an Israelite."
Jabberwocky's gotta be
Ain't
it.
ain't ain't no ain't no Edomite dancing like that and singing with soul like that. Justin Timberlake got that. What? That's not even what Elder Apostle Tahar said. And then Gabar behind Tahar, he would talk about certain singers and say, "Well, this dude got to be a Jake. He had too much soul in his singing. There's no way that that's an Edomite singing like that." But this was never doctrine. This was them standing when they teach. They stand around and enjoy the word. That's the way they teach. They don't. They're not necessarily always kicking biblical doctrine. Sometimes they discussing the scriptures and enjoying it. And sometimes they would say things like that. These dudes following behind Vocab Malone accuse those men of teaching that as some type of doctrine when it was really like if me and y'all brothers were standing around and we was like, man, the Most High gonna blow this place up, man. Yeah, you know, the nuke's gonna land in Atlanta first. That would be like them going and making a video saying, y'all were all prophesied that Atlanta will be the first place destroyed. Where's that at in the Bible? See, that's them being carnal, man. When we just discussing the scriptures and having joy of it. So that's another thing that they do that I hate. And that's why I think these dudes, first of all, they have to study with us to be able to argue with us. I think they should be cut off from even talking to us. But I know brothers want to go back and forth with them, but I hate these dudes. I you.
Abhorred.
It would be an absolute waste of time, man. You know, even breaking bread with these brothers, because all they doing is collecting information and figuring out ways to combat us. I mean, it's not gonna work, but that's what their objective is.
Bro, he really laughed at it.
Yeah,
He
today this morning
laughed
he
at it.
left.
He did that. All right.
It's yeah.
Yeah, man, and that's what I mean, brothers. I mean, certain brothers was saying that bullshit, Larry Bird and all that dumb shit, because he was an Israelite. They was saying that, but I mean, that's what it do. It gives space for these idiots, not to justify these idiots, but give space for these idiots to come in and spill their stupid doctrine. That's why we got to be clear on the stuff we said. I mean, these idiots is going to run with something anyway, but we can't give them ammunition by saying crazy shit like Larry Bird and John Travolta, Hulk Hogan, and all this other stupid shit brothers was saying.
Amen. But take joy that the fact that they're going to be convicted for the. This is that's First Maccabees 11, right? Those brothers who hated their own people, right? Who make accusations and make plots and do mockery, right, of the oppression of their own people. These are not people who were like Moses, who were good. Roddy yesterday was talking about if you live in life, if you live in good, and you're a black man in America, you ain't suffering from the curses. Therefore, in my conclusion, that means that all black people are not Israelites because a lot of black people are doing well. Like that's dumb. Like that's a dumb argument to make. But the fact that he was making it in public allowed us to defeat it. That's the use of these people, not to convince them of anything. But when you run out of doctrine, when you run out of Bible, you got to resort to mocking the saints of the Most High.
Wait, hey Jake, just make sure I heard you right. You said if he said if you live well, you're not an Israelite. Well, you're
That's
not talking.
correct. I asked them multiple times. Is In Truth Mafia? Look at my. You can. That's what Truth Mafia is about. To bring out that kind of stuff is to bring out all of their arguments as full as they can do it, and then show how ignorant it sounds. Like that's the game. That's what I want to
So
do. All of these exercises is to expose how these people really think about the Bible.
so now that I just want to make sure I'm an Israelite. So now
Right.
that the Most High has blessed me, that I live well now.
Uh huh.
But this time last year, I was in fear of not having a home for me, my wife, and children, and all the times we struggled and all the years. Now I'm 41. I ain't lived well till I got to about 41. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So the other 40 years of me struggling all my life and always not having food for my family and trying to find jobs and getting released from jobs and overlooked and different things of that nature. And so that 40 years go out the window because the Most High blessed me in year 41.
Yep.
Okay, I
Hey,
guess
hey,
I'm
hey, hey, Jake or Ariel, I got a question for both of y'all. For anyone y'all can answer this. Was not Daniel an overseer?
I said that
Yeah,
yesterday.
we said that yesterday. I said Moses. Abraham said your seed is going to be oppressed in the land that not theirs 430 years. And yet Moses not lived one day of his life in oppression. Does that not make Moses Abraham's seed?
According to Roddy's logic, nope.
It's not logic though. It's just talking. It's just flipping the gums. It's not real. They're not real genuine arguments that actually matter. It's the exercise of trying to see if they can trip you up, right? Because that's what the Pharisees always did. These Pharisees they thought themselves to be wise, but they were wise to do wickedness. And part of wickedness is accusing your brethren, making mockery of your people. That's what they did.
Uh,
These guys are sick, man.
That's crazy.
Con.
Hey, what was up with the shark PTRs and shit? Like, what did I miss with that?
Yo, Malakwa, if you want to be pissed off,
Nah. You know what? In second thought, nah, I'm finna get to go to the slave, and I don't want to take it out on these people.
Con. Shalom. Shalom.
Nah, fuck it. Go ahead and tell me.
I knew you was gonna say that. I was waiting
I was
for
waiting.
that.
Hey.
Yo, you
Hey,
know I'm a
brother,
lock
if
my
if
fans
I
out.
if it's amazing. So you know, if we talking about if me and you having a conversation about the slaves during the Middle Passage that were because they died in the bottom of the ships for whatever reason were thrown overboard, and that caused the marine life, the sharks, to pursue the ships, knowing that possible food and by like human bodies would be their food, right? Their blood, they would smell the blood, right? How would you feel if a brother decided to change his PTR to a shark to mock
Bro, these
that Israelite?
dudes, these dudes is in another room, and these dudes is just insane, bro. Trying to clean up everything, saying what Yahweh all was just saying ain't true. This is just ridiculous, bro. I, I'm fasting from this app.
Are they saying?
Are they
Cause
saying?
I
Barzal,
was
go on
taught
mute.
that too. That
Barzal, go on mute.
that the sharks still swim that route to this day. So is are they making fun of the fact that it happened, or are they trying to say that that's not what happened?
Both. So
Both.
they're saying that they're mocking it, obviously, because it was brought up they're mocking it by changing their PTR saying we're the sharks. Like we mocking you. We the sharks that ate your ancestors. And at the same time they're denying that that's the behavioral change of the marine life. And we have the PTR or the link up at the top. It's literally right there, information, but these niggas are delusional and they deny it.
Hey,
Absolutely.
but Malakwaf, they actually laughed about it. Like LaRon, you just missed it. LaRon came up here and was laughing about it. So, that's why, we, it kind of, it transpired into this. It didn't necessarily transpire into anything because they're real lightweight, but, you know, um, they just cut off, period. You know what I'm saying?
It's like what the thing that Salakia Ari, real quick, the thing that Panay was bringing out earlier, right? When you study animal genetics and things that get passed down over time, and trauma, right, especially can get passed down over time. Y'all can look this up: post-traumatic slave syndrome. You see, this is why a lot of our people have certain habits till this day because of what our ancestors went through in the past. Animals is the same way, but it's not just traumas. It's anything that can get passed down genetically. So if you have the transatlantic slave trade happening for hundreds of years, and you have sharks following the migration patterns, what do you think is going to happen? So even after the slave trade, there's a complete migration pattern of sharks. It's very it's not hard to understand, bro. I don't get it. And for
Con
you to
elephant.
come up here and laugh,
Yeah, that's crazy. Elephants remember their migration pattern. Like they have some of the best memories, right? And that information gets passed down from the grandmother, who's usually the matriarch, who usually like kind of leads in that animal's hierarchy to the daughter, and then from the daughter to the granddaughter, right? I saw a documentary, actually Will Smith on Disney Plus. There's
Yeah, that's a powerful documentary.
it was a Nat Geo joint on, like, there was one on light and there was one on smell. All right, the damn killer whales and sharks know to come to a particular island because they know that this is the time of year when the damn turtles want to come to lay their eggs. And as the turtles come to lay their eggs, they can just catch them as they're coming right out into the water. Because turtles protect themselves by being amongst a huge school of other turtles. But these idiots don't know nothing. These are guys who were in Title One, right? Back in New York, you would have niggas that would get taken out of class, all right, during a certain period, and they would go to the library and they would have to read Cat in the Hat when you're reading the goddamn, I don't know, Catcher in the Rye, right? These niggas had like grade one reading levels in the seventh grade. These are the type of guys we're dealing with. Title One ass niggas who don't know a goddamn thing about life, nature, all right, or just anything for that matter.
Salakia, real quick.
Special ed,
Go ahead.
special ed. Losing special ed.
Salakia. I would highly recommend that we really take a full break from these scoffers. All right. I get it. Israel like the drama, right? Some of our people would like to hear that back and forth, debate and all that. But I would highly recommend, especially after LeBron just came back in the room and still making a mockery of it, did not apologize for what he was saying, right? I would really recommend that, brothers. All right, we gotta stay focused on the price. You understand? This is not about us. This is not about us showing how good we are and how knowledgeable we are or how much wisdom we have, right? And trying to show it off. We gotta focus on the price, and it's to feed the flock, right? We gotta stay away from these. Give it a break for a little while. Stay away from this wicked niggas, man, and teach our people. We brought up some points that we can get on because I know Israel wants to get edified, right? Let's not give them any breath anymore. If they come to our room, they're not going to take stage. If they come to our room, we're not dealing with that anymore.
This is ridiculous at this point. We need to take a
We
break
need
from
to
that
take a break
and
from that.
edify. Hold on a second, mute up, King. We need to take a break from this whole back and forth thing with them. Just take a little break and just focus on our nation and teaching our people. Yes, I know we're not going to get the numbers that we usually get. The rooms are not going to be piled up and filled up because there's no drama going on. But we got to remember this is not about us. These niggas are done. They're gone. It's only the Most High that can bring them to get out, wake up out of the sleep they're in. We can't do jack about it. With that, I yield.
Gone.
Khan.
Kind of.
Con.
God.
Con.
Come on, come.
Con. These the yellow school bus. The yellow school bus kids, man.
Hey, yo, I just want to say something. I misspoke. Like an hour ago, earlier in the room, I said, Sister Zara. I think she blocked me, but I just want to say I misspoke. It wasn't. I didn't try to defame her character or nothing like that. But yeah, when I went in the room earlier, you know what I'm saying. They 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 definitely blocked. Somebody blocked me from the room. But that room that they had was them trying to disprove Deuteronomy 28. Faithful got a real like he's just filling his head or something because his logic of the curses is just this. It's just dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? I can't even find an intellectual word to define it right now. It's just
He's bugged.
it's
That's,
just
that's what
dumb
we
as
call
hell.
that's what we call bugged.
Yo,
Right.
this nigga went to some so-called books of the apostles and proved that Mary was from the tribe of Judah from one of their books. I I don't even know. I didn't even know they made books of the apostles, but apparently that's where you can find Mary's lineage in. So when it come down to faithful and niggas like that, like you can't beat them because they don't have any rules. Like it's like they're like Neo. Like, okay, you're not supposed to lie on the scripture. So for us, we're gonna keep it 100 and tell the truth. But if you're battling someone who has the ability to lie, then like how do you win? You know what I'm saying? Like if I can argue that, if you can argue that the sky is black and then we look and see that it's white, and then you say, well, what I mean by black was it's yellow. How the fuck do I combat that? Know what I'm saying? And that's what these niggas do. They'll go a nigga go so far as to say Caleb was not an Israelite. Like a nigga who led the Israelites, was not an Israelite. When you're dealing with people like that, and
That's a fact.
I get brothers, get real frustrated, know what I'm saying? Because, it seems like these conversations aren't fruitful. But the scriptures say when one come into the truth, the angels rejoice. So I'm not gonna go against anybody who believes that we should leave these niggas alone. But you look at Christ, you know what I'm saying, and what the disciples were able to do, and to see somebody like Paul who would have been them niggas, persecuting them, holding niggas coats while they whooping ass, like all of that. You know what I'm saying? And Christ still reached out to that brother. So for those who feel like the door should be shut on them niggas, look, I understand and I get where you're coming from, but if there's any brothers who feel like the people are the ones who are not going to benefit if the lies go unchallenged, then I encourage you to to as much long suffering as you could suffer, to go out there and correct these niggas because they'll never learn. But there's somebody in that audience who think what they're saying is true, and if no one actually shows them the truth, then we will kind of be held accountable for that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of like that's the job. It's a frustrating job. It's a thankless job, and nobody gets paid for it. But we've all given up our lives, and the Lord has given us a second chance through Christ for us to come out here and do these things. So, I don't want niggas to well, I don't want to say niggas, but for brothers to get discouraged from niggas like LaRun and all these goofy ass niggas who have zero following, don't do shit in the community, and they just sit on the app and this is their job. This is what they do. They make clubhouse rooms. You know what I'm saying? For the brothers that's really out here in the community, on the corners, actually touching lives and making a difference. Don't let a few goofy ass niggas on the internet deter the truth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all boys doing an excellent job, combating these goofies day in and day out. Damn the numbers. The Lord is winning. World War III is on the brink. We in the fourth quarter. It's not time to slow down. It's time to keep pushing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave it at that.
God, Salakia. Yeah, man. Well said. Well said. But I must add, I'd be remiss if I don't add that yeah, those brothers they not like Paul though at
Nah,
all.
that's a
Cause
fact.
Paul, yeah, cause
I'm
Paul was a
Israelite,
doctor.
guys.
Paul
I'm
was a doctor of
Israelite.
the law, and at least raised in the law, And even though they the Pharisees got away from doing what they say they do, from keeping the law how they say they keep it, they were doctors of the law. These guys are none of the sort. You know what I mean? Not at
Con,
all.
Who this party hat on stage?
I'm Israel Chai, man.
Huh?
I'm Israel Chai, man. I'm a Israelite, man. I'm from Israel, though.
Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Fuck out of here.
Adios.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Goofy ass nigga.
I thought he was kicked out earlier.
Hey,
Yo,
he
why
ain't
y'all ain't
paying
let him talk?
attention.
Man, I kicked that nigga out.
he can talk in goo cream.
There's only one. There's only one rule in here, and this is a very important rule. No heathens allowed.
Salakia.
What up, Doc?
Shalom to the room.
Hey,
Elder.
Shalom, Doc. What's good, man?
Shalom, Elder Levi.
Shalom to the elders, Adawans, Akims in the audience,
Shalom,
Akbar in
shalom.
the audience.
Shalom, shalom.
There's something that I've been saying for the past several weeks, and that is, to put it plainly, leave them people alone. Let them do whatever they're gonna do. It's been said several times today, be it Yahweh Shah, Priest, Panah, Ari, just leave them people alone. See, we say that the Most High will call us. So the people that sit in those rooms, they'll get tired of that, the bashing, because they're not teaching anything. All they're doing is bashing. Years ago, O.J. Simpson did commercials for who? Hertz, and all the other competitors that came out against Hertz. All they would do was talk about Hertz. And people still go to Hertz. Putting someone down does not build you up. After a while, people will come to see that that's not where they need to be. Their spirit will reach them and they'll realize, you know what, I don't need to be here. Maybe what those people are saying in the other room is right. And see, up here in Michigan and most of these northern states, it's starting to get warm. Even though the schools are still out on the street, we have that work to do. And Israel will continue to grow. This app here, how many different schools and camps on this stage working together in unison, in a sense, and a lack for better words, fighting against that nonsense over there? Leave all that alone. If they come over here, we can choose who we want to come to stage and get a mic. We don't have to go from one extreme to the other, because the brother just said, we got to teach and we got to, deal with them and so forth like that. But we get to choose where we go and where we don't go. Because we take the analogy, would any of you have any of them clowns over to your house and over at a cookout? La. Would you go over to their house or over to a cookout? La. Think about it in that sense. We all on the phone here. When somebody calls your house that you don't want to talk to, you hang up. And when you
Hey,
see
you
that number
breaking
come
up?
up again, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Nah, I could been
Con.
hear you. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. When someone calls your house that you don't want to talk to, a telecommunicator, you hang up. When that number comes up again, you don't answer it. We have to view it from a position of being more open and seeing things as they really are. Israel is growing and the people are coming. We still got to go out and work on the street and to work here in the camps. I mean, on Clubhouse here, like Ariella brought out earlier about the Hebrew. There's a lot of lessons that we need to be teaching one another here for the flock that's coming. But them clowns, it's a waste of time. So I got more days behind me than I have in front of me. And you all are the generation to save Israel. Don't waste your time. I've watched enough videos and I've watched enough elders and Adawans mature. And what's required here is the maturity of Israel. The younger brothers who are zealous, they want to go in those rooms and they want to battle. It's not necessary. Our time is extremely, extremely important, and we don't have that much of it. That's what needs to be kept in mind, how we spend our time and who we spend it on. And I yield with that.
Hey, that was beautiful, wise words, man, from an elder. I just wanted to say that. Beautiful, wise words.
The water.
Hey, but we do have a new room opened up on the Truth Mafia platform. We're gonna be closing this room down and converting into there. Salaki, y'all hear me?
Con, con.
Con.
Yeah, just got a quick phone call now, but we're gonna be going up in that room. So everybody click that room above. Let's get people in that room, share the room, start pinging people in there. We're gonna close this room down in a couple minutes.
Hey, check this out, man. Somebody telling me, man, these dudes is on stage talking about how they gonna target the women and all type of. These niggas is evil, man. How they gonna
Bunch of
target the
weirdos.
women and get the women over to their room? See what these niggas is doing, man. You see the shit that they said these niggas is talking that in the room. And they gonna be targeting the women and all that shit.
Right. And
So
these are
these niggas
people
is
that some of elder, and these are people that some of our people still want to deal with. Right. No, at some point you got to say, okay, you know what? We're done with this. We got to give it a break, man. At some point, it's just becoming madness at this point.
Yo, that's Satan, yo. That is real satanic.
Bunch of fucking weirdos, bro. What the hell?
Target the
Eh,
women. I'll just target them with a tiger uppercut.
See, that's their goal anyway. That's probably really the wedge between us and them anyway. The women, they want the women to follow them in their philosophy and their lies, and they mad now because the women see through it. And so that's probably really the real wedge between us.
That's
Con.
just shit is just ridiculous, bro. Like I don't got I just
These
can't
niggas
do
are
it no more. I
serpentine.
can't I'm not talking to these dudes, man. These dudes like let me tell everybody in here, right? Before we start to transfer into the other room or
Salakia.
whatnot. One second, I got you. So before we transfer into the other room, man, listen, stop going in there. They're a waste of time and their room be 30, 40 deep the most, bro. Like
20
and
odd.
then
Don't be
and then
nice.
and then we go in there and it hit a buck something, bro. And it's not and it's not sitting here trying to sabotage other people's platforms. That's not what it's about, right? Because Rodney, that's my boy. Zara, that's the sis right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool with some of them. I'm not gonna lie, despite doctrinal differences. But when it comes to things like putting up a shark or saying you're gonna target women, like, bro, come on, bro. Like, what's like, y'all niggas is mentally ill, bro. For real. I blame it all on y'all all.
God, you know what? Them people over there don't even know their grandparents, let alone their great grandparents. And I'm old enough to have known them and was given some of the actual history. For people that who they thought that we are, and some of the things that they went through. Now I was completely offended by the shark picture when Benaiah came in here. I mean, well, Jack came in here. We shouldn't have even talked to him until he was willing to change that PTR. See, to sit on this stage with that picture is a complete sign of disrespect. Charge them brothers. Make them man up. Because I don't see them as men. And I know what a real man is. And the real men exist on this stage. Them boys ain't real men. Because they're not going out anywhere to teach anybody.
Bring that out, Adawan.
I've watched Alizar, I don't know what city they was in, but park in front of these churches and call out the people as they was coming out of the church and ask them if they really want to know the word.
That was
Ask
in
them about,
Dallas.
it was in Dallas.
Yeah, like Dallas Fort Worth area.
Yeah, you know, and then people would run and run. You get one minister or a deacon or somebody to come over before they're ready to call the police and things of that nature. That's what we do. They not doing that. When I signed up on this app, you can pick whatever you want to go get into. If you click religion, you can go into all the different rooms. They're not going over there. What is this? Deuteronomy 28 and 54. The evil eye against one's brother. That's all that is. It don't make no sense why people who look just like us are going against us. We know what that is. That's the left hand side all day, every day. It just don't make no sense. And we don't have to be bothered with them. Like Ari said, take a break for a while. Well, let's take a break for a while and continue our teaching and see how it grows from there. And if in fact we need to go over there to deal with them to bring more over, then do that. We can come back and start addressing those room agains after the next Passover coming up. Meanwhile, keep to ourselves. Because that's where our focus need to be, getting ourselves together to get ready for the Passover coming up. I yield.
All right, man. We're about to close this room down, real soon. Everybody start clicking that link above. We all gonna go into that room, transfer into that room. We'll close down this room in another 60 seconds.
Hey, the water, Ron Vidal for opening this room. Appreciate y'all, brothers. This was great and edifying. All right. And Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom.
Hey,
Shalom,
Shalom.
or
Still got 100 people in here, man. Click that room up top, man. That's where we going. We ending this room down. Click that room up top. Hey, Tazai, you wanted to say something, Mark, before we close the room? My bad. I just remembered.
Yeah. He wanted to say, bring some Rice Krispie treats, man.
Get out of here, Barazal. What up, Tazai?
Yeah, Shalom. So you mentioned that to transfer to the next room over, right?
Yeah, you can click the link above and transfer
Well,
into the next room,
I
unless you want
got
to bring something out.
yeah. I just wanted to bring out a little thing that I saw in the not the room that we're gonna go into,
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead. Do your thing.
but
Go
the
ahead.
other room. Whoever opened up the Truth Mafia room up, I don't know his name, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Well, he was in the other room apologizing to Ronnie,
saying that he's right
Yeah, I
about
know.
some scriptures,
Nah, I know
and
what it was about. It had nothing to do with nothing crazy.
all right. So I don't know if it was just me or not, but the other room is just they going off and like the shark pictures and calling everybody in this room crybabies, and I just felt like for you to go in that room and say that and then try to do your own room, it's weird to me, brothers. It's just weird.
Yeah,
That's all
it's
I want to
weird.
say.
It's weird because you didn't know the whole context, but
Yeah.
it's all good. No sweat. Everybody, click on that. Click on the link above.
Come.
We all
All
gonna
right.
transfer in there. I'm about to close this room down. We still got 80 people in here, bro. Get out of here.
You want me to shut it down, y'all? What's up?
Nah, I'm about to start. I'm about to start booting everybody out of here, man. Greg, you getting the Timberland boot. Kana, you getting the Timberland boot. Baran, RKW, Timberland boot. Everybody getting the Timberland boot, man. Get out my room, man. Razia Allah, get the hell out of here, man. I don't like you like that. Nathan, get out of here, man. Unprofitable servant with that damn Sons of Thunder shirt. Get out of my room, man. Get the hell out of here.
Y'all
Hey,
sound good.
You shot it with your damn green bean. Get the hell out my room, man. This room closing down, man. Good on, get the fuck out of my room, man. Get the hell out of here, man. What is y'all niggas doing there? LeGrant definitely getting the boot right now. Watch this.
Yo, no, hey, bring the gun, bring the gun, bring
Nah, that nigga got booted. Get the hell out my room, man.
You.
Get the hell out my
Hey,
room,
get them
man.
to follow the room, man. Get them to follow.
Hey, get the hell out my room, man. I don't even nah. Everybody get out, man. Razia Allah, what you do? Razia Allah getting booted, man. You getting booted from the room. Get the hell out my room, man. What's wrong with y'all? Everybody get out my room, man. We going into the room above, man. We still got 47 people in here. Why y'all just want to listen to me, man? What's wrong with y'all, man? Man, what's good? Get out my room, We all going into the other room, man. We about to shut this room down, the room the link is right above me. I click that link. We about to all go into there. Everybody shalom. Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, close the room down, Hazaram. I'm about to hop in.
God, shalom, shalom.
The hell out my room, man.
All right. Y'all heard the brother, man. Get the hell out. That shit is over. No more drama. Shalom.